dicks and no nuts. And you rush to call me a slut? I'm standing up for what is mine. Call me the rib, but I'm really the spine of this whole great nation. Ain't gonna put me back on the plantation. No, stop playing politics with my punani. Stop playing politics with my punani. Don't see me out here trying to legislate. Where you stick your Johnson, though, I'd have a case. Using it for some ill. Then you call some rank legitimate. Say what? I'm not a hotbed for breeding. Just something that you can put your seed in. I know it feels nice when you give me the juice, but you can't dictate how I reproduce. Oh hell no! Stop playing politics in my punani. Stop playing politics in my punani. You say abortion is a license to kill. Say right to life, wanna ban the pill. But got no problem with lethal injection. But hey, hold up, ain't that killing? I'm not just here for your games and fun. Hey yo, back up off my nana, son. As if I don't have a right mind. I decide what to do with my drugs. Come on. Hey. And we're coming back. Come on. You flip-flop, you flop-flip. All in all, it's just bullshit. Put your agenda on the back of my sex. Goddess only knows what'll happen next. You wanna feel it and touch it, but then you turn and act disgusted, as if I don't have a right mind. I decide what to do with mine. 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 Right on time. I decide what to do with mine. 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 Stop playing politics in my punani. I had a little backup. I know my parents might be watching.
Well, we thank you for not having a wardrobe malfunction. So before we were getting ready to talk about it, but now was there a specific piece of legislation, a news story that pissed you off that said, you know what?
Yeah, it was two things. It was when Rush Limbaugh had called this young woman a slut. She was a Georgetown law student, I believe, and she was advocating for the Georgetown healthcare system for the students to cover birth control. And so she was doing that, just exercising her rights.
Right.
And he calls her slut on his show. That was first, and then it was the big one. Really, it was I think Senator Todd Aiken. I don't think he's a senator anymore, Congressman, whatever for him. But he was talking about legitimate rape.
Okay.
And saying that saying that if a woman, I guess, is assaulted, well, I don't even know how he's putting it, but if you have sex with a woman and she doesn't get pregnant, then it wasn't legitimate rape, whatever. But I was like, so then I was like, okay, here we go, time to write about these punani politics.
And we thank you for that.
Because I feel like, I just feel like all the time when things start to go a little haywire in government, like when they don't have a footing, then they start to look at like, well, what can we do to these women?
Right.
And how can we shift this narrative so they'll talk about, people will talk about that and not really what's happening over here. A little wag the dog a little bit.
No, we appreciate that because I think you've said in all of the lyrics of that song what we talk about as girlfriends in conversation.
Yeah.
And now with putting you in a box, because we're scared to do that, because we see what happens. Now, I know having a rock, soul, funk influence, and that may not fit that picture of what people are thinking. What has been the response, or what have you seen? How have people responded to you?
Actually, the response to me has been great. Okay. Like, I haven't necessarily run into people, at least not yet, who are sort of like, I don't know. But what does happen to me is that when I tell people that I'm a singer, the first thing they always say to me is, "Oh, you sing jazz." And I'm like, I can sing jazz. I have sung jazz, but that's not, my main thing. but they go there or they just go, oh, you know, R&B. Oh, so who do you sound like? You like, what do you do, like Mary J. Blige? I'm like, no, I'm not really doing that, but love Mary, you know what I'm saying? But it's kind of like just where people go immediately when they start. And then, yeah, I get a few crack faces sometimes when I start the show. Like, oh, shit. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, that's what's going to happen? Okay. Yeah, so. But I'm good with that, you know.
Do you like surprising people?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, I'm a theater girl, so surprise.
Okay.
Yes.
And what's up next for us? What next? What's the next song we're
The
going to
next
hear?
song up, I'm gonna cheat a little. Oh yeah. So I have a forthcoming album coming out called I Am American.
Yes.
And so we're gonna do I Am American.
It's coming out this summer?
It's coming out this summer.
Okay. We're getting ready, y'all.
We're getting ready.
All right.
As you say, we ready.
We ready.
Died here, sacrificed here, so we could be free. Try to disrespect me, demonize, disgrace me. Take a second look, see, the truth is right here. Curse and disregard me, but like the phoenix I keep on rising, rising. I am part of the fabric of this land. A way is clearing, the paradigm is shifting. Make no mistake, feel the magic moving. A new voice we're choosing. Ain't no way we're losing. No, tide is turning, feel the flow. New day dawning, oh my Lord. Fight ain't over, but we're one step closer to the goal. My contribution, it is wide, and it cannot be denied. Can't ignore me because I am American. Too much blood under my feet. I am American. Too much blood under my feet. I picked your cotton till the land, fought your wars, took care of your man, washed your clothes and foot your bills, healed your body when you was ill, gave you light so you could see, open your heart so you could feel, fashioned a board so you could iron. I fed your kids when you was tired, stuck away so I could read, gave you strength in time of need, through many dangers, toils and snares. You tried to hold me down, I stand just like it's your land, it's my land, because I am American. Too much blood under my feet. I am American. Too much blood under my feet.
Catch your breath, get a sip of water.
We need a towel up in this piece.
You do. You've been working hard. I want to take it back a little bit because you grew up singing in the church.
I did.
So talk to us a little bit about that because I want to know, how does someone who grew up singing in the church, in the choir, end up singing the music that you sing?
Well, yes, I sang in church, but I also was a black girl who grew up in the suburbs of Boston. So there was a lot of rock and roll around. You know, I grew up in a household of jazz and classical. I grew up in a, you know, I have friends, you know, who listened to, you know, Van Halen and the Police and the Who and all those kind of things. So I got like a real mashup of music. It wasn't just music on Sunday. And I didn't come from like a strict religious household, so it wasn't like Marvin Gaye wasn't rolling in the crib,
Right.
you know, right next to Mahalia, you know what I'm saying? Right. So there was, you know, lots of music that was in the household.
But how did you end up finding your voice?
That's really good. I mean, like I said, I was a theater girl. Like, you know, sometimes it still surprises me that singing is sort of in the forefront of my life because I was really a theater girl. So, you know, I think I've done so many different kind of things. Like I've done musicals and all kind of things. But when I came to New York, I had the pleasure, the honor of falling into a community of people that were black rockers. You know, like they were just, you know, Sean knows, like it was just a whole community of folks. Like I just walk in the door and it's like, oh shoot, y'all doing this? And that's kind of where I landed. And when I started singing here in New York, I was singing with people who were rocking. So like I mentioned, Tamar Kali, I sang with a woman named Remy Lecoux. I sang with a woman named Elon Robin Dixon, and everybody was really different and not in a box at all. So that was my real training ground in terms of sort of finding my way and what I wanted to do. You know, to that day I rolled up on Jerome and was like, hey, I think I got a song. And we went on from there.
Did you feel like when you arrived in New York that you automatically found your people, or did you have your kind of like your people when you were in Massachusetts and then this was just like another great part of it?
Oh no, you know, I was born and raised in Massachusetts, but I grew up in New York.
Okay.
You know, like New York is where I found my tribe of people. And coming here, you know, I had no idea what I was gonna find here. I mean, I came here on an internship at Vibe magazine.
Yes, you
so
have to know that too.
Yeah, and from that internship is where I got my first singing gig, because the woman who was the temp secretary, we just struck up a conversation. She said she had a band, and she said, well, come sing with me. I was like, well, you don't even know I can sing. She said, you said you can sing.
You better not disappoint
right,
me.
Exactly, right? So, you know, she trusted me, and it went on from there. And then I just, you know, I met Greg Tate, who was one of the founders of Black Rock Coalition. He was my first professional interview as a journalist. I interviewed Greg Tate. And then, you know, I always say he turned me out, meaning like he took me to Tramps and took me to CBGBs and all these other places, and that's where I was like, oh, who are these black people? So, yeah.
Were you at all intimidated about coming to New York? Were you worried because?
Oh no, I wanted to be here from like forever. I wanted to go to college here,
okay.
But you know, I didn't get
NYU,
into
yes.
my school of choice.
Let's talk about that a little bit. NYU.
Yes, I wanted to go to NYU. They didn't let a girl in, but it's okay, because sometimes I think if I'd have been here at that time, I might not be here today.
Right. Everything happens in divine order, right?
Exactly. So I ended up at Ohio State, but I, yeah, go Bucks. But we, yeah, I always wanted to come to New York. So as soon as I was given that, you know, opportunity to have that internship here in New York, I was like, oh yeah, I'm on my way. And you know, it wasn't paying, you know, back in the day. Well, shoot, today, right? They were,
exactly.
It wasn't paying. So I came and I worked at Tower Records, and yeah, Tower Records, rest in peace, right?
You're bringing us all back
I know, right? Tower Records in Lincoln Square, Lincoln Center. Come on, man. Good times. Yeah, you know it.
Wait, what was the name of the sisters band?
The original band that I sang in?
From, what you call it, that you met at Vibe?
Oh, well, she just went by Elon.
Okay.
Yeah, sometimes her band was called Oleo. Sometimes she was just Robin Dixon. It just, depends on where you are at the moment. But yeah, her name was Robin Dixon, Elon Robin Dixon.
Okay, and what did you learn by performing? Because I'm assuming that was like, you had a schedule, like here's some shows, and I'm gonna have to rehearse and get prepared, and how did you feel about all that?
What, I don't know if New York is really like that on the underground. Like, I don't know if people have strings of shows. It's just like, we have a show.
Okay.
Get yourself together. So yeah, I mean, she used to live on 14th Street, and I was like in a 5-floor walk up, and real old school tenement style railroad apartment, and it was a great training ground. Like I never really imagined. I had no idea really what coming to New York was going to be. I just knew that I wanted to be here. Okay. And I just knew, Vibe had given me the opportunity, and Tower Records gave me the opportunity to be here. And I just soaked up everything. Like anytime somebody was like, yeah, Shelly, come sing with me, come do this. I'm like, yep, I did it. And those 3 women, Robin, Tamar, and Remy, like they're in my heart forever, because really they were my training ground. And being able to see them front their bands, have all these men playing behind them, and really command. And I'm like, oh, okay. And that's priceless, really. Okay. Yeah.
Well, I know the crowd is ready for some more music, so set us up for the next song. Take your sip.
Yeah. So I guess we're getting to the personal power portion of the evening. We're going to do a tune called In Your View.
Okay.
All right.
Chains of mine, no mediocrity. Now is your time. Walk through the fear, don't let it stop you. No matter the size of the task, the universe has got you. Keep on rolling, and keep on riding, keep on doing what you do, and keep on pushing, keep on shining. You got the whole world in your view. whole world in your view, yeah. In your view, yeah. Got the whole world in your view, yeah. Hey, yeah, hey, yeah, hey, yeah, hey, yeah, hey, yeah, hey, yeah, hey,
All right. I think that might be a favorite in here. Well, thank you, Shelly Nicole's Blackbush. Wait a minute, I just found out that we're not done. We need to ask you some more questions. Hold on, let me ask you a few more questions because we got the whole world in your view. Okay, so let's take me back to the inspiration behind that.
Yeah. So I'm a pseudo Buddhist.
Okay.
And
thank you for telling us. I didn't know that.
What that means is, you know, like I can't like give you a whole bunch of Buddha, but I got a little bit of Buddha.
Okay.
So, but I meditate a lot every day, and I go to I'm in a sangha in a community, meditation community. So one of the things that the Buddha does say, and it's paraphrased, of course, is that as long as you have breath, you have a chance to do it again. So sometimes we think, you know, we've made all kind of mistakes and we can't start all over again. We've done whatever we're going to do with our life. But the real deal is that if you wake up, you can start over. So that's why the song starts with every moment is a chance to do it all again. Because every moment is a chance to do it all again.
Each day.
As soon as you walk out this door, you can start all over again.
Right.
You don't have to wait until you get up in the morning to do it all again.
How did you get into Buddhism?
Pseudo-Buddhism.
Pseudo-Buddhism. Did living in New York do that to you?
No, life did that to me. I had an experience where I was, you know, at a point, you know, you reach kind of that point of like, I have to do something different or I'm not going to make it, you know? Okay. So I ran into a friend who had went on People of Color silent retreat. It was a 3-day silent retreat. And I had never done anything like that in my life.
Wait, so no speaking
no for speaking for 3 days. 3 days. Yes. Okay. Fabulous.
I would have never made it. Okay.
You know, the thing is, it's easy to close your mouth. It's hard to close your mind.
Okay.
And that's where people start to like be like, oh my goodness, you know. But at that moment in my life, I needed 3 days of silence. I needed it. And so she told me about it, and it was free, you know, and I was like, okay, I'm going to go give it a shot. So that was like my first, I mean, I kind of went in kind of hard, right? That's like a first introduction to meditation. Like you're going to sit for 3 days.
That's not like the day one.
No,
you just went all the way to day 25.
I went to day 25. But you know, you have moments. You have that sometimes those things in your life, and it's like you either need to make a hard turn or you're not going to come back.
Okay.
So that was my hard turn. And it was a real turning point in my life, like a real turning point. I met, funny enough, because we're silent, but before we went silent, I met some folks that like turned out to be in my life for the rest of my life. So it was a real, you know, big moment in my life. But yeah, that's how I started meditating, and yeah.
And did that being quiet, did that help you creatively, or how did it help you creatively?
I think being quiet just helped me to find compassion. Like it helped me to find compassion for people. It helped me to be able to more easily, you know, step into somebody else's shoes, to look at, and not just quickly be like, oh, this person, just write them off.
Okay.
But just kind of rethink and be like, okay, why, this person is acting this way for a reason. And what is that reason? And it probably has nothing to do with me. But it takes time. Like, it's not like, you know, my 3 days in and I came out like, whoa, no.
Right.
and it's still a practice. It's still a practice. It's still a practice that I do every day. And it still gets me through. So, okay. Yeah.
And we appreciate that. And
Thank you.
I think it definitely influences the music, because tell me if you have more clarity now. Yes?
Yeah, I mean, I think just thinking about In Your View, yeah, I think it's something that maybe at a time I wouldn't have thought to write about. So yeah, I think it's, I don't know if it's clarity so much as, or direction, just like sort of another way of thinking about things and how to put that into music and keep it funky.
Okay.
At the same time, you know what I mean? I think that's important. I used to always say to myself, like when I would go sit at my People of Color sits, and I'd be like, this is really nice, but we need some music to go with this. So maybe that's what I'm here for.
Now tell me a little bit, does your family, are they into your music and are they okay with Punani politics?
Oh yeah. I come from a very politically active family. So I come from folks that were like civil rights movement people, Black Power movement people. Okay. So yeah, they're easy with it. And like I said, or I have said, I'm a unicorn. I'm the unicorn of the family. So they know I'm not coming out with anything that's going to be too straight down the middle. They know better than that by now.
For your album, I Am American, you linked up with the legendary Vernon Reid of In Living Color. Yeah. How did you make that happen?
Well, okay. I had known Vernon for a little bit before that, and Vernon actually, as I was saying about Leon at the top, we were in a band, actually me, Jeff, and Leon are in a band called Burnt Sugar together. And Vernon had come and conducted a show of Steely Dan music that the band did that we eventually took to Paris to play at a festival out there. And I was so sick, like I was sick as a dog going to Paris on that trip. And I was just praying like, girl, just get to the show, do the best you can. But something happened. I mean, we got through the show, and after the show, like right following, he just came, came up right next to me walking down the hallway, and he was like, "You're next." And I'm like,
what does that
to
mean?
do what? Right, exactly. And he said to conduct this band, speaking of Burnt Sugar. But there was something, so later on when I was looking for a producer, I just remembered that moment. And I was just like, maybe I should ask Vernon, because clearly he saw something in me in that moment when I wasn't thinking I was feeling or doing my best.
Doing your best.
Right. So I called and I had my, scroll ready of reasons like, I want you to do this, but here's why. But I just asked him, and he was like, and he said to me, yeah, I'm gonna do it, and here's why. Like, he told me why.
Okay.
So I just knew that was a real serendipitous moment, and yeah, it sometimes.
And what was his reason? Why did he say, and here's why? Here's why I'm gonna do it for you. Here's what I see in you. I'm trying to really remember, because I think I sort of like blanked out. When people say yes, you're like, what? Right, you didn't expect that. You were ready to. You were ready to try to convince him.
But it's true though, Come on. But I will say things that he has said to me since. Which,
okay. That'll work.
Yeah. One thing that he talked about, which I thought was interesting, was my sense of rhythm. And I was like, that's an interesting thing to note. But I think that was one of the reasons why he thought I could conduct Burnt Sugar. He just talked about, my presence, like my stage presence and performance, songwriting and vocal ability. And I think, we were cool. And so for those of you who don't know, if you're gonna have somebody produce you, production, like your producer, is a real intimate experience. Like you have to like that person, because if you don't, it can go sideways real fast.
It's like a marriage, huh?
Yeah, exactly. And so, I respected him and he respected me, and I think that made for a real, an easy work experience. And he, and I let him do his job. Okay. And I think that's hard too. Like I've been, my first 2 records I co-produced with folks, but I had my hand like really on. Okay. So I said, if I'm gonna have Vernon Reid produce the record, I'm gonna let him do it.
A little bit.
Yeah, and not that I didn't have any say, and not that he didn't give me any say, but I also let him have his creativity and use his imagination for what he heard for the music, because we've been doing these songs for a long time, some of them, for a long time.
Well, I love that answer. Thank you.
Thank you.
So set us up with your second to last song.
Oh, our second to last song. Okay, so then we're gonna do Long Train then. Oh, yeah. So yeah, we're gonna do it, because she said second to last, so we're gonna do it.
Lots of remixes.
Yeah, so Long Train, it's the Doobie Brothers. It's the Doobie Brothers pre-Michael McDonald. Know your doobies.
All right.
One, two, one, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, out. Keep on moving. Keep on moving. Keep on moving. Baby, baby, baby. Don't get on down. Don't get on down. Don't get on down. Don't get. Don't keep on moving. Don't keep on moving. Don't keep on moving. Baby, baby, baby. Don't get on down. Don't get on down. Don't get on down. Without love.
All right. Come on, Brooklyn. Give us some more love. Give us some more love. Because we are about to wrap it up, so she's going to need all the love so we can, get out of here on the right note. What was your favorite song? Any favorites? Any favorites? Punani Politics. Anyone else?
That
Anyone
you get
else?
a condom.
Oh, she got condoms, y'all. Who else needs some condoms in
Who else
here?
needs a condom?
Say your favorite song. so you
Saving
can get a
lives.
condom. Wait, you have any more?
Yeah, they're out front.
Oh, they out front. Okay,
Outside. Yeah, you can
okay.
catch me
So
outside.
we got merchandise outside. We got condoms outside.
That one right there.
Which one was your favorite? Which one was your favorite?
Well, I love them all, but that one
Okay.
right there is just the way she
Without Love.
yeah, the way she brings it, the way
All
she
right.
owns that song.
Well-
Gladys Knight's that song.
Well, thank you for that. All right, no pips. All right. Well, thank you, Shelly Nicole's Blackbush, for musically affirming our sense of self. Be sure to pick up her single, Punani Politics, wherever you buy or stream music. And look out for her new album, I Am American, coming out this summer. You can also keep up with Shelly Nicole's Blackbush on Instagram at Blackbush and Team Blackbush. I'm Tiaya Smart Young, and I hope you guys had a really good time tonight. I know you did. Be sure to stop by our Brick House studio every Thursday to hear more of the best music that Brooklyn has to offer. You can also check out tonight's installment and past episodes anytime at youtube.com/BRIC TV, or check out BRIC Radio Podcast, this episode of the BRIC Radio Podcast, everywhere you listen to podcasts. Okay, Shelly Nicole Blackbush, take us out of here with one more song right after this.
You say life has got you down. Can't see nothing clearly spinning round. You feel like you're going crazy. Body broken, battered, so you think, baby, life ain't worth the living. Too much working, the forgiving. When you recognize you're on the ground, you can get up, you can get up, you recognize you're on the ground. You can get up, you can get up. Oh, you're slipping deeper into the darkness. You feel you won't come back. There's an answer to this madness. There's a solution, and that's a fact. Grab the hand of your sister, of your brother. Trust and know they got your back. When you recognize you're on the ground, you can get up, you can get up, you recognize you're on the ground. You get up, you get up, you recognize you're on the ground. You get up, you get up, you recognize you're on the ground. Come on, clap. You know, I like y'all clapping. Tired thinking you ain't got no more. Can you open up your eyes? See there's power on the floor. And I try to know you're tired thinking you ain't got no more. Can you open up your eyes? See there's power on the floor. And I try to know you're tired thinking you ain't got no more. Can you open up your eyes? See there's power on the floor. And I try to know you're tired thinking you ain't got no more. Can you open up your eyes, see there's power on the floor, power on the floor, power on the floor. You recognize you're on the ground. You get up, you get up, you recognize you're on the ground. You get up, you get up, you recognize you're on the ground. You get up, you recognize you're on the ground. You get up, you get up.
Dream of the things you'll never know. Oh, dream of the beauty within your soul.
George Floyd!
When you dream, dream slow. Take the time to let dreams grow. Just dream, just dream, just dream.
What's up, guys? I'm Ray DeJean, host and producer of Laughaholics Live, brought to you by BRIC TV. You know there's been a government shutdown. There's all these things going on with the State of the Union in the country. It's time to laugh, ladies and gentlemen. It's time to get some stress off your chest. We want to make you a Laughaholic tonight.
Welcome out to Laughaholics Live, ladies and gentlemen. What's up? That's the shit right there, nigga. Hey! I like the hairstyle, yeah. You got the wings on the side. I see what you're doing there. look like a goddamn runway. I see that shit. My old ass trying to do that shit. I was all right. At least I was on beat, yeah. Come on, that was funny as hell. I just thought about that shit. That shit was funny. Mike Tyson, come on. This is ludicrous. Queen Latifah. How you doing? Is this bodyguard over here? How you doing, sister? How's everything? You just came from work. I see you got the smocks underneath the jacket. Scrubs, whatever. All right. Fucking see you talk. These are scrubs. couple of ladies got their hair done. Look, there you go. Nice. Looking nice. Look very nice. Right? Do you sleep sitting up? Over here, look. This is one of my. She comes to almost every show, and her hair is always done. Always. Yeah. What'd you say? You going every Thursday, and that's her hair. But it's her hair. There's a few of y'all in here that are hating. I know. I see the little unbelievable crews. I see the trains a little off the track. I see a couple. I see y'all doing this, eating crab legs. I know what's happening. Don't hate on her, because that's her shit. That's all I'm saying. There's a lot going on right here. Hey. I remember one time I was trying to get romantic with this young lady. She took me on a world tour through her hair. I'm trying to run my fingers through her hair. First, I hit Malaysia. And then I moved on a little bit. I hit the Dominican Republic. And then I moved on a little bit, and I reached Peru. Then in the back was regular Africa, because it was like a can of Del Monte peas in the back. I was like, okay. I got scrubs. All right. Okay, you ain't got to explain it. We had a comedy show. She's explaining why she has on scrubs, ladies and gentlemen. I work on Wednesday. Okay. That's good. I'm glad you have a job. By the way, she told me you had a job a little while ago. So what do you do for a living, by the way? Direct patient in a psych facility. Direct patient care. Okay. So what does that mean? What does that mean? You directly push them around? They lively? Okay, so this is the mentally challenged individuals. You know we got to be politically correct nowadays. You can't say the R word anymore. Can't say that. No, you can't say that. I didn't say that. By the way, on camera, I didn't say that. He said that right there. Put it on him right there. Can't say that. Well, whatever. You're dealing with some people that need some assistance and support. Clap it up for this young lady right here. Yeah. Yeah. Did they ever snatch your wig off? I'm just wondering. Shut up, Scrubs. Shut up, Scrubby. Okay, I'm just playing. Okay, she said her hair is usually braided. They'll snatch them off too. You mean like this, like right here? Okay. Okay. Nah, because I mean, you know, I could see them looking at it thinking that it's a fitted hat. I'm just wondering. I'm saying though. She get ready to fight me. Look, I want to slap box you, Ray DeJean. This is some bullshit. So let's get ready to have some fun, ladies and gentlemen. 2019, if another fucking person says Happy New Year to me, I'm going to punch you in your goddamn face. Listen, how many days do you wait until you stop saying Happy New Year? Remember last year, this dude told me that shit in like fucking June. I'm like, yo, how you gonna tell me? Yo, but dude, I ain't see you since then. Come on, man. Forget about it. How are you? That's it. I don't need to hear no Happy New Year bullshit. Keep that shit moving. Colin Powell, you okay? How did my man do? He did okay? How do you know? He said he breaking in like you a comedy critic. So you know how to do stand-up, sir? I'm getting ready to fuck you up. You know that, right? That was quick. That was quick. You was quicker than me on that one. You got to it before I did. I was getting ready to destroy your ass. He just fucked my whole flow up. You see that, Mace? We're going to keep the show going. Let's give it up for Malcolm one more time. Malcolm Sills, young man, do this thing. Laughaholics Live, episode number 2, season 6, coming to the stage right now. This gentleman did the show in the beginning when we first started doing it a couple of years ago, and now he's back to do another set. Please put your hands together all the way from Pennsylvania. Let's hear it for the old school comic, Mr. Sean Harvey, y'all. Give it up. Sean Harvey.
What's up, everybody? It's your boy, Sean Harvey. We in Brooklyn. We at Laughaholics.
One more time, y'all. Give it up for Sean Harvey. Sean Harvey, baby.
Here, Brooklyn, stand up. Sean Harvey, it's your boy, Laughaholics Live. Let's go.
Like my mother say, thank God for Jesus. And y'all give it up for me. Next month, I celebrated my 54th birthday. Next month. Come on, yeah. So let's take a journey back to the days the way we used to shock and amaze. The people in the back, the people in the front. Let's do it like this. I ain't gonna keep you long. We gonna go like this. You ready? Let's go. Come on. Yeah, let's throw your hands in the air and wave. I'm like I just don't care. And if you're at the spot and you're looking fly, everybody say, oh yeah, oh yeah. And all ladies in the house, pretty ladies in the house, sexy ladies in the house, all ladies in the house, say ow. Come on, ow. Cut that shit off. Right. Right. That felt good. These young folks can kiss our ass. I'm old school forever. They not gonna forget about us. Remember back in the days when you had no heat in your apartment, you put the oven on 550 degrees. You boil water on the stove. Your kitchen 700 degrees. Bedroom in the back -4. Back in the days when you got a tray bag of weed, you got 17 joints out the bag. Let's talk about this. You bought that bag on Friday, it lasts till Monday in our day. Not like these young cats. They smoke weed and flavored cigars. That shit is gay to me. You see these young cats, they go right to the bodega. Yo, Poppy, let me get a strawberry, vanilla, raspberry, morning scented, honeydew flavor, lemon style, sour cream style, potpourri style, Dutch. Are you out of your mind? Come on, back in our day, we took a sheet of Big Bamboo, a sheet of Easy Water, put the weed, the seeds, and the stem in the joint. Lit the weed up. Weed used to pop in 1979. The seeds popped in 79. Soon as you lit it off, it bites your lip or pop. Like, where your lip, son? What? What? Back in the days when domestic violence was legal. Shit was legal in 79. My father punched my mother in the face, my mother stabbed him with a fork, and we sat down and kept eating dinner. Oh. We rocked a black eye back in our day. We ain't had no therapy. Sitting here taking Ritalin. We ain't do therapy in 79. You young folks need to recognize what's going on. You ain't gonna believe this, man. You young. You gotta see me. Back in the days before the lip gloss, ladies, when you put a dab of Vaseline on your lips, and you had to brown lip liner to go around the Vaseline, and you look like a clown in '79. Ladies, back in the days when you wore the jelly shoes, and when you took them off, had the imprint on your foot for 4 days. Your big ass jumping double dutch with the big tit. Don't you forget that. Young folks kill me. They walk around with pit bulls, light blue eyes, named Gucci. You walk around with a Yorkie, a dog in a bag. It's ridiculous to me. 1979, I had a real dog. I had a German Shepherd. Right. My German Shepherd name was King. Remember King, right? He was brown with the beige chest, long ears, long nuts. Ate Alpo in the can back then, $7.99. A real dog. He'll let you in the house, won't let you out, that motherfucker. Auntie be like, King ain't gonna bother you. Now just go on outside. King like this, I'ma tear your ass up when you get over here. Thank God for Jesus. What? Back in the day when women had hair on their vagina. And clap for these two, they still got hair on the vagina. They got the Pam Grier pussies. That's how we did it back in the day. We unbraid the cornrow, put afro sheen on. Back in '79. Come on now. Back in our day, we didn't have no cell phones, didn't even have beepers. What? Came outside with quarters, nickels, and dimes and used the payphone. Y'all don't even remember this. And when you ran out of nickels, like, bitch, call me back at 718-647. 4573. What is wrong with you people? Oh, shit. Come on now. I saw this young girl earlier today. God bless her. She was walking around. Her daughter had on Uptowns. The baby was 11 years old, 11 months old. You wearing Uptowns at 11 months old? That was disrespectful. I was born in the early 60s. When I started walking, my mother put on the original hard bottoms. The Buster Browns. The all white with the wood. As soon as I started walking, I walked just like this. I walk like this now because my nuts are too long now, because when you're in your mid-50s, your nuts get big nuts. What? Yo, Brooklyn, I love y'all. I love BK. But I'm from the Bronx, New York. The BX will be next. Home of Section 8. Home of the dope fiends. Home of all three of my baby mothers. I went to James Monroe High School in the Bronx. Worst high school on earth. My father was in my class. I'm 17, he 37. We in the hallway, he like, yo, where the bitches at? Where the bitches at? Fuck out your butt, son, where the fuck the bitches at? Yo, let's smoke some cigarettes, son. Let's get left back. I was like, yo, Dad, come on, man, let's go. Ha! Ha! Thank God for Jesus. I'm a grown-ass man. My name is Sean, and I'm a Pisces. And all my child support is paid, zero balance. Come on, fellas, stop it, come on. Come on, clap for me. I'm finished. I paid child support for 11 years, pimp. It was busting my ass. Yeah, 11 years straight. Yeah, 11. No, it was a lot of money it was taking out. 11 years. They were taking out so much money out of my check, pimp. I was getting $350 a week for 11 years. I was driving a 1988 Toyota Cressida in 2016. With no air conditioning. I was living in half of a studio with no air conditioning. My baby mother was winning. I was driving that Cressida down the block. She pulled up in a 2016 BMW. My 20-year-old daughter in the back seat. I'm texting my daughter like, what the fuck? Yo, pimp, $350 a week. But my swag was up. I still had a girlfriend. Living in the Bronx. Still had a girlfriend. $350 a week. She believed in my dreams. And when you finish your child support, they give you a certificate. It says, use free. I ain't playing. It was struggling with me. But check this out, right? That $350, I was making it work, right, pimp? Then I got my check one day. Check said $1,200. Right, so wait. I looked at the check. Hold on, I looked at the check. Whoa. I thought it was a setup at the job. I took that check back to Human Resources voluntarily. Because I wasn't messing up my lifestyle. I had the Cressida, no air conditioner. I was living in a half of a studio, had the nerve enough to have a girlfriend. I was being humble and minding my business. You know what I'm saying? And then a human resources manager gonna tell me, Sean, wait a minute. Your child support is over. This is what you really make. I said, I've been working here 11 years, and I make $1,200 a week? You know what I did? My lady that struggled with me through child support, you know what I did? I cut her off, got a better bitch. Stepped up, got me a woman with a weave, thick ass, thick titty, size 9 shoe. Went to Major Rail, bought me a Ultima. I put $3 down. I pay $1,700 a month. I got the leather seats now. I'm popping bottles. BX. Be next. Got a bad bitch. It's a grown man on this stage now. I'm talking. Let's talk about it. And you fellas out here, let me tell you something. I want to talk to the fellas for a second. You're doing that side chick shit, it's not a good look. You have a woman that you would now, you struggling with your own woman, you got the nerve enough to try to have a chick on the side? And you plastering your lady all on social media? And what are you doing? You don't do the side chick shit. I'm talking to you. I'm talking to you, and you, big man over there, all y'all. Don't do it. Because I don't do the side chick thing. No more. And I'm gonna keep it, I'm gonna tell you what happened to me, because we family, right? Okay, my side chick broke my heart. She left me for another man. You know, I went home and told my wife about this shit. I was like, how this bitch gonna do this to us? That's why I love my wife. We work through this. I love this woman. She struggled with me through through the side chick. Honey, wherever you at, I love you. But you know who I miss the most? My side chick's son. The little dude. You could leave him, but you could do what you want with me, but what about him? I had a relationship with him for 3 years. I love him to death, everybody. And I'm gonna tell you why. That's my side son. And you telling me my side son can't play with my regular son? I got a regular family at home. My side son was with my side family. And then my side son gonna call me on the phone. He like, side dad. I was like, what's up? He was like, I miss you, side dad. He said he missed me, man. That broke my heart, pimp. And then his mother on the side, he like that. Hang up the motherfucking phone. He ain't shit. He said, put your mother on the phone. I said, yo, don't be talking that way while I'm on the phone with him. She said, nigga, I'm taking you to court. It's like, taking me to court for what? She's like, you got to pay side support. So I had to go to family court. I had to use the side entrance. I drove my sidekick down there. But y'all give it up for me. I want custody of my side son. Y'all clap with me. He's home with me. I pay $179 on the side. Because that's what a real dude does. Thank you, miss. Thank you. I ain't staying long. It's after 10 o'clock and I got arthritis in both my knees. Ladies, get with me. I got arthritis in both knees. That means I get a check. Ladies, come over here and rub a knee if you want to get paid. Watch after the show. One of y'all ladies gonna be like, I'll touch your name. All right. Man, yo, Ray DeJean, we love you for what you do here in Brooklyn, man. Let's clap for Ray, man. We love you, bro. Laughaholics Live, live, man. Me and Ray did on his radio show. I was his co-host until he fired me. Yeah, it's fucked up, Ray. Fucking fired me, man. But I love him. We remain friends to this day. I believe in black unity. In spite of. That's my man right there. Y'all clap for Ray DeJean, man. Come on, Laughaholics. Brooklyn King of Comedy, man. I co-sign that. That's my man. But before I leave, I want to share this, and it's getting back to the fellas, all right? Because I got love for y'all, man, because these women, man, they be dogging us. Because we make bad decisions. It's all our fault. Men, we are retarded. Because we don't know what we have when it's good in front of us. Because we preach this instant gratification. Instead of going the long haul with your lady. You're 40, 50 years old, you out there trying to play. You got diabetes and you trying to get another chick. Your balls barely work. And ladies, I'm gonna let you know, I take Viagra. Yes, I'm on it. I don't take Viagra because my dick don't work. I take it because I went over my 750,000 nut limit. I ran out of nut. I ain't no regular. This the grown man part of this. I'm telling you the truth, pimp. You understand? That's why he said that. And I'm going to share this, fellas, because I love y'all to death. You with your lady, that's the woman you're supposed to be with tonight. I'm telling you this because I ran into my ex-wife with her new man, and that dude looked beautiful. beautiful. He was 6'4", looked like Luke Cage, body built, looked like he was a foreman running back for the Giants. My ex-wife, 51, new dude, 37, putting brand new dick in my ex-wife. And ladies, you know when you get a new dick, your skin clear up, your teeth whiten up, you start walking like this. When you get new dick, you walk like this. He bought a brand new Louis Vuitton bag, he holding the bag. This dude was winning. 37 years old, New York City Sanitation, that's what he worked for. Already a lieutenant. 3 401k plans. He getting money. I'm a full-time comedian. You do the math. This dude was driving a 2019 Suburban and 2029 Suburban in 2019. I was like, when did the 29s come out? Yeah. What? This dude was winning. Fellas, are you listening to me? This has really happened to me. Then my ex-wife called me. She's like, I want to come to the comedy show. Always let my ex-wife in. She said, I want to bring the new dude. I said, okay, you free. He's got to pay $60. If he putting sperm on your forehead, he got to pay. I'm from the Bronx. But you know what I did? I let him in because I couldn't let this guy know that he was winning and I was losing. So they pull up in the 29. 29 fly as hell. They pull up in the 29. They fly as hell. They come floating into the club. Floating into the club? They was fly as hell. They went to the bar. They ordered the wings with the 7 dipping sauces. I didn't even know they had mango vanilla dipping sauce. Some fly shit. Right, so then, right, they in the back, eating, then guess what? He came walking over to me. Luke, 6'4", the brolic dude, winning, Yankee fitted, fresh Uptowns on. He said, Sean, you funny as fuck. What you drinking at the bar, pimp? That's what he said to me, pimp, like, and I'm a drinker. I was like, let me get 2 double coconut Cirocs and 17 Heinekens. That's how I get down. I'm a drinker. But we throwing back the drinks, now we just fucked up, it's all good. And then at the corner of my eye, you listen to me, fellas? I saw my ex-wife out the corner of my eye, and I forgot how fat that ass was. I forgot how we had Bible studies on Sunday morning. I forgot how we had Domino's Pizza on Wednesday, pimp. I forgot how she played with my balls on Friday night. The motherfucking ball game was crazy. And in the back of my mind, I wanted my ex-wife back. But the new dude was winning. So I get drunk as hell. My ex-wife and her new man drive me home in the 29. I'm in the back seat like this had vibrating seats in this. She texting her home. Sean drunk, he in the back seat. We just had to take him home. So then we get home, right, pimp? I'm drunk, I'm by myself, so you know what? I said, I'm gonna call my ex-wife. I know he spent $200. I know he dropped me off in the 29. But I'm gonna call my ex-wife, I want her back. So I called at 2 o'clock in the morning. Second ring, new dude picks up the phone. Yo, Sean, what's good, sir? Yo, everything all right, man? Yo, that was a good look, man. You know what I'm saying, man? We're gonna drop you off home, man. We need to do this again, man. Your daughter coming in, man. Everything's good. Yo, Sean, you all right, man? Everything's cool, man? What's going on? I didn't even know what to say. I said the dumbest shit. I said, nigga, before I hung up the phone, I was like, nigga, I had the pussy first. Hey, Sean Harvey, thank you so much, man. I appreciate y'all, man. Yo, support Ray DeJean. Thank you so much, man. Yeah, Tim, thank you, bro.
Come on, man. Give it up for that motherfucker. Sean Harvey, funny as hell. But is it me or did he smoke crack before he came in? Because he was pacing. You see him? Sweating, but he's sweating like Mike Tyson in the spelling bee, right? Heavy. Yo, this dude was losing his mind up here. He's looking at me. You see his eyes open? Like, yo, that's crack right there. I don't give a shit. I don't give a fuck what y'all say. Well, I ain't know crack make you that funny, though. I feel like I'm getting ready to catch that shit, man. All right, let's give it up for Sean Harvey from Pennsylvania one more time. And let's recap a little bit and give it up for the first comedian that hit the stage. He did a really good job. The young man, Malcolm Sills. Clap it up for Malcolm Sills. A white guy came in here and made black ghetto people laugh, yeah? This is a good look. Everybody feeling good? Everybody good? Everybody good, all right. We appreciate everybody coming out. This is the second episode of season 6, and it's Slapaholics Live, produced by BRIC TV and myself. And this is 42 episodes later, guys. 42 episodes later. And we're moving strong, man. I got a gentleman, man, that you're going to love so much. This guy, this is his first time here, first time on Slapaholics Live. You're going to love him to death. He's funny as hell, and he's from out of town. Please put your hands together for my closer tonight. Let's give it up for Hot Sauce, y'all. Give it up for Hot Sauce.
Yo, what's up? This your boy Brandon Hot Sauce Glover. I'm out here kicking in Lindenwood down there, kicking with my man Ray DeJean at the Slapaholics, man. I'm about to do my thing.
Hey, what's up, y'all? What's up? Oh, man. Happy to be in New York, man. I'm from St. Louis. Y'all give it up for that. Came all the way to New York. Oh, man. New York got a way of making you, from New York. They make you a New Yorker quick. I went to Walmart. A dude jumped out of nowhere. Apparently, I look like people from here. He jumped out of nowhere and said, son, I ain't seen you in a long time. He like, you man cousin, ain't you? And he done made all this hoopla in Walmart. I ain't know what to say. I was like, shit, okay, I'm man cousin now. I ain't know what else to do but to lie. I'm like, yeah, I just got off the phone with the nigga. He started testing me and shit, talking about some, man, how you been? I'm like, shit, still being man, what the fuck? Sir, I don't know him. Man, happy to be in New York, man, but I don't know if you guys taking the Uber here or not, but I don't think they looking at these people's resumes good enough for me. Yeah, man, for real. I think they just giving people GPS saying go out there and just pick up some people. Because I got picked up the other day by a real Crip. Do you know that? Yeah, he a Crip and can't even go everywhere. How the hell you a Uber driver? And you can't even go everywhere. Tell this dude I got to go somewhere in the Bronx. He's talking about, I can't even go over there, son. They just killed my little cousin over there. This dude giving me all the alternative routes. You can get on this and you can get on that. I'm like, what the hell? So I started complaining. I'm in the back trying to complain. How the hell you complain to Uber? This dude see me. He told me, are you back there trying to complain? I'm like, hell yeah. Your star is going down, sir. If you can't take me to my damn destination. And I knew it was something wrong with this dude's Uber because he was Ubering out of Chevy Caprice with 2 people with puppies in the back. You hear me? Yeah, I get in this dude's car. He trying to sell me some puppies that he don't even know shit about. I said, okay, what kind of puppies is these? He's talking about one of them like a pit Yorkie. I'm like, a pit Yorkie? I'm like, who the daddy? He's talking about the Yorkie. I'm like, shit. Now, that's a strong-ass Yorkie to get a full-fledged pit bull pregnant. You hear me? Give me that fucking Yorkie. Nothing about New York. I don't know if you're getting pulled over by the police out here, but these niggas ain't even real polices. You hear me? They are gangster. They pull you over and say gangster stuff to you, man. You don't know what the hell to say. They be pulling you over. Sir, what are you? A citizen? What the hell are you? Call the real fucking police. And they say crazy shit when they pull you over. Sir, do you know you missed that stop sign back there? I'm like, well, shit, let me bag back. Ain't no sense in you damn working no damn, you know, write no damn ticket. I could just reverse. Yeah, you're doing a lot of paperwork just for a reverse. Come on now. For real. They say crazy shit to you. Talking about, sir, do you know your tail light was out? Hell no, I drive in the inside of my car. This car say a lot of shit. It say out of oil, out of gas. Don't say shit about no tail lights. And you know I'm black. I started asking for some black shit. I'm like, sir, could you go get your manager? Yeah, I fucked the police up. They didn't even know they ain't had no manager. You were like, breaker one, do we got a manager? Yeah, I thought we had a chief. This nigga's looking for managers. I want to say this. Anybody in relationship here? Anybody in relationship? Okay, I see a couple people sitting together. Don't even want to clap. Okay. Yeah, motherfucker like I love her, but I don't love her. I love her. Yeah, ain't like we kissing in the mouth, I tell you that. Yeah, because I don't know about you, but kissing in the mouth means something real to black people, though, don't it? Fuck that. I eat your little pussy, but I ain't going to kiss you in the mouth. Yeah, you catch mono from that shit. I don't know what the fuck you get from eating pussy. For real, man. But it's hard being in these relationships, though, man. It is hard as hell being in these relationships, man. Tell this to all the fellas in here, man. I don't know how it is in New York, but I live in Chicago now, man. And don't move in with these women, man. Yeah, man, they can't wait to put your ass the hell out. Yeah, and I don't know if you know how cold Chicago gets. It gets negative 1,000. Do you know that? Yeah. And a woman will wait to negative 1,000 to put you the hell out. Yeah, all of a sudden, it's negative 1,000, this shit ain't working out. You like, it's gonna have to work out to the spring a little bit, bitch. Yeah, you have to fuck this new dude upstairs. Yeah, I'm finna have to be your little cousin for a minute. For real. And that's when I found out Chicago police don't give a fuck about you. Cause you can't put nobody out and it's negative 1,000 and I'm anemic. That ain't no normal put out. Yeah, that's attempted murder. You trying to kill me. You know I ain't got no iron in my body. Why would you put me out and you know I have no iron? Yeah, I called the police hard as hell, man. I said, could you come get this lady? It's negative 1,000, I'm anemic. They start asking for crazy ass shit. Talking about, sir, is your name on the lease? I'm like, I ain't call you about no fucking lease. My name ain't on the lease, but I spent $1,000 of my food stamps in this bitch house. And I don't know about y'all, but when you spend your food stamps in somebody's house, you be talking hard as hell to them kids, don't you? You be like, hey, all that in and out the refrigerator shit? Yeah, that's gonna have to stop with my stamp money in there. For real. And whenever you finna get put out, it's like you done fucked up all your spending nights. Do you know that? You call people you think that you love, that you think love you, like your mother. I tried to call my mama, tell her some real shit. Like, Mama, I gotta get out this woman's house. She cheating on me and shit. My mom was like, ooh, where you gonna go? I'm like, I'm trying to go back to your house. My mom was like, no, your room is a computer room now. How the hell you gonna come back here in your room as a computer room? I'm like, well, Mama, she cheating. Well, you just gonna have to let her. You have nowhere to go, nigga. For real. But I ain't gonna lie to y'all, man. I love y'all to death, but women, hey, y'all are some self-esteem fucker-uppers. Yeah, man, you fuck up men's self-esteem. We come over your house with the dick we grew. Y'all look at us crazy, talking, oh my God, is that it? You like, yeah, that's all the dick I got on me. Yeah, that's all the dick I came over here with. You got me searching my pockets like I don't even know my own size. I'm all in your kitchen like, damn, ain't no more dick in here? This is crazy. I'm up here calling my friends like, hey, Ray, you ain't got no dick over there? I got my dick on me. For real, it's starting to get so bad now, I don't even want women to say shit when I'm having sex. When I'm having sex, all I want to hear is oh and ah. I want to hear shit like, you killing it. You too big. That ain't the shit I heard. I heard crazy shit like deeper. Deeper. I'm like, okay, lady, that's already my knee. I go in the deep, I'm gonna be inside of this humongous pussy of yours. And look at the big pussy women trying not to laugh. They doing that fake laugh, like, yeah. Let's laugh together. Let's don't tell on each other in here. These are jokes, okay? For real, man. Starting to get so bad now, you can't even let women have certain jobs in the relationships. Like go home and go to the store and buy some condoms. Hell no, they some wishful thinkers. This girl came back home with this big ass box with all these X's and L's on there. I was like, who the fuck finna put on that stocking? Motherfucker, I am a strong medium. Why the hell are you buying shoe covers? Trying to fuck with my self-esteem, lady. Oh, y'all caught that a little bit later? Okay. They had to think about it. Shoe covers, okay. But it's hard out here, man. It's hard. In the dating game period, man, women can do shit in a relationship men just cannot do, man. It's double standards. For real. Like a woman can go through your phone as a man 1,000,000 times. You as a man go through a woman phone one time, all of a sudden you a weak-ass, gay-ass man. Do you know that? For real. They be calling their friends and shit. Yeah, they be calling their friends talking about, girl, I can't believe this gay-ass nigga. Then went through my contacts. She got you defending yourself. You're like, hold on, I ain't no motherfucking contact going through or not. I said, I saw an inbox and a text message. I did not go through your shit. For real. Fellas, you know this shit? You know what it is. Women know how to go through the phone because they know how to sound nice, like they ain't gonna do shit when they go through it. You didn't heard the shit. I saw the little text message. I know you fucking her. Just tell me the truth. No, I saw the little text message. I know you fucking her. Just tell me the truth. And men, we dumb, man. We like, shit, okay, you already know I'm fucking. I might as well tell you the truth. I got a little head, but I don't know her, though. Shit. Her name is Footlocker in my phone. This is crazy. I know we ain't about to get in on tour over some bitch we both don't know that. You don't know the bitch, I don't know the bitch. Why is she fucking our household up? This mysterious bitch. For real. Women know how to do shit. They know how to do it. They different. And if you're in a relationship, man, you gotta know yourself out here if you're dating certain people. Like I know myself. You know what I mean? Like I don't got no kids. Y'all give it up for that. In my 30s, no kid. Ooh, ooh. Couple niggas hating the clap. Fuck him. Hey, fuck you, sir. I didn't tell you I wasn't going raw. I'm just telling you my pullout game is amazing. My nigga, don't be trying to judge it. I'm just a bow. You know, I'm about this motherfucker. Yeah, but I know myself, though. I know myself. Since I don't got kids, I don't date women with kids because I know I'm petty enough to take the shit out on the kids. You hear me? You do something to me, everybody's going down. I'm sorry, I'm petty. I'm petty. I don't got no kids. I don't know how to think for them. I don't know. I tried to date this little young lady. She had a nice little light-skinned baby. Thought I could play it off. She want to break up with me all hard. Talking about, it's over, we done. I'm like, it's over, we done. I'm like, okay. Told her I was petty. I was like, all right, y'all, unplug my game. Yeah, where's my other joystick at? Yeah, she done got me into it with a whole 5-year-old. He mad as that thing. Talking about, man, I was on a whole nother level. I looked down, the little dude said, me and your mother was too. Now unplug my shit. The level has changed, okay? For real. You got to know if you petty. I'm petty in a relationship, period. This woman told me she want to see other people, and I done bought all the light bulbs in the house. You hear me? Yeah. I went to unscrew, and I'm like, oh, you ain't going to be 60 watting off me. You going to see this new nigga in the dark? You going to use my light bulb to see a whole new nigga. I am petty. I know myself. I am petty in a relationship, period. But like, I'm for real, man. No bull crap, man. You know what I'm saying? These kids out here is crazy, too. Like I was talking about kids. I don't like kids for certain shit. You know what I mean? I'm not no kid fuck with her because I don't like kids, because kids will fuck your self-esteem up. I'm going to tell you that. Okay? Now, I'm going to tell you why I say this, because I try to be a good kid, fuck with her. I try to kick it with my niece and my nephew. Okay? Now, at this time, I had a receding hairline. Okay? Yeah, I cut all my hair off because of this one incident. These little bastards fucked my self-esteem up. Okay? I put these little bastards in my car. My little nephew gonna touch the back of my head. My niece went crazy. Talking about, don't touch his head. He got a soft spot. You touch his head, he'll die. I said, oh, this little bitch just said I got cradle cap. Man, where the fuck is my hat at? They are fucking with my self-esteem. Another thing about little kids, I don't know if you know, man, they are some repeaters. Do you know that? Yeah, they repeat every damn thing. Okay, I'm on the phone talking to a promoter, say, hey, man, I need a deposit. I don't even know, dude. I need that deposit. The only thing my little nephew hears is, I don't even know, dude. He gonna keep saying, I don't even know, dude. I don't even know, dude. And it was funny the first 47 times. It just got real serious when we got to the damn mall. He went to run off, run straight to the damn security guard. I said, come on back over here, little Cam. This nigga gonna look at me, look back at the security guard, tell me, I don't even know, dude. I said, no, little nigga, you know me. I spent my gas money bringing you here. This nigga looked back at me, looked back at the security guard, and said, I don't even know, dude. So I left. Hey, I'm on TV, man. I ain't no pedophile, nigga. If the little baby don't know me, he don't know me. Okay? I'm not going down. I'm not going down. For real. My sister called me all frantic, telling me, I said, oh my God, where my kids at? I said, oh, they at the fucking mall. Apparently they don't fucking know me. Go see if your own kids know your ass. For real, I don't fuck with kids. Oh, the reason I don't fuck with kids is my childhood was fucked up, man. If you do got kids out here, man, please let your kids have a childhood. Don't let them grow up too motherfucking quick, because that's why I think all this crazy shit is happening with these kids, because they feel like they just as grown as us. The information is too accessible. You remember back in the day, we used to have grown folks' business. Your ass had to go in the back. I don't know what the fuck they was talking about still to this day. Because I couldn't be in there. You know what I mean? But my mama kind of used to little fuck us up. She used to grow us up too quick. Fucked us up. We 10 years old. She just come in there and say all kind of crazy shit. Just want to let y'all know we about to get evicted unless one of y'all got a little job. I go back to school. I'm smoking cigarettes and drinking coffee. Because I can't pay attention to shit in my class. Because I know I got to Friday before my shit is off. I'm in there talking to janitors and shit. I'm like, how much you make an hour, nigga? Nigga, like $10 with benefits. I'm like, I got to get the fuck out this school so I can take care of business. She used to tell us all kind of shit. Just want to let y'all know we about to, electricity about to get cut off unless one of y'all got a little job. Me and my brothers had to have a meeting. Do we really need this bitch? I'm for real. Everything's in our name. We don't really need her. We need a new mother, motherfucker. We don't need this bitch here. We need another fucking mother. For real, man. Kids was fucked up. My mama used to fuck us up. For real. And that's why I love my mama to death, but I know certain shit can't happen to me. If it's up to my mama, I'ma die. I just know certain shit. For real. Like, you ever notice that black people don't never get kidnapped? For real. And I know, like, I done been on all kind of TV shit right now. Y'all can kidnap me for some little money, call my mama for some little money, $30,000. You ain't gonna get nothing but cuss the fuck out. Yeah, $30,000. She don't give a fuck about me like that. She'll be trying to talk to the kidnappers like, damn, y'all want the whole 30? I can't give y'all $100 to Friday. I ain't gonna keep his little fingers on or nothing. They like, no, ma'am. She like, well, shit, put him on the phone. Now she trying to talk me to my death. Tell me, baby, you got to live to be 30, okay? I can't put my house up. I got other kids to raise. My mama fuck around, get mad, I'm kidnapped. Now you got yourself in this predicament now. You supposed to been on the road telling jokes now. I'm like, oh, my mama don't give a fuck. Can't call no old coworker. He be bringing up old shit on you. You like, man, Mark, I hate to tell you this, man. They didn't kidnap me. They talking about they want 30,000. He gonna be like, whoa, 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 you called me? Now, I ain't trying to get petty with you, but do you see how God works? You remember that day I asked you to work for me? You told me you couldn't do it, but do you see how God would? Now you gotta talk to the kidnappers. Now, nigga just killed me. That was the two niggas I knew with money. I've been in this game for a little minute, man. I noticed black people and white people that we different with money, though, ain't we? We did. Like if you ask a black person right now for your money that he owe you, he starts scratching right here, you know he ain't got your money. For real, you be like, Charles, what happened to my $20? He be like, shit, you still tripping off that funk ass $20? You like, nigga, it was a good 20 when I loaned it to you. Now that I want it back, it's a funky 20. That's just bullshit. For real, you know? But white people, they got it too. You ever go ask a white person for a loan? They do that little white expression like, ugh. You know that white expression like, ooh, we looked at your credit. Ugh. I can't give you that loan, I can't. Like, ooh, I can tell by the lips, this bitch is gonna say no. Real, it's the same lips if you go ask if your auntie gonna make it out the hospital. You be like, ooh, she gonna make it? They be like, doesn't look good. Like, oh, auntie about to die. Do you see the white lady lips? That's it's not looking good. I told y'all put that car in my name. You ever seen them type of niggas at the hospital arguing over bullshit? Now, who get her laptop? Real. I love this time, though, man. Love this time, man. January, February, you love these times right here, man. Because it's tax season, ain't it? This is tax time. This when niggas act like they've been balling their whole life, don't it? For real, when niggas got their taxes, you can't tell them shit, okay? You niggas be pointing shit. Yeah, what you want? What are you getting? You for real, you can tell. You can always tell when somebody got their taxes too. You ask them one thing, they telling you shit you ain't even asked them. You like, Charles, what you doing? Nothing, finna get my baby mama $500, get my kids some shoes. You like, oh, this nigga got the money on him. For real, they be eating different and shit. You like, oh, let's go to McDonald's. Nigga be like, I don't eat that shit'll kill you. That's what I don't fuck with. All I eat is lobster. This nigga is too baller. Real. And if you're out here too, man, you know, I like to leave on good positive things, you know. If you're out here having sex, please, I want you to wrap it up. Clap for that. We got to wrap it the fuck up. Got to, because there's some shit out here now that, man, shit, New York State Hospital ain't going to take your ass. Yeah, you got to call X-Files for that. Yeah, they tell you some crazy shit like, yes, you have to call Scully and Mulder. You be like, damn, do I? And black people, you know, you can't tell us we got certain disease, we'll fuck a clinic up, though, won't we? Yeah, like you can't tell me I got no AIDS. I'm gonna be like, AIDS? That's exactly what the fuck I don't got. Oh, I got something else. We be trying to think like we can get other shit. Nah, give me diabetes. Yeah, I want that shit like my grandma and them got. Yeah, give me something else. You be trying to switch diseases. Nah, fuck it. No, give me polio. Fuck that. You be trying to get old shit. Real, and like I said, in black people, we inventive. Nigga. We done came up with stoplights, peanut butter and shit. You know what I mean? We gonna come up with a remedy for AIDS. Fuck that, I ain't got no AIDS. I'm gonna go on and drink some of this bleach in the morning. Gonna put some of these potatoes around my neck like my grandma said. Yeah, I'm gonna drink a fifth of cameline lotion. Yeah, and get rid of chicken pox. It gotta get rid of AIDS. Fuck that. And I got an old country grandma. She'll be trying to help me. She'll be like, baby, you got AIDS. Well, go in that medicine cabinet, get some of that olive oil out of that. You like, what? Get some of that olive oil out of that. You like, grandma, where you want me to put it in? Put it in your ass. Like, grandma, it's burning. That mean it's working. Like, damn. I feel cured now. You go back to the hospital. You niggas try to play me it was olive oil the whole time. I am cured. For real, man. Just got to watch certain shit, you know? And let me say this, too. Anybody smoke weed in here? Anybody smoke weed? Okay, if the police in here, I'm just playing. Yeah, I don't want nobody to follow me to the court. You the one with the weed? I'm like, no, I'm the one with the jokes. Yeah, I was up there bullshitting. But I found out, you know, you can't smoke everybody weed. Do you know that? You can't. They got too many different strands out here. Yeah, man, I went back to St. Louis, right? I got an uncle, he gay. He sell gay weed. Yeah, I didn't know his weed was gay till I looked at the bag. He gave me a pink bag with a bow on it. I said to myself, oh my God, that's a cute bag of weed. But I knew it was gay because as soon as I hit it, I was like, oh. This some good ass weed. But why is my hand doing that? Why the fuck is my shirt tied, nigga? All right, y'all, man. I had a ball, man. Keep supporting my man, right? Love y'all to death. Bye.
Keep it going for hot sauce. Keep it going for hot sauce. Thank you for being a part of Lapaholics Live. Thank you guys very much. I hope you enjoyed the show. We out of here. Everybody get home safe. Thank you.
From BRIC in downtown Brooklyn, I'm Mackenzie Fagan, and this is Glitter and Doom, a show about artists and cultural creators who are responding to the most pressing issues of our times. In the days after Charlottesville, 3 weekly news magazines ran shocking illustrations on their covers, tying the sitting American president to white supremacy. The Economist featured an image of Trump shouting into a white megaphone that looks unmistakably like a Klan hood. The New Yorker depicted Trump in a sailboat, his hand on the rudder, blowing wind into the boat's triangular white sail. The billowing sail, which has 2 holes cut in it, resembles a Klan hood. Overseas, the German weekly Der Spiegel showed a figure in a suit with a signature red tie, his face hidden by, you guessed it, a Klan hood. A 4th weekly, Time magazine, didn't take on Trump directly, but played with similar themes. Its cover featured a figure in profile, but you can only see the top of this man's head and his black boots because he's cloaked in an American flag, which drapes dramatically from his outstretched arm, raised in a Nazi Sieg Heil salute. The last two of these illustrations, the ones featured on the covers of Time and Der Spiegel, were done by the same artist. Idel Rodriguez is a Cuban-born American illustrator, and he has emerged as one of the sharpest visual critics of Donald Trump's presidency. You've almost certainly seen his work, whether at a protest or on Twitter or just in line at the grocery store. Trump's orange face, always the same, featureless except for a screaming mouth, melting into a puddle. Trump painting himself into an orange corner. Trump with arms aloft, holding a bloody knife in one hand and the severed head of Lady Liberty in the other. Rodriguez's images pull no punches, and they remind us that these are extraordinary times that call for extraordinary artistic responses. I sat down with Idel Rodriguez to talk about fascism, communism, and the Irish Mafia. Idel Rodriguez, thank you so much for joining me today. Welcome.
Thank you.
Talk to me about why Charlottesville was sort of this catalyzing moment for political magazine cover illustration.
I had been working with this kind of imagery for like a year or two and sort of thinking like, maybe am I going too far with this stuff, with this KKK racism thing or neo-fascist or whatever. And then there it's like it finally, like it was right in front of us. As an artist, you're always sitting around, you have a lot of time on your hands thinking about what's the worst that can happen. But when it finally happened, the tiki torch parade, the attack from the car and someone getting killed and all the injured, it was way more, and I think it shocked everyone because it's not just a bunch of white supremacists, they're getting encouragement, and you see that all the time from this president. They're getting encouragement.
And you had the magazine covers responding to that link between the president and white supremacy.
Getting a Nazi salute on the cover of Time magazine. But it has to be a difficult and complicated time for that to actually get published because that goes through many, many people that have to go, okay, we're going to publish this.
Yeah, I'm curious about that process. Like, how do you work? Do you come to your editors and you're like, hey, I have a concept?
No, they kind of work differently, but in that week, they both assigned me, like Time magazine reached out to me and says, we want you to do something about Charlottesville. We don't know what, but, send us ideas. So I sent a lot of ideas and we talk back and forth, and the same with Der Spiegel later in the week. What I was trying to do about 3 years ago when I first started doing this kind of work is change the way that the media treats the president. Because for many years it was this even-handed treatment, both sidism.
Good people on both sides.
Yeah, we've got the Democrat have their point of view and the Republican have their point of view, and we're going to present them as the media in a neutral way. So during the debates with Hillary Clinton, I put Hillary Clinton on one side debating a guy in a Klan hood on the other with a red tie. So that was 2 years before that Der Spiegel cover came out. But that's just me and my personal opinion. But I thought if I put this out there and I start putting it out there, the people that follow my work, which includes a lot of editors and art directors, people that I've worked with in the past, it's going to get kind of in their bloodstream. They're going to think, well, maybe this is a right way to treat this person.
Right.
And I was doing that for about a year until finally I got the first call from Time magazine and said, hey, we're watching what you're doing. We want to, work with something like that, something strong for our cover. And that was the first cover I did for Time. So I think that you don't wait. If you're an individual and you're an artist, there are things you can do to try to affect how the media tries to cover something.
I mean, I remember right after Trump was elected, the rallying cry again and again was, this is not normal.
Right.
We all have to remember this is not normal.
Right.
But you do get used to it, right? Like everything is relative.
Yeah. That's the danger of this, and my wife's family are from Prague, and they were killed at Auschwitz. So I've spent a lot of time talking to the survivors and people that left right before the Nazis came in. And for about 5 to 8 years, her great-grandparents, they didn't want to leave, and they're like, they're not going to come here. This isn't going to happen. And then they burned the synagogues. Well, that's it. It's not going to go further than that. And none of them would leave. And then eventually the worst happened, So what I learned from that is, as soon as you see something that's, fascist or has that kind of outlook, then you have to confront it right away in a really direct way and be outraged by it. It's what happened in Cuba where I grew up, which has a lot of influence in the way I think about dictatorships, is people just accept it and then they find themselves in a trap, basically.
I'm reminded of a Dutch political cartoonist whose name escapes me, and even if I could remember it, I probably couldn't pronounce it. He was active during World War II, and he started putting out these political illustrations depicting Nazis as skeletons and drinking blood. And people were like, whoa, like, isn't this a little extreme?
Right.
But actually, he was showing, no, these are extreme times, and we need to depict it as such.
We have this tradition in the United States of free speech and free thought and this and that. But as soon as you start killing people of another race or saying that your race is greater than the other one, that's where you draw the line. Germany has a really good way of dealing with this stuff. They've banned swastikas, they've banned Nazi rallies. That's it.
Some of your most famous recent covers have appeared on Der Spiegel and also Time magazine. I'm curious about if their editorial approach is different. You mentioned that Germany has a really strong, hard line on white supremacy. Do you feel like you can present Der Spiegel with more controversial images or images that wouldn't fly in the U.S.?
Yeah. But it also depends on the editor. The editor that I was working with at the time at Der Spiegel, Klaus, when I finally met him and we were talking, it was like talking to myself. Like we felt this same strong way about everything. So I was the image, he was the text. So it takes someone making that decision and defending it.
And was he the editor on the Der Spiegel cover that depicts Trump holding a bloody knife in one hand and the severed head of Lady Liberty in the other?
Yeah, it was the same editor.
Talk to me about the process behind that cover. What was the inspiration and what was the back and forth like on that?
The Muslim ban was announced overnight, and there were people on their way to the United States, little kids, grandmothers that were stuck at the airport, and I became very angry and frustrated by this because I don't believe the United States should be in the business of dividing families. That's what the Cuban government did to my family. We were split up, and we're still split up. So when I saw that there were kids and all that split from their families, it angered me. So I created, I popped in my head, the real extremist, the real, terrorist here in a way is Trump with what he's doing to families. He's terrorizing families. So I had been working on images about ISIS about 2 years earlier. And one of the images that I had was an ISIS figure sort of beheading himself. Like they had become so extreme that they were bringing their own downfall. So I literally just took that image from 2 years ago and put Trump's head on it and the Statue of Liberty in one hand and published it on my Twitter and Facebook feeds and all that. And then about 3 or 4 days later, Der Spiegel called and they said, we saw what you did a few days ago. Is that available? Can we publish that? Yeah. And I was like, well, you guys really want to publish that image? Really? And they're like, yeah, we really like it. We just, I had him in a terrorist tunic, and he's like, why don't you change it to a suit? So I put a suit on, a little small change. They just picked up what I had already done.
Makes your job easy.
Yeah. and it's the most direct opinion piece that I've had published. That image really was gigantic. In many ways, it really reverberated. And when they started doing research, they realized, oh, I'm an immigrant too. I came from Cuba, and it just, the storyline became sort of David and Goliath kind of thing, where Trump is this big force and this small cartoonist is making these images.
You came over from Cuba when you were 9 as part of the Mariel boat lift, and your family in the United States chartered a boat to go and get you.
Right.
But also on that boat were prisoners,
right.
And Castro sort of emptied prisons and put them on boats to the United States.
Right.
That became part of the narrative in the U.S., right? That Castro had sent all of these criminals and dangerous people, and he'd emptied the insane asylums, and that they were coming to the United States. And that sounds very much echoed in the current rhetoric, right? About rapists and murderers coming across in the caravan, or terrorists, coming from these Muslim countries. And as a 9-year-old who was not a criminal or her murderer who was coming over. How has that informed the way that you think about this right-wing rhetoric about immigration?
Yeah, I think it's one of the things that sets me off. The way I look at it is, if you look at any immigrant exodus, you look at the Italian exodus from Italy back in the 20s or 30s. Yes, many Italians came here, brought food and all this. But what did they also create? The Italian mafia. The Irish, the same thing. They have the Irish mafia and all sorts of things. But those are romanticized, in a weird way. I don't know why. Is it because they're white?
Probably, yeah.
Is that there's movies made about them, Scorsese, all this kind of stuff, and it's sort of this like aura of that's what made America. It sort of that was part of the fabric or whatever, and then Hispanics or Latin Americans come here and the Mariel boat lift, and it's all about the delinquents and the prisoners. There's a lot of strange sort of associations with migration and who's coming and why they're coming. And these people, they can bring so much to this country, but we're going to be scared because there could be a possible terrorist in the group. No, that is not what you're scared of. You're scared of something else. You just don't want to say it.
Right. You mentioned the Irish mafia. Boss Tweed, who is the head of Tammany Hall, the Irish mafia, said this of Thomas Nast's illustrations. I don't care a straw for your newspaper articles. My constituents can't read, but they can't help seeing them damn pictures. So in the heyday of political cartooning, it was often because audiences weren't literate.
Right.
And now we do have literate audiences, but maybe our attention spans are shorter. Do you think that we've sort of come full circle when it comes to the importance of representing the day's events in graphic form?
If you look at my work, it is meant to be understood in about 2 seconds, especially magazine covers. I know people that are illiterate. They don't read. They can't read. They're farmers and people in Cuba that they never went to school, whatever. So I know how to communicate with people like that. And then I also gone to school here. So I'm trying to create work that is understood by that whole, from one side to the other. That's a successful image to me, is when it can tap into everybody. I feel that journalists and writers sometimes are talking to other writers. I love reading, a 10-page article in The Atlantic on whatever. But not many people are going to be doing that. My job is to get someone to wake up and go, oh, I have to go read that article now. What are they referring to on this magazine cover? Oh, let me open it and look inside. That's the point of magazine cover. It's something that grabs your attention, doesn't give you the full story, but makes you want to read more. And that's, I believe, part of my responsibility as an illustrator is to get people to want to learn more about every topic. It's the least I can do as part of my job as a citizen and an illustrator.
And I think that power of the image is what makes people perceive political cartooning as particularly dangerous. Like the New York Times recently did away with their daily political cartoon after the image that depicted Netanyahu as a guide dog and a blind President Trump behind him. And that was viewed as largely anti-Semitic. But, what strikes me is that if they had run a written op-ed that people said, that was an anti-Semitic op-ed, they wouldn't be like, well, we're never running op-eds again. Instead, the New York Times decided to entirely do away with daily political cartoons. I'm curious about your response to that.
I think it's because it's something that editors can't control. You can go in there and talk to the writer and sort of massage it so it's a little bit less strident. But cartoons are not like that. You can try in the editing process, but you can't go publish it and go back and make a correction on a cartoon. Their mistake, I think, is that they just picked up a cartoon from some other place.
Right, that was syndicated.
Yeah, so don't get in the business of that. Don't syndicate. Why don't you hire people and sort of like learn who you're working with and what their point of view is? But that's it's sometimes just easier to just go, hey, we're not going to do that anymore.
Right.
And move on. Art and illustrations create a gut level reaction in people, and there's a lot of power in that. There are things that I've made that are wrong or inappropriate, and I go, or an idea that pops into my head, and I go, nope, not gonna finish that one.
How do you know? I mean, David Remnick, the editor of the New Yorker, has said that the job of the magazine's cover artists is to go too far enough. Like, how do you know what that line is?
So I won't do things that are that make fun of people unnecessarily. There's like so many real issues that we're dealing with, that things that are about how someone looks, I don't enjoy, and I think it's kind of rude to like make fun of people's looks.
It's low-hanging fruit.
Yeah, and sex is this tricky one. Anything that makes me cringe, I go, I'm not gonna do that. But you might get the idea and go, oh, wouldn't it be funny if, whatever, Trump and Putin are kissing, and then I go, that's kind of wrong, because it's just sort of makes it that being gay is inappropriate.
Well, coming back to Charlottesville, you said that you sit around thinking about the worst case scenario,
right.
And then the worst case scenario kind of did happen,
right?
And you had the opportunity to publish some of these images that I imagine perhaps you had been thinking about before. Like, do you sit around thinking like, oh man, if this really terrible thing happens, this is something?
Yeah,
that I would do.
there's things that I won't publish because it freaks me out that when I publish them, then they happen.
Oh, you're a Cassandra.
So then I'm like, no, I'm not putting that up, because there was a time where I was doing something, and like 3 weeks later, something would happen or he would do that, and I'm like, wow, this is weird. And I would do it as kind of like, wouldn't it be funny if situation.
This is a great plot for a movie, maybe, that you're like a cartoonist and whatever you draw comes to life.
Yeah, I was feeling a little bit like that.
So at this point, President Trump is kind of your muse, which is a weird way to think about it.
I spend a lot of my time doing other things. Like I paint other things. I'm doing a book on Jimi Hendrix right now, an illustrated book for children. I'm doing the memoir. I've got so many other projects, going on.
You're a fine artist, you're an illustrator, and your style, if you go to your website, your political illustrations aren't even up.
Right.
Your style on your fine art is more painterly, you're using acrylics.
Right.
But the style that you use for cover illustrations is very graphic and pared down. And I'm curious about why you've developed that specific style.
I see illustrations and especially covers are something that needs to be read right away. That if you're looking online, that scroll that you do on Twitter, you're like, blah, blah, blah. And you're like, oh my God, that first reaction, that's what I want.
Will you describe what the Trump figure looks like for people who maybe haven't seen it?
Oh, it's basically kind of a roundish orange head, a yelling mouth, and then just yellow on top. Once it's established, you can then just stretch it and do other things, and people will just see this little screaming mouth and recognize.
And that's the only facial feature.
Yeah.
How did you arrive at the way that you depict Trump?
The idea for me from the start was to create a brand, almost like Pepsi or Coke or whatever. And then once that brand sort of gets into people's mind, they can look past the visuals and just get to the idea really quickly. So when you see this brand of this orange face, you're like, okay, this is about Trump. You normalize something when you forget about it. But if you're constantly reminded of the problem and in a bright orange hue, it doesn't get normalized. Bright orange is always a warning. Stay away from this thing or pay attention. And that was part of the idea of the branding. Create something that's bright orange that people associate with danger or caution or whatever. Once you've developed the brand, you can then destroy the brand by taking it into pieces, cutting it, slicing it, whatever. And then you still recognize what it is.
Do you know we know that Trump is obsessed with his own image and the way in which the media covers him. I think it's safe to assume that he has seen your covers.
It's funny that he sees, he retweets everything, but he will not touch the Time covers that he's on.
He hasn't tweeted
He hasn't
at you.
shown it. It's sort of like this quiet thing. But yeah, of course, a friend of mine is an illustrator. He wrote me and he's like, I am so jealous of you because I do know that every time one of these things comes out for about 5 seconds, Trump looks at it and is disappointed. You're doing that to him. Like it's the one power that I have that my friend doesn't have. I'm so jealous. I want that.
You get 5 minutes of his day when he's feeling like shit.
He goes, yeah, you've just ruined his day. And I'm like, oh, wow, I hadn't thought about that. But it's true because it's that, hey, you're on the cover of Time. Oh, God. My friend Tim O'Brien has also done some strong Trump coverage for Time. But without us two kind of working on this stuff, it might have been a portrait of Trump, kind of looking serious or whatever. Trump in profile, just his face, whatever. That stuff becomes very normalized. Like he's the president, he's on the cover of Time. He would probably show that, in his office. But he's not going to show my work.
You've made him ludicrous.
Right.
He's orange and he's a screaming mouse.
Right. And yeah, you can't, you can't massage that,
Right.
And that's the other thing is he's excellent at twisting words. So you can massage words or take quotes out of context. You can't change meaning of an image. It's there. That's it. So
I'm curious about your take on what I see as one of the most iconic pieces of political illustration, both as somebody who teaches illustration and as a Cuban American. I'm thinking of Jim Fitzpatrick's image of Che, which is on college dorm rooms everywhere. What is it about what he did to that photo and creating this graphic illustration from it that is so powerful?
Yeah, I mean, actually, it's taken from a photograph by Corda, who's a Cuban photographer, and then the Irish artist sort of posterized it. It's like Jim Morrison of the Doors or something. It's this very young, fresh, idyllic image, but at that time, Che was really jailing homosexuals and putting people in work camps and all sorts of things. So I don't really have the same associations with that image. When I went to Ireland, someone offered me to meet the artist that created. I'm like, no, I don't really want to. I don't really know what I'm gonna say to him.
Right.
It's still, the Cuban Revolution in general is seen as this sort of very idyllic thing by a lot of lefty people. And it's destroyed so many lives. And so I'm always in a funny spot where, everybody just assumes I'm, like online, people that hate me just go, you lefty communist. I'm like, nope, I'm not.
Not super down with communists, actually.
So that's the weird thing is that people assume that if you believe one thing, then you're against something, you believe in the other. And I'm like, no, I'm a weird, extreme centrist. The reason I'm doing this is because what's happening here is reminding me of that, and I was against Cuba and communism for such a long time. I still am. And what's happening here is reminding me the way insults are hurled at people at Trump events is the same insults that were hurled by Cuban mobs, state mobs against people that were leaving during the Mario Bote. People would be called scum, garbage, all these kinds of things. It's the same things that Trump writes on his Twitter feed are these things that Castro would say. The press is the enemy of the people is something that Castro said. So, if any, like imagine now if someone did a very positive, beautiful image of Trump looking idyllically into the sky, what would you call that?
Do you have a political illustrator, a historical political illustrator who you think is the greatest of all time or whose work you really look up to?
Yeah, there's a few, but I would say Kathy Kollwitz, who's a German artist, did a lot about poverty in the 1910s, 1920s. It was great. Emory Douglas, he did posters for the Black Panther Party, did great work. Leon Golub is a great painter that deals with politics.
Is there a unifying theme among all of these political artists?
I think, the thing that I see and the thing that I talk about now a lot is risk. Taking risks. My father took a risk, getting on a boat and with my mom and all of us, because my mom didn't want to do it. It's a risk to put your family on a boat. It's a risk to confront Hitler in the 1930s. It's a risk for Diego Rivera to paint the, communists, to paint Lenin at Rockefeller Center, and that was torn down. But with risk comes reward, What's life worth living if you're not going to stand up for something? I'm not going to shut up. I didn't risk everything. I didn't leave behind my family and all that stuff to come here and just shut up, and see things happening and think, I mean, what's going to happen to my career? Nope. I just do what I do, and I continue to do so.
Thank you for not shutting up. Adele Rodriguez, thank you so much for joining me today.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
That's the episode for today. Thank you so much for watching. And a reminder that Glitter and Doom is also available as a podcast. You can find it wherever you get your podcasts.
I love wintertime in Coney Island because it's quiet and you can hear the ocean and you can hear the seagulls. I can commune with nature. It's cold. Hi folks, I'm Dick Ziggin. People sometimes call me the permanently unelected mayor of Coney Island. I don't run for office, therefore I don't have any salary, but I don't have any term limits. I am founder of Coney Island USA, a not-for-profit arts organization. I also get involved in a lot of community work and activism, so it is an honor to be able to do that work in my neighborhood that I love. Patrick, you up in the booth? Yeah. We haven't done a show here all winter. Can we just make sure all the lights are working? Okay, this first row, there's ones in off stage right and stage left. On. I am not a native Brooklynite. I grew up 60 miles outside of New York City in Bridgeport, Connecticut. It's a clue to my personality that Bridgeport was the hometown of the world's greatest entertainer, P.T. Barnum. By the time I was 7 years old, God damn it, I was a Barnum scholar. I knew everything about P.T. Barnum and knew that the circus was the key to American entertainment, to American popular culture. So when I'm moving to New York, I had this totally wacky idea that Coney Island could be a staging ground. I rent a loft in 1979, which a few months later, after I've done substantial renovation, the loft burns to the ground, but by that point, I've got the sand in my shoes, and I catch on very quickly that in Coney Island, the salt air preserves the body, even though the salt air rots the mind. And if I want to be a healthy, wacky 80-year-old, Coney Island is the bohemian neighborhood I decide to join.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to the Bindlesif Cavalcade of Youth. Are you ready to start the show? Yeah! Please welcome the Cavalcades.
I like that act. We also, in our venues, do family-friendly programming. We're not always wacko and bizarre, just most of the time. This is hard for me to believe, but I'm probably, as a director, the most experienced living human on earth in terms of circus sideshows. So what is a Coney Island circus sideshow? They do things for a living you and I wouldn't do for all the money in the world. Putting a sword down your throat or putting fire in your mouth. It's a different type of entertainment that you have to experience, that you have to see to believe, and this is where you come to see and believe. Hey, I'm getting hungry. Let's go to Kitchen 21. I want lobster roll. Our resident artist, Marie Roberts, does these sideshow banners. You normally can tell Coney Island's ready to open when they put the cars back on the Wonder Wheel. By this weekend, they'll be putting the cars back on. Charlie, it doesn't feel like spring yet.
Someday it will warm up.
But not today. April has always been an exciting month for me in Coney Island. It begins with spring cleaning. Like the swallows coming back to Capistrano, trucks are bringing in supplies and restaurants are loading food into their freezers. The people of New York City who've been cooped up let loose and explode. It's about mechanical rides. It's about a soundtrack. It's about dancing in the streets to the music coming off. It's a melting place that would be hard to find anywhere else in the world. People interact in Coney Island. It's a place where Hasidim are sitting next to homeboys on roller coasters. Coney Island is the museum of people. There's changes happening here. They're ripping out something, and it's exciting to see changes, especially where nothing was happening for decades. So what are you doing out here today? A job fair, right? Good luck. Is the job fair in the Carousel building? Should we peek in? If we're quiet, I want to show you this Lincoln Centennial horse. We should get out of here. But one tip for the viewers, the bathroom here at the B&B Carousel is the nicest bathroom in Coney Island. Shh. Being a performance artist, I guess I'm inspired by turning myself into a Mickey Mouse kind of mascot. When I started doing public appearances leading the Mermaid Parade in 1984. Unfortunately, the story would always be murder, arson, gangs, murder, arson, gangs. It was important to me to change the visual image, the media image of Coney Island. I started wearing derbies or straw hats, antique wool bathing suits, hipster sunglasses, and before there was such an official thing as a New York City in hipster, I was trailblazing an alternative Coney Island. I'm gonna eat a lobster roll. And I'm so proud of what's happened to that building, which was derelict, falling apart. It's been fully restored as a restaurant with some of the amazing terracotta artwork from the 1920s. It's a gorgeous building. And I hope the kitchen is open. Hi there, sir. I'm just getting old and sometimes like a foot stops working.
I have other things that stop working.
Just in case.
Come on in, we got it ready for you.
Great. Where am I sitting? Well, this is the fun part of the shoot, getting to eat.
Yeah.
Where does your lobster come from? Is it Maine lobster or Brooklyn lobster?
It's the Gowanus Canal lobster.
It is so wonderful that Coney Island got around to renovating and appreciating its history and its landmarks. We're on our way up to the roof bar. Is drinking allowed in the elevator?
As long as you're not driving the elevator, I think you're all right.
In a deep way in my soul, I really believe that art has an ability to work within its neighborhood and make a difference in the spirit of its neighborhood. If you've taken any kind of class in literature, you've heard the phrase, a sense of place. Well, for my entire lifetime, my adult life, I've really enjoyed my sense in place because I enjoy the beach and I enjoy the sky and I enjoy the ocean and I enjoy the museum of people and popular culture that Coney Island in general is. And I have such a good time and have so much inspiration. And as a writer, I have so much local color and so many unique stories and characters to deal with. I've been nothing but blessed to be the unelected mayor of Coney Island.
You can pull anybody aside here and there's a good chance they're probably related to us. My grandfather started the business in 1968.
I guess because it's a family business, I always had train in my blood. When people think trains, they're just thinking of their grandfather, you know, in their basement or around their tree. I think as a business, you have to, no matter what industry you're in, you have to evolve with the times. And if you're not changing, you're going to be out of business.
A lot of the companies are doing things in a smart way to try to engage the younger kids, whether it's using the Bluetooth technology or the handheld remotes, or if it's an app that they're using on their iPad or iPhone. I feel that model trains does foster kind of either the father-son or the grandparents and the grandchildren. It kind of fosters that relationship because you do need someone with experience to pass on this knowledge. That's how my son actually learned how to crawl, because he was so interested in looking at the train that he pushed himself up to prop himself up to see it.
You see a lot of people that they can't find any other train stores in the area anymore. There was a point where there were so many back in the day, but now we're the last one standing.
Wow, that's gorgeous. Son of a bitch. This one right here, $3.99. Look at that. That is beautiful. Come here. I come here all the time. I've been coming here for years. It's just like collecting stamps. How you like that?
You know, people love trains, and they don't just come in once a year. These hobbyists, they build these massive layouts, so they're coming in to get scenery, they're coming in to get trees, they're coming in to get buildings.
I might go for this guy right here. See the olive green one? I might get that today. I think I'm gonna grab that. Yeah, that's pretty. Look how nice that looks. Yeah, it's like it brings out the kid in you. It does. Yeah, it definitely does. You know, I retired about 4 years ago, and this is a great way to not only pass the time, but just makes you real happy.
A lot of people find it therapeutic, even, if I may, to set these things up. People like to create this different world. The creative part is something that I think is very important. And probably the last part that is actually, out of all the things that the reason why people are involved in this, is that trains represent a different time in this country. Just stirs up something for their nostalgic side.
Put it this way, if there were no trains, what would the world be like? It'd be very different. The trains actually built this country. They did. And this is going back pretty much before there were automobiles, there were trains. I mean, yes, the trains built this great country we live in.
We're in the Puppet Works Theater at 338 6th Avenue in Brooklyn, lovely Park Slope.
Tell me who you are and why you have come here.
I'm Mike Leach, and I'm a puppeteer. There are worse jobs. I'm playing with dolls for a living. I mean, come on, how much am I going to complain? I show up for work, I get applause. The mailman doesn't get applause when they show up for work. I guess I make kids happy, maybe even educate them or show them something interesting, so it's okay.
By my striped flank, you will be my dinner!
This particular theater, this spot goes back to like 1990. The company goes back quite a bit further than that, under a few different names. Well, the company's roots go back to the 1930s, WPA project.
I started out doing my own shows as a child, having seen a group called the Cesare Marionettes when I was attending PS 200 in Benson Avenue, Brooklyn. And they used to come every year, and I thought, what is this stuff? You know, it embodied all the things I liked. I liked to write, I liked to make things. When I was 19, I was hired to tour with the Cesare Marionettes. We went to all the schools in all the 5 boroughs, and every spring we would go upstate, and in the summer we would go to New England and play in summer camps. We would come in and set up our show and do an evening show and then pack up and leave the next morning. A big hit we took was when TV came along with the Sesame Street and with Mr. Rogers. It implied the puppets were only for the littlest children. Schools, whereas we used to perform up to the 8th grade, started stopping us at 6th grade. And now it's down to the 3rd and 4th grade. The kids want to come, but the parents and teachers think, oh, that's too kiddie for you. That was a big problem for us that we try to overcome, because our shows are not really geared for the littlest child. We developed to the point where we had like 4 or 5 companies and special jobs like doing things for the Smithsonian. And we started at Macy's every Christmas, and that ended up running 38 years. We were there for 38 years. But we did Christmas shows, and early on we did summer shows and other special shows for them. What we did in the 50s, 60s, and 70s is amazing. I look back now and I said, how did we do that? I mean, I can't imagine doing it now. I was having trouble finding people who could survive these tours. And I'd always wanted a theater so you can control a lot more of what's going on. We came here to Brooklyn. First, we were in Old First Church on 7th Avenue, just for weekends. We still were touring. And then I found a space on 3rd Avenue and Carroll Street. We had our theater finally. Around that time, the space was empty. It had been a former Mexican restaurant. We moved in, and we've been here since.
Calm down, it's just a puppet show.
Mike Leach has been with us for many, many years. He started out working at Macy's as an elf, and he got intrigued with what was going on backstage.
So there I am in an elf suit, and I was assigned to the puppet theater. We snuck backstage during lunch, and that was 26 years ago. I was just going to do this for like a couple of years and then go back to the real world and whatnot. And I don't know, time flies.
Was you like working the puppet by yourself or other people were helping you?
Was I working by myself back there?
No.
No, this guy Nico, he was in my way. But there's 2 of us back there working the puppets back and forth. The audience sees these characters run around the stage. You don't have any puppeteers involved. They just see animals and people telling these stories, and the curtain closes and there's a scene change, and we open up and it's a whole new act. And so it's really like Broadway in 1/3. Great. That's what they perceive. From backstage, it's a little bit different. First off, we see from top down, so we're only looking at the tops of all these characters' heads. This is old technology. Marionettes, strings, wood, cloth. That's what we do. The audience is watching your every move, whether something's tangled or you're trying to adjust something. You're acting with an inanimate object. Like you see a painter paint a picture of an angry man. They do not stand there, shake, and throw their coffee. They calmly sit there and paint.
Come, my loyal subjects, follow your king.
This is kind of guerrilla puppetry. It's 2 people back there in the dark.
Up you go.
Multiple characters are going to come on and off. You're not sticking to one character. You're playing 2 characters at the same time often, and you're passing the characters back and forth often, so you're not going to stick. And so we want to have the same kind of body action between the puppets, no matter who's walking them across the stage. We throw in the scene changes. Someone's got to close the curtain. We have to jump down on the bridge, and you're getting the scenery on, changing the backdrop, and we also control our own lights. It's like a dance up there between 2 puppeteers. It's not just what's going on the stage. We're moving just as much as the puppets are. We're crossing each other and handing stuff off. And we multitask enough. Having the show pre-recorded is a big help. Everyone associated with the company will do voices, and we do the recordings ourselves. We had one particular fellow named Bruce Hack who worked with us, a pioneer in electronic music. We've had a few incidences during shows. I've had people fall off the bridge. We don't stop, usually. Usually my reaction is, are you going to get up and get the curtain? Way too many holes in everything. I'm not a puppet fan. Never have been. It's what I do.
I'm your king.
Oh, no, you're not. You're just the man cub.
I think the audience comes in and I assume they're not amused by puppets. They may be creeped out by puppets. They may think they're going to be bored. And then I try to change that. I try to amaze them and do things that you don't expect puppets to be able to do, or subtle movements that they don't expect. So I expect to entertain people. I don't assume they're puppet fans. So I like working from the other way. It's like, let's see what we can do with puppets today and do something interesting.
Welcome to the Montauk Club. This is one of the oldest, if not the oldest, membership clubs in Brooklyn. We're right off of Grand Army Plaza on 8th Avenue and Lincoln Place. The Montauk Club dates from 1889 and the building from 1891, and it's been our clubhouse continuously ever since. This is a great Park Slope institution. When I was a little kid, I was told in hushed tones about the Montauk Club. It was great walking into the building for the first time about a dozen years ago for a meeting. And after that, I thought, you know what, I'm back living in the Slope. I should become a member, and I did. It's really a wonderful place to meet people, to have events. I can honestly say that Montauk Club has become my second home.
You walk around the neighborhood and weave all of these beautiful brownstone bucolic streets, and we spent our first year and a half walking by this place. What is that building? Who lives there? What's going on?
The club was organized in 1889. The members of the club, who were among Brooklyn's gentry at the time, bankers, lawyers, and such, politicians, raised the $250,000 or so to hire a star architect, Francis Kimball, to design the place and then to have it built. And so the clubhouse opened in 1891.
Charles Arthur Moore, the first president and the founder, happens to be my great-great-grandfather. I was unaware of him and this club. My sister happened to come to a talk on architect Francis Kimball several years ago and noticed his picture in the stairwell. It was a different time back then. It was a larger club, that's for sure. It was the entire building. There was bowling in the basement and rooms to rent, and this entire room was billiards rooms. It was more of a general city club, places to go and entertain and do some reading, get some entertainment. And it's still very much like that today. A little bit smaller, which, you know, isn't too bad because it makes it more of a cozy environment.
When you walk up the stairs and open the double mahogany doors, the first thing that you notice to your right is a beautiful tiled fireplace. And then when you look up, you see a very exquisite chandelier. And when you look to the windows, you see a lot of stained glass in this grand ballroom. And that ballroom downstairs also has a nice bar on the left side, which is used for our new member night party, which is probably one of my most favorite nights of the year.
It's a warm and inviting place. When we decided to get married, there was no question about where we would do it. We had it here. Right away, when you walk into this room, you see the stained glass windows that front onto Plaza Street. The sofa and chairs that are by the windows are a terrific place to just read a book, have a drink. There's a long balcony on the Lincoln Place side where people can have drinks or dinner when it's warm enough. And there are elements of the Venetian palazzo architecture that Francis Kimball used to design the building. And you can see in the columns and in the friezes above the windows, really amazing details. On the Lincoln Place facade, there's a frieze of Dutch and English settlers purchasing land from Chief Wyandanch, who was one of the leading Algonquin chiefs on Long Island. Many of the old line clubs in New York City, not just the Montauk Club, but the L Club, New York Athletic Club, and others, had accommodations for their members. The reason was the male membership would be deserted by their families and children and domestic help during the summertime. And so they would be left unable to fend for themselves. Well, these clubs were able to provide a certain number of accommodations for them to be fed and have their laundry done and so on. Those apartments in the Montauk Club are now part of the condominium, which is upstairs. The Montauk Club's fortunes have mirrored almost exactly those of Park Slope. The club was at its peak probably in the years between 1889 and 1929, when Park Slope was at its most prosperous. And there weren't many alternatives by way of entertainment or social activity to what a private club could provide for people who could afford to be a member. The club almost went out of business in the 1930s during the Great Depression. We've seen the membership dip and then rise again in the last 20 years, and we're attracting a lot of younger members. And that really mirrors what Park Slope has become.
The Montauk Club is open to everybody. The ideal candidate for the Montauk Club is someone that appreciates what is here, is respectful that there is a wonderful blend of old guard members and new guard members.
Dream of the things you'll never know. Oh, dream of the beauty within your soul. George Floyd! When you dream, dream slow. Take the time to let dreams grow. Just dream, just dream, just dream.
For a blink moment in time, people are aware of what they're feeling every day.
If you're going to restore and sustain a democracy, there must be an informed and engaged citizen.
I spent 2 years in immigration detention. You know how much they spent to feed me for one whole day?
How much?
75 cents.
Immigrants as a whole, migration as a whole, is associated with lower rates of crime. Immigrants make our communities safer.
What causes climate change, the selling and burning of fossil fuels, benefits most the power elite. And so they have a disincentive to address it, and they have an incentive to deny it.
They're not going to funnel more money into our schools. They're not going to do it unless they have to, right? And the way they have to is by our participation, our organization, us taking accountability for our actions.
flames up and burn. stars down. Bring God here and play him our song. Angels singing in the background, filling up the heavens. Bring it down to earth, filling up the heavens. Bring it down to earth, filling up the heavens. Bring it down to earth. Filling up the heavens, bring it down to earth. Filling up the heavens, bring it down to earth. Bring it down to earth. Sing loud, sing out, sing loud, sing out, sing loud, sing
Yes. Well, you are listening to Azeb and her experimental band bringing that lo-fi, high vibe right here on B-Side. I am your host, Queen God Is, helping you navigate the soundscape of this little studio with a big heart. Yes, Brooklyn, please show your love one more time for mood music mystic, Azeb. How do you feel today?
I feel lit.
You do? You feel lit. Was it the lights from the studio or the light from within? Which one is it?
Oh man, all together, I guess.
Good, that's a good kind of lit. Azeb, you are singer, songwriter, producer, MC, poet, and aspiring fashionista or designer in many ways. So there's a lot of things to cover in this episode.
I've
but
never
let's
gotten
start.
that.
Well, I mean,
Fashionista designer?
yeah. Should I take it back or you want to keep it?
No, I keep it.
Okay, she's gonna keep it. All right, good. Because in Brooklyn, New York, that is a difficult thing to just be shoving out to everybody. Everybody does not earn that one. So we'll come back to that later. But tell us where you are from and how you actually made your way to Brooklyn.
Well, I just moved from the Midwest, like Chicago, Indiana, Gary, Indiana area, and I just moved over here because I wanted to get a little bit more inspiration. I kind of wanted to throw myself into a bigger pond to kind of just feel out where my music belongs and stuff like that. So I've been received very well, and so I'm very thankful for that in Brooklyn. So shout out to Brooklyn, thank you, for accepting the music. Before that, I've been traveling around like Terre Haute, Indiana, Indianapolis, Indiana. So I was down there laying roots for a little bit.
With your family, or was this just kind of part
solo
of your
trip? Kind of just me and Sydney Phoenix back here.
Okay. Were y'all finding yourselves? Is that what was happening? Okay.
Yeah, finding ourselves.
And so far, how does Brooklyn compare to these other places that have been part of your journey?
I would say that I actually really like Brooklyn a lot.
And are you saying that because you're in Brooklyn right now? And most of the audience is from Brooklyn, and Brooklyn has this way of like giving people that look like, watch what you say about us? No?
No, actually I haven't gotten that. I've gotten more of like an accepting kind of,
I got your back, you know, I got your back, you give me your back, you know, kind of thing like that, you know what I'm saying. So I like Brooklyn a lot, actually. There's a lot of love here.
A lot of love here. Well, spread love, it is the Brooklyn way. If anybody does not know where that comes from, you have to be escorted out of the audience right now. Okay, that said, before Indianapolis, before the Midwest, before Chicago, your family has roots in
Ethiopia and Eritrea.
Eritrea. Ethiopia being considered by many the cradle of humankind and of civilization. Let's talk about, have you ever been there?
Yeah.
Were you born there?
No.
You were not born
I had my first birthday there.
You did?
Yeah.
That's big.
It is, yeah.
Tell us about that. I wasn't going to ask, but I think that's important. What was your first birthday like?
It was amazing. I don't really remember it. Obviously, what am I saying? It was amazing. But it was just like the stories that I've heard.
The way she said it made me feel like she had some kind of memory of it. Well, speaking of memory, the first song is called Deja Vu, and it's followed by a series of songs with the word memory in them, and it's from your most recent project called Inner Child. Before we talk about Inner Child and these songs and like how your style, your song, your craft, everything evolved from when you were in the Midwest to now in Brooklyn, let us introduce these awesome people playing with you and tell us how you met them.
Okay, yeah, sure. I was working with Jen Giamanco here. She's the bass guitarist. She plays many instruments, but this is just what she's doing now. She was working at Guitar Center, and she's been supporting my music a lot, so I'm really thankful for that. And then this gentleman back here on the drums, it's Josh Allen.
Hi, Josh.
Yeah, he's also, I met him at Guitar Center too. They're both teachers there, so they're very talented individuals. And then also have Sydney Phoenix over here, DJ, sample man.
Hey, Sydney.
Yeah.
Y'all are all so cute. Yay. In the Brooklyn most raw gangster kind of way. So you met them at Guitar Center, but Sydney you knew from before, and y'all traveled many parts of the globe together.
Yeah, Sydney and I are actually together.
Oh, good.
So.
See, so I didn't have to do a Wendy Williams and dig that up. Good.
Nope.
Good. Oh, and that's a ring involved in that equation.
Little engagement here.
He must have liked it and then put a ring on it. Yeah. Hashtag Beyonce. Round of applause.
Thank you.
So, do you have a ring too? You do. So she also liked it and then put a ring on it. That goes both ways, people. I just want us to be fair and clear on that one. All right, cool. So Ethiopia, Midwest by way of Ethiopia, now Brooklyn. And this, do you feel like, in addition to being embraced here, that you can see the ways in which you've grown or been challenged? If so, how would you describe that?
Like my growth?
From each of these places to now being in Brooklyn?
Outside of music, I always try to make sure I'm mindful of my actions. So one thing that I'm kind of proud of myself that I've achieved is to be more quiet, to kind of silence my mind and be a better listener, because that's really important to me. Aside from that, just seeing myself in a more positive way, because the way you view yourself is most important.
From when you were in the Midwest, was that something that was a challenge for you?
It was a challenge because
Why?
I was continuously trying to compare myself to other people and trying to place myself in, with other crowds when I was just scared to be an individual, I think, and I'm becoming more blossoming, myself.
That's so interesting. I just want to say this really quickly because Brooklyn is so big and there's so many artists here, people from all over the world now more than ever. And that simple fact and just the idea of New York City alone can make people feel like, going from big fish, small pond to a bunch of tiny fish in an ocean, you know what I mean? So to hear that you as an artist in the land of artists, I would say, that you feel more centered, more confident, and more fully yourself and courageous enough to share that, that's a big deal. It almost seems backwards for, relative to many people who come here and feel lost.
Gotcha. Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you could give advice to someone who has an opposite experience right now, another artist who came here seeking opportunity and got here and started to feel swallowed in a bit, what would you say?
There's only one you, There's really only one you, so that's what I try to remind myself of. No one can do me better than me. That's how I feel. And everyone should feel that way.
And that's a good quote to go into the next one. I want y'all to reflect on that. Y'all got it, right? There's only one you, and no one can do you better than you. We are listening to songs from the current EP called Inner Child with Azeb, Abraha, and crew. Give it up one more time. The next song is called Memory One.
What if I could remember? What if I could remember everything? What if I could remember? What if I could remember everything? Would you wait for me, wait for me? Or run away from me, wait from me? Would you wait for me, wait for me? Or would you run from me, run from me? Would you run? You said you would wait for me. In the next life, in the next life, in the next life, in the next life, maybe next time. You said you would wait for me. In the next life, 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 maybe next time. Running, 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 running and running away, running and running away, way, running and running away. I don't want to run no more. I'll be right here forever. I don't want to run no more. I'll be right here forever. Forever. No more, no more. 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 I'll be right here forever. Yeah, I don't want to run. I'll be right here. Forever.
We have a fairly new audience today, so feel free to just jump right in there with the claps. No instructions needed. Yes. We are listening to the sounds of Azeb and crew, who has been described as being lo-fi experimental hip-hop, but also soul, jungle, classical, trance, pop, and a partridge in a pear tree. Everything that you can think of is on this list to describe you. And we just heard the song Memory One. Before that, Deja Vu, both of which are on the recent EP called Inner Child. Mm-hmm. What are you talking about on this album? Obviously, there's this thought process or this inner reflective process, this recalling of something. Mm-hmm. And then the lyric in this song says, I don't want to run no more. So what are you talking about? What were you running from? What are you recalling?
I mean, I'm just running from all the bad memories. I'm running from mislabeling memories as being bad.
Okay.
So I'm just kind of trying not to look back, I guess, in that kind of way, and not get caught in the past and don't let it determine my future.
Okay, let's clarify. So, well, you are looking back, but you don't want to look back in a way that qualifies as what you're seeing or what you've been through as bad or negative.
Right.
Right? Okay. But then you also don't, so you want to kind of face it head on, but you don't want to get stuck.
Exactly.
In it. That's a
Exactly.
pretty universal theme. I think that's a big challenge for like most people. How has this song helped people who've been going through something similar?
Oh, actually, somebody just hit me up on Instagram the other day. They listened to one of the songs that I had on Inner Child, and they asked me if I had put a frequency inside of it, one that like hits you or whatever. And I was like, not intentionally, but like I said, beforehand we were talking, I really like to heal with my music. I like to heal myself, and I think by doing that I can help others do that. So that was one case, like very clear.
That's really interesting thought. For those who may have missed that, so the idea that in music is more than just sounds and keys and notes and melodies, but that there is also frequency in these sounds that can affect mood, thoughts, patterns, habits, addictions, the list goes on. And that is not a tangible thing, but it's a powerful thing nonetheless. And so you're not doing it intentionally, but what is interesting is that more than just a vocalist and lyricist, you are actually a producer, so you are creating the sounds that we are listening to. So are you saying that when you go into the studio to make these songs, that you know that you want to inspire and heal, but you're not necessarily thinking about it in a scientific or...
Right,
okay.
exactly.
Do you think that that's something that you're going to be leaning towards?
Yeah, like Lupe's lyric was like, music saved my life, like people say hip hop saved my life. So, music, I would say, it helps me, it pretty much saved my life.
Do you find yourself that when you're having those moments of regressing or looking at memories from a judgmental eye or being affected in a low way from past occurrences, that you have a song of yours that you play for yourself?
Yeah.
And what song is that?
Yeah, sometimes. Oh, it depends on how. I don't know. Now, if I were to try and pick myself up, I would listen to the Inner Child theme song that is kind of like the one that the guy heard and actually healed himself. I don't know if you...
Okay,
my
explain.
titles are so vague.
Okay.
But it's just like, please don't forget, your inner child, and that's like the mantra inside of the song, and it's just me playing piano and with like some calming beach sounds of kids
And
playing.
the name of this song is called Inner Child?
Yeah, the anthem. Yeah.
The anthem?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
You also have a song on this album that you dedicate to your sister. We won't hear it today. Your sister's name's Leo, and she is currently pursuing a medical degree in Curacao. Shout out to her if she gets to watch this streaming at some point. But you created this song to inspire her as she was making that journey. And the repetitive lyric in that song is your inner child.
Oh yeah, please don't forget
Please
your
don't forget your inner
yeah.
child. Yeah.
Yeah, because she's been wanting to be a doctor since she was like 12 or something. So the fact that she's like 32 now, so the fact that she went and actually did it, I mean, I couldn't see a better example of pursuing your inner child or like not forgetting who you are or like what really matters to you than her. And I got the pleasure or like, blessing to escort her down to her school. So while I was down there, I was like, well, let me just shoot some video, because it kind of reminds me of the song, so I might as well.
And this is your older sister.
Yeah.
Which is awesome, right? Because you did still, as the younger sister, get to escort her. And then you created a soundtrack for her next however many years in school and then residency that she gets to. Like, how many people went through school or you got a job or you do some kind of activity and then you have a set of songs that help you get through that 4 years or 6 years, right? So you've created music to help not only your sister but other people do that.
Yeah, I guess I am kind of doing that on accident now. Not really thinking about it. I'm glad it's going that way.
Right on. All right, let's talk about your songwriting process. As a producer, which is big because that can be something, that means that you're self-contained. You don't necessarily have to wait for other people to send music your way. Artists at home, you know this whole process. You got your email, you find somebody on SoundCloud, you love what they do, you send them this note with your fingers crossed, can you send me something, and hope that they don't be like $1,000 per song, or something like that. And because sometimes we're inspired by people who are really awesome and we can't always afford them. And then there are moments when we have these relationships that just work and people are willing to work with you. But you, as in the case here, but you have this really special situation. There's a select group of artists who do produce their own work. Kanye West is a great example of this. We don't know the Kanye West that we would have got if he wasn't producing his own songs or producing first. Right? So he got to discover sound and then create a sound around his own life, around his own work. What is that process like for you? How often do you get lost in the beat making? Or how do you pull yourself out of that part of it and get into the lyrics, or does it happen at the same time?
It kind of happens all at the same time. Yeah, kind of happens at the same time. The reason I started making beats to begin with was because I got tired of listening to the radio.
Right. This is a favorite response of yours.
Yeah.
Every time you get interviewed, like, you got tired of listening to the radio.
Yeah, I just got tired of it.
What year was this that you got tired of listening?
When I was like 15.
Okay. So that was a while ago. Because radio has really evolved.
It's true, you're right.
Yeah.
You're right.
We're going to talk a little bit more about that after this next song. Just the transformation of listening. We have all of these other arenas to engage artists and to learn about new stuff and to be inspired. And I think we can definitely see that in your work. Give it up one more time for Zeb and crew. We're going to be listening to Memory 2.
Standing here fighting, I'm already trying to write it and write it and write it again. Standing here fighting, I'm already trying to write it and write it and write it again. Right all these wrongs, build up your soul, filled up with gold. Take back your glow right now. The war is over. The war is over. The war is over. Right all these wrongs. Build up your chi. Fill all these holes. Get what you need. The war is over. The war is over. The war is over.
So in Memory 1, we talk about not wanting to run anymore. In Memory 2, which we just heard, we talk about the war is over. Is there anything else you want to share about these two songs and their relationship?
Well, when I was producing them, I made all those songs together.
A suite.
Yeah, so it just kind of kept flowing into each other.
Okay. And they are based on real situation or incident, or after the first song, did you find that your imagination just started to go wild and it went from the first song being about an actual memory and then the next two being about a theme?
Yeah, the first, I blame myself a lot for things, so that's kind of where Memory 1 came from. I wanted to stop trying to blame myself, and that's why for the second one I was like, the war is over, you don't have to fight yourself anymore, you're good, you know? And then in Memory 3, which you'll hear next, is like, wasn't it you that told me to let go? you know, so it's just kind of like healing myself and like talking to myself and second perspective, so yeah.
Wasn't it you that that told me to let go?
Yeah, wasn't it you that told me, yeah.
And that is a question to yourself.
Yeah.
Once you forgot what we learned from memory 1 and 2.
Exactly.
It happens. All right.
It
so
happens.
for those of you who are going through a parallel journey, start with memory 1, go to memory 2, go to memory 3, go back to memory 1, then go back to memory 3, just in case you forget. I think that's brilliant. I think that's really wonderful because we learn things all the time.
Yeah.
Things that potentially help us grow, things that as soon as we learn it, we want to get on social media and start telling everybody else, you know, like these amen sessions that we have on Instagram with the quotes and stuff like that. But I think one of the upsides of doing that, learning something and then want to post about it right away, is that eventually when you go back through your own feed, you have to remind yourself. There's going to be a day when you're going to need to remind yourself to do that. All right, well, speaking of memory, I'm going to call out some names and I want you to tell me what these names mean to you.
Okay.
Bjork, Coldplay, Gorillaz, MIA, Dido.
Oh, yes. They're great people. Bjork is dope. She produces all her stuff. She plays like so many instruments, and she's just so weird and like fashion forward. I love how she's so cool with being herself. Like, I really respect that about her. Like she said it in an interview, she says, I have full creative control. It's like, I like that. I want to be like that, you know?
The producer wants you to know, or wants to ask, do you know that Bjork lives around the corner from BRIC Studios? Wow. We are not encouraging anyone to become a stalker, not at all. Bjork, if you're watching, which I'm sure you are, hey.
You should have told me that.
Boo. So big up to Bjork. And what about Coldplay, Gorillaz, MIA, Dido?
I love Coldplay. Like, I love Chris Martin because he plays the piano. I play the piano also. And he kind of made me feel like you could make cheesy music. Does that make sense? I don't want to call
This is a compliment though, right?
It is a very, yeah, it's a compliment. Because I just, like I said, I have, in the past I had a tendency to think of things as like bad or good, negative or positive. And I was
so what do you mean by cheesy?
Like,
you mean
cool.
Free.
You know,
free
of like
of
I can make
cool. Okay.
Yeah, I can make happy music and it's okay.
So all of these songs are the happier time of radio. Like this is when you heard these, there was a time where these artists may have come on your radio station and you were still happy with radio. And then there was a point around 15 years old where that was not happening anymore, right? And you decided that if you want something and it's not being provided, you gotta make it, and then your career as a musician was reborn. Or I say reborn because, speaking of National Poetry Month, which we referenced briefly at the beginning of the show, you started out as a poet, correct? Spoken word artist. A lot of times people try to separate the world of poets and musicians, but for me, my perspective is that they very much are intertwined in a lot of ways. A lot of poets do make the transition from writing and, if you're a spoken word artist, sharing aloud, but then carrying that relationship with lyric making into songwriting, which is not an easy craft. What was that journey like for you, going from being a self-identified poet, which is a big deal, to now being a singer-songwriter?
Well, I mean, like you said, it wasn't difficult. It wasn't that hard for me. I mean, it kind of seemed like it just did naturally. It fell into that, you know, because I was playing piano, and then I was writing lyrics separately, and then I was like, well, why don't I just put these two together?
Okay.
You know, so.
So like, would you ever perform your poems to music behind you?
Yeah.
You would?
Yeah, sometimes I would.
Well, let's talk about that transition. Was that transition to keep up with the times? Like you felt like the direction of people's attention was going more into like people who had songs? Or was it like a natural like shedding, like you felt like your poet self really wasn't doing it for you anymore and you wanted to evolve?
That's exactly what it was, yeah. Yeah, there was a time where I was just like, man, I don't know if I can really, I don't know, this spoken word thing is kind of, I'm getting tired of it, I guess.
Tell me why, tired. And you're speaking to someone who has been self-identified as a poet and a spoken word artist and a coach of poetry and spoken word for over 20 years. Yeah, so I hear you, but I would love to hear from you why.
Oh no, just because I like to push myself forward. So into like a different direction, like try new things.
Try new things.
Yeah, so I was like, let me, you know, stop spitting all these words. I feel like it's falling on deaf ears. You know, maybe if I put some music behind it, it would like, I don't know, feel different, I guess.
Do you ever dabble back in poetry or take the music away and just get on the mic and...
I haven't in a while, actually.
How about now? Give her a round of applause for a freestyle poem from Azem. If you would like me to hum behind you, me, I can totally...
Are you serious?
Jen and I, yes, right there. You don't even have to move. The mic is on.
Oh, I can't remember any spoken word pieces right now.
Or a freestyle one. This has never happened on the B-side stage before, by the way.
Okay, gotta take advantage of it. Okay.
And it doesn't have to be long.
Very good. This might sound like a rap. All right. Don't underestimate this pretty face and thick frames. I'm a monster. Nature ain't got to do with my nurture, and I'll vulture your corpse until you only elope in catacombs. Call it necra, cause I know my feel has euphilia. So in love with these twisted words and fake thugs that honor these. Drake like Dracula's, suck the blood right out of you. Ooh.
I'm so glad that we got to that moment. We are going to continue with more music, but that was a special moment for me because hip hop and poetry is such a big part of my life, my trajectory, and my relationship with a lot of artists all over the world. And I always love talking to them about the role, particularly of lyrics, of lyricism in their craft. And it's not a conversation that you can have with everybody all the time. A lot of people rap, but everybody don't got bars, right? For those at home don't know what bars means, please hashtag it and look it up. But I think it's something really special about a human being who has a relationship with language, whatever their language is, and putting words together to express not only straightforward thought, but a whole world, a universe of thoughts to play with words and all that stuff. That in National Poetry Month, I wanted to take this extra moment to emphasize that because it is a gift. When we know that when a lot of people do not have access to that gift, that they struggle in a lot of ways. So we don't take it lightly. And so let's give it up for her one more time for those bars. The next song is what happens when people do not have a healthy sense of expression. And we're seeing a lot of that in the world today. We're gonna hear Uncivilized, Azeb and crew. Thank you.
This is kind of like a poetry song.
Right on your heels, bite your Achilles, ashes to dust, I'm hurting your feelings, I don't give a what, it's not appealing, smile turned upside down, such a short notice, I barely noticed, bearing yourself, shake it for quarters, had to step up from dimes, to the east side, more comfortable quarters, now all of your time, track down recorders, don't step out of line, what they made it put us. Do you even know? Do you even really wanna know? Do you even know? Do you even really wanna know? Did they ever show you anything? Believe none that you see, half that you read, and all that you feel. Why is trusting yourself such a big fear? Mislead your mind, rewriting history, one test at a time. Society's perfect, they're uncivilized. Third world country, third eye blind. Pineal gland, calcified. Dismiss me as crazy, toss her outside, she's uncivilized. Do you even know? Do you even really wanna know? Do you even know? Do you even really wanna know? Did they ever show you anything?
What I love about this song is that we get to kind of address a few things, but we get to redefine the word uncivilized. It's a term that has been used to abuse nations of people because of their differences, because of their relationship or lack of relationship to technology, which has nothing to do with wisdom or advancement, true advancement. And it's also a great segue into a really prominent theme in the world right now. And it's always been, but it's kind of been re-propaganded. Is that the word? I don't know, I made it up. Anyway, immigration. Let's talk about immigration. As a woman or child of Ethiopia who has migrated a bit, traveled a bit to end up here in New York, the States. And I imagine have a relationship with this conversation around immigration and not being welcome or wanted or worthy. And there are other layers in the song as well. Let's talk about immigration. Let's talk about your relationship to that concept and this experience that we're having in the world right now with all this anti-immigrant sentiment that's being rehashed.
Well, my mother is an immigrant, so I'm a first generation here. My mother was kicked out of her country because they were warring there in Ethiopia. They were like fighting for their independence and all this kind of stuff. So in the 70s, she was forced to leave. When she came here, I mean, she wasn't very well received, you know. So she tells me a lot of stories, and I can't really say everything, but
of course.
It's just like, it's just sad, you know, it just really sucks. It hurts.
Is she still here?
Yeah, yeah.
Has her experience changed a lot, or has it gotten worse as of late?
She's pretty stubborn, so
yeah.
I don't think she's gonna change anymore.
Right on.
I think
it's that stubbornness of like immigrants, which is why we're even able to like maintain and sustain through the craziness of the world right now. Totally. First of all, let me just say this: for anybody who does not know, people usually say, "I hate to break it to you." I'm so happy to break it to you right now that there is no such thing as a non-immigrant in America unless you are indigenous. Everybody here has come either through being forced, seeking asylum. Expectation of a greater possibility or options. Like there's so many lists, and I think that regardless of where you fall on that spectrum of why you ended up here or how, the point is that we made our way here from somewhere else. So this idea is really a false effort to find another divisive way, another way to divide people. How do you think music, or your music in particularly, counteracts that?
Well, like I said, I mean, I feel like I don't discriminate in my music. I don't know. I just make music. I don't know.
Well, that's not true. I don't think I mean, obviously you don't discriminate in a way that you're trying to cause harm or destruction to someone or, you know, a group of people. But you do have opinions, and you do have things that you believe that are contrary to things that other people believe, and whether or not.
Yeah, like the whole concept of third world country is just ridiculous to me.
Yeah.
It just doesn't really make sense. Like you said, everyone's an immigrant, you know, things like that. So I just try to speak life into people. I try to open their minds with my music. I try to make them see different perspectives. And try to, you know, just unite in that sense by like helping you come to your inner self and actually have an honest conversation with yourself, because I feel like a lot of people don't really want to have that conversation, you know. So if you can just be honest with yourself for a sec, you might learn something.
Right. So. Let's talk about spirituality. Let's talk about how spirituality, whatever that is for you, has a role in your process of self-reflection and wanting to share that, offer that to your listeners.
Right. Yeah, spirituality. I was reading this quote the other day. It was Mahatma Gandhi, and he said, that's how you pronounce it, right? All right. Mahatma Gandhi, he said, you can tell the true nature of a society by how they treat their animals. And I think that's a very good point. I try not to kill anything and stuff like that. So I think that's spiritual kind of thing. And if you have respect for an animal, you know, an ant, then you can like, life is different. It's bigger. It's like more important. You know what I mean? I don't know if I'm
No,
saying
it's interesting because I think here in America, there's a grand dichotomy with that. On one end, you have people who are slaughtering, butchering, putting animal head, you know, trophies on their wall. That's taxidermy, right? Is that the word for it? I don't even want to know the word. Like one time I saw a giraffe head on a wall. Do you know how long a giraffe neck is? Okay, that's neither here nor there. But the point is, like, that happens. Obviously not in this country. People go to Africa, people go to other places where animals are in their natural habitat to shoot and kill them down. I mean, it also happens here. But then the other end of the spectrum is you have dogs who are better dressed than anybody in this room, dogs, you know, animals that have their own homes and things like that. What does that say about this country, that we have both extremes of that in relation to the Mahatma Gandhi quote?
I mean, I guess it means we have hope, if you want to say it in a positive way. Yeah, we have hope. One thing America has is a little bit of everything, like you said. So, like, but it also, at the same time, it's distracting. You know, if you want to get lost, if you get lost in it, you know. My mom always says that America gives you the room to F up. It's like freedom, the freedom to F up, you know what I mean? So,
and some people are just doing it a lot.
Yeah, exactly. So.
Speaking of, really quickly, I just want to acknowledge Stephon Clark and the young man who has just gone down not far from here. Speaking of the treatment of animals, there's this conversation underneath this that when horrific things happen to animals in this country, people are way more up in arms than when they actually happen to human beings. Let's take that note. Take a deep breath on that. Let's segue into a conversation about hip-hop. I feel like hip-hop is really quickly an immigrant in and of itself. Like it made its way into the music world, and it was not quite welcome. It was not quite native. It was not quite, the list goes on. But then it became something that taught a lot of people something new about themselves and about the world. You have a strong relationship to hip-hop because you went from being a poet to being an MC, and then ultimately to being a singer-songwriter. Let's talk about your MC days. What is hip-hop to you?
Hip-hop's like freestyling. And hip-hop is like, I guess in like a general way, the positive form of rap. If you want, that's kind of the general way of saying it for me. It's like hip-hop actually has conscious lyrics, like things that I appreciate, you know, as opposed to rap. It's just about being like flashy and stuff like that. But in the same token, it's like rap is kind of being misdefined. I guess it just means words on beat.
How did you end up becoming an MC? Was it something that you stumbled upon? Just a natural progression from poetry? Were you writing poems that rhymed a lot?
Yeah, yeah. I was always writing things that rhymed. Yeah, definitely.
We want to continue this conversation about hip hop after this next song, which is called Memory 3. If you want to tell us anything about Memory 3 before we hear it.
No, you can just listen to it.
Okay, we're just going to listen, and then we're going to come back and talk about hip-hop and some other really cosmic, insightful, and down-to-earth things. Give it up one more time for Azeb and Ruthie.
Wasn't it you that told me that I should let go? Wasn't it you that told me that I should let go? Well, let go. Well, let go. Well, let go. Wasn't it you that told me that I should let go? Well, let go then. Let go then. took offense when you left me back on the battlefield, empty-barreled and haggling, long-limbed LeBron, and now I'm traveling. Flounder on and swim with a different flow in a different pond, greener grass on a different lawn. Indifferent path with a lasting bond. Yep, double cup to savor. I don't need no favors. Labored hard for my own work. Start working smarter than your homework. Heart in the wrong place, only getting older, colder. Drinking more and getting less sober. Always listening to everything that they done told ya. But I got to be me. I got to be free. Yeah. Wasn't it you that told me that I should let go? Well, let go then, babe. Let go then. But wasn't it you? Let go then, babe. Yeah. Let go then.
So we are hearing a combination of songs from several of Azeb's projects, including the most recent Inner Child, a previous album called Azeb, self-titled, and this song again, Memory 3, rounds out our memory collection where you are speaking to yourself. Like, didn't I tell you we went through this already?
I know.
It's cool, it happens. There's a lot of things to talk about here, but one thing I want to give a compliment. I really appreciate your lyricism skills. I always love a good song when a rhyme just sneaks in there. Your lo-fi brand of music, I mean, it's just really scaled back. It's like we really get to sit with the vibe and also zone out to the words and hear them. And not every artist relationship to hip hop allows for that. Like, we are in the generation of mumble rap, which is also fine because it's the sound of things that's also important. So sometimes we're grooving to the sound. We have no idea. They could be telling you to go home and do such and such to the person you love the most. You would have no idea. You're just in the club nodding your head like that. You know, we're at risk of that right now at this generation. But, you know, there's also a value in range of material. You have some MCs who really want you to get every word that they're saying, and then you have some that be like, please don't hear anything that I'm saying at all. Just nod your head and move along. I want to talk to you about your hip-hop influences. Name your top 5 women MCs of all time.
Women MCs? Oh my goodness, that's crazy. I don't really listen to female MCs.
Ooh!
That sucks,
yes.
I'm sorry.
No, yes, be sorry. Be very sorry.
Oh, Lauryn Hill.
Okay.
Lauryn Hill for sure. I guess MIA is kind of like a lyricist, but she's not really hip-hop, but she still be rapping.
Lauryn Hill, MIA, okay, just give me one more. We'll cheat.
Uno más. I can't think of any.
Azeb. We're going to add Azeb to the third person on that list.
Oh, wait, Queen Goddess.
Thank you very much. Thank you. We need you to go home and do better on that one.
Yeah.
Because you actually have a strong relationship with MCing and hip-hop, and I feel like even though you may not necessarily be an organic fan of everybody, there's some jewels in there to explore. Speaking of jewels, you have these 3 wonderful musicians behind you, 2 of whom you met by working at Guitar Center, which you're no longer there. You're kind of really going full force into your craft and into your work. But I just wanted to acknowledge both of you because you are still not only musicians, but you are teachers you get to teach instruments to whoever is interested. Give me one word each, what it's like working with Azeb. You say it, I'll repeat it. Speechless. Powerful. Experimental, good. Experimentation is good. We get to discover new things. And last but not least, we're going to hear him on this next song called Ragnarok. You've heard that term before. And this song is going to be on it's on the album Fox and Wolf, which is a very interesting idea. We don't have too much time to talk about it, but I do want you to tell me one word, what it's like working with your wife.
I would say it's pretty awesome overall.
Awesome overall. All right, he said awesome overall for those of whom can't hear it. That is the perfect answer, sir. Good job, congratulations. I also think it's kind of cool, speaking of hip hop, that I don't mean to compare, but is it a Jay-Z, Beyonce kind of vibe? Meaning, when y'all are having one of those natural days where you're not quite getting along, whether it's because of the music or the stresses of the world or just mood, does that help us get like a next set of series of albums out of you? Like, so for example, like your version of counseling to make the relationship continue to work is that y'all battle rap each other on the next album? Is that something that happens? It could, he said it's coming to a theater near you.
Yeah, we've definitely, I feel like we battle rap before. He motivates me to freestyle a lot. He's a freestyle beast.
Do you take the relationship or the energy of the relationship, the challenges, the highs, the lows out on the music?
It definitely pushed me to like push my production and like structure with like metronomes and stuff like that.
Shoot. Okay. So he's saying that you're not mic'd, and you're not mic'd, and so I just want to say he's saying that the relationship does push his production, and the relationship for you pushes your courage and MCing and freestyle ability to experiment. Lots of cosmic, grounded, experimentational, fun, deep, centering things happening here. Give it up one more time for Azeb and crew. We had a good time. In the wise words of today's special guest, and as evident here, you must be involved to evolve. Thank you, Azeb and crew, for transforming this space with your musical explorations of time and space, and for making time and space for us to join you. If you all want to stay involved with the magic of Planet B-Side that is, you can check out this and past episodes on our YouTube channel using the hashtag BSideBK and our podcast on soundcloud.com/BSidePodcast. Or just come on by the studio and feel the glow up close. I am your host, Queen God Is, saluting National Poetry Month, along with some of our great champions of word and action, Winnie Mandela, Maya Angelou, Martin Luther King Jr., and you, Brooklyn, we love you. Till next time.
All right, it's time to get in.
You guys see me out there?
Go!
I came to rock, I came to rock.
Yeah. You came to rock, you came to rock.
Yeah. I came to rock, I came to rock.
Yeah. You came to rock, you came to rock. Just let your spirit fly. Just let your spirit fly.
Come on. I came to rock, I came to rock.
Yeah. You came to rock, you came to rock. Yeah.
I came to rock, I came to rock.
Yeah. You came to rock, you came to rock.
Come on.
Just let your spirit fly. Just let your spirit fly.
I came to rock, I came to rock.
Yeah. You came to rock, you came to rock. I came to rock, I came to rock. You came to rock, you came to rock.
I came to rock, I came to rock.
You came to rock, you came to rock. You got to let be your being. Don't stop, don't stop. Breathe out and in again. Don't stop, don't stop. Feel it come from within. Rise up, rise up. Grasp on to
wave with me.
Grasp onto it.
Feel the vibes,
How you guys feeling? Feeling good?
Oh, we got some more bars.
Go! Burn like a phoenix reborn in the helix. Creeping like a steel pond, moving like a newborn.
Creeping like a stillborn, ripping like I'm still toy. Feet is flame, mixing mouth for it, babe. People are staying back.
Going to another level up, elevated in my temple, it's irregular. They don't understand us.
They can never brand us. Elevated in my tour bus, elevated till I feel trust.
Stand for the feeling, regardless if it's appealing. Put your hands to the ceiling and self-heal for real.
Hands to the ceiling, even if they're killing. Had dark skin, label him a villain. Make it all appealing. Tell
Dream of the things you'll never know. Oh, dream of the beauty within your soul. George Floyd! When you dream, when you dream, dream slow. Take the time to let dreams grow. Just dream, just dream, just dream.
From BRIC in downtown Brooklyn, I'm Mackenzie Fagan, and this is Glitter and Doom, a show about artists and cultural creators who are responding to the most pressing issues of our times. A couple months ago, I had never heard of Popel. That's on me, because as far as artists go, he's pretty famous. He's been creating work since the 70s. He's been in the Whitney Biennial twice. He's received a bunch of prestigious art awards and grants. But then all of a sudden in September, Popel was everywhere. He was creating a new collective performance piece called Conquest, which would involve dozens of volunteers crawling across Greenwich Village. He was installing a new sculptural sonic artwork at the Whitney, a piece called Choir. His work from the 80s and 90s was going to be the focus of a show at the newly reopened MoMA. A huge deal. All three of these things were happening at once, and I was like, this is sort of embarrassing that I don't know anything about this guy or his work. I host an art show. So I Googled him, and what I clicked on first was a video of him on the New York Times website. T, the New York Times style magazine, has this series they call Make T Something. In it, they ask creative people to make something using only scissors, tape, a copy of the New York Times, a couple other things, and one wild card item of their choice. It's a cool gimmick. Most people make polite little pieces of art. Jason Wu fashioned a dress for a doll. Tom Dixon built this modern geodesic lighting fixture. Meanwhile, in his video, Popel turns the exercise into a performance, playing to the camera and fashioning two mittens out of newspaper. He puts them on his hands like puppets and tapes a photo of Jasper Johns from the art section over his own face. His puppet hands then proceed to have a conversation, which devolves into his yelling, "New York Times, New York Times, New York Times," over and over, fingers waggling long after the newsprint mittens have been destroyed. That was my introduction to Pope L, and it was pretty apt. He's a provocateur, an instigator, a mischief maker, an interventionist. A few weeks ago, I sat down with Pope L to talk about his career, homelessness, and the high quality of New York City tap water.
Thank you for joining us today, Pope L.
Are we starting?
Yeah, we're starting.
Okay.
But it's chill.
Okay.
So we have started, I guess.
I guess.
Welcome, Pope L.
Thank you.
And that's what I should be calling you, right? Pope L?
Well,
Is that what I should be calling you?
Yeah, Pope L's good.
Okay.
Yeah.
You're here in New York because you have 3 major things going on. You have 2 original works and one, I'm not going to call it a retrospective, one survey at MoMA. And together they're all called Pope L, Instigation, Aspiration, Perspiration.
Right.
How are these 3 pieces all in conversation with one another? Maybe let's just talk about what they are and why it's significant that they're all happening at the same time.
Well, I just think it's my time. Now, it's more about what they have in common. All of the works have to do with duration and time. That's been a big concern of mine for the last 30 or 40 years.
What is it about the idea of duration, enduring something that piques your interest as an artist?
You have to endure it, whether you like it or not. What if, instead of just enduring it, I decided to harness it for my own purpose?
And one of the ways that you've done that is through your series of crawls.
Yeah. I wouldn't call them a series. I don't use that word. That's one thing after another after another. I think of it more as a set.
Your latest in the set, Conquest,
Yes.
just took place here in New York.
CC.
How did that go for you?
Well, it was okay. I wish we'd had hail or lightning or flash floods. It's a bit too easy. But
next time, hopefully.
Maybe. But next time it'll be illegal. You hear that? New York City.
You're on notice.
The best thing about it is that I wasn't crawling. A lot of times in these crawls that I've done in the past, the group crawls, the emphasis is too much on me. I like that. And it also made me more available to people who came to witness the crawl, that I could talk to them, because usually I can't.
Because you're crawling.
Yeah.
I mean, for people who haven't seen one of these crawls, you are literally crawling, you or the participants of the crawl. Can you tell me a little bit about how the idea came to pass?
Yeah, years ago, like in the 70s, New York was not like it is now. It was less polished, less clean, less moneyed. And you could see the cracks, evidently, in terms of the number of homeless people that were on the streets. I mean, people think there are a lot now. But Jesus, there was incredible numbers of folk just literally sleeping one after the other on the sidewalks. You had to actually literally step over these people. And at the time, some of my own folk were on the street, and I guess it really touched me, that I knew that these people were not, how do you say, waste. And I decided that what if just suddenly, somehow it happened, these folks were animated to move as once, crawling, showing that sense of forward movement.
And when you say some of your own folk were on the streets, do you mean people who you knew personally, or
Yeah. I mean, people in my family, at least 3 at the time.
Can you tell me about one of them?
What do you want to know?
I'm curious about what your relationship to one of these family members
One of them was my brother. Another one was an aunt. Another one, my father, I think, was on the street at the time. And I had this fear that I might meet one of them, and I didn't know what to do. And since I knew the stories of my brother, my father, my aunt, I knew that it doesn't take much for you to end up that way. It just takes the right things happening in the right sequence.
Mm-hmm. Is there something that you wanted people who saw you crawling to know about people like your brother, your father, your aunt?
No, I think that they don't have to see me, but they've seen others. They've seen others, and I think that, if anything, and it's not just that crawling's about poverty. It's also about the most basic will that humans have to be human, just getting out of bed. That moment when you have that choice, so you think about it. If you think about it too much, some people decide not to. So to put one arm or knee or leg after the other takes a conscious choice, because you're moving your body against the ground and it hurts.
Mm-hmm.
So you're reminded each time you do it that you're doing it.
But you're propelling yourself forward.
Propelling is very elegant, but yes, you're doing something like that.
So tell me about the very first time that...
I like the propelling, it's like, rawr.
Tell me about the very first time that you undertook a crawl. Did you practice? Did you warm up, or were you like, this is the first?
Well, I had done things earlier that might have. This is all hindsight. I mean, you're asking me like I knew what I was doing. I had no idea. Like I didn't know what to wear. Like, what do you wear for your first crawl? It's your first communion, So I had to figure that out.
What did you wear for your very first one?
Well, there were test ones that weren't recorded, but the first one recorded, I wore a suit. It had to be formal, a formal situation. I was going to work.
And were you carrying something for that crawl?
No, that was later.
Okay.
That was a bit later. That was quite a while later.
You started imposing restrictions on yourself the more that you did of these.
Right.
Why was that?
Because I think you've made yourself one with the dirt. And theoretically, I think to most people, just casually, then how can you be human? So I think I decided that one thing I would do is try to care for something while I cared about my forward movement.
Such as a plant, for example?
A plant, a living plant, or sometimes just an object, because when you're crawling, you need to have control of your hands. I mean, it's much easier if you can plant your palm or change the way your hands deal with the ground. But if you can't, it's a real problem. It takes so much more energy. It's a simple thing.
So Conquest, you did not crawl.
Nope, no crawling.
You had 140 volunteers who signed
Actually,
up.
more. It was more. More people came later.
What were you looking for? How did you find these volunteers who did this crawl?
I was working with a team, and we had a plan. We wanted folks from each of the boroughs. We wanted the basic percentage of folks who like how many folks of this persuasion or that persuasion, of disabilities, for example. I want to really put a special effort into places like Staten Island and the Bronx. So yeah, we wanted that representation in the number.
How do people interact with you or try to interact with you when they see you doing a crawl?
Most people don't. Some people get really pissed off. They think you've given up too much. You don't have a right to do that. You've broken this unwritten rule.
Can you give me an example of a time when somebody got angry at you?
When I was doing one near Tompkins Square, where they had previously had a riot, some of the homeless folk in that park, Tompkins Square Park, the year before, and it had gotten kind of out of hand. So about 8 months to a year later, I did this crawl that I called Tompkins Square Crawl. And in that case, this gentleman, he thought, he thought that I was having a problem. And he came over to help me and found out that it was an artwork, and he got really upset.
Why do you think he was upset by that?
I think he thought I was mocking his generosity. I mean, he thought that having a suit on, that I should be more respectful of the fact that black folk have made great strides to wear a suit.
And this gentleman was also a person of color?
Yeah. So in a way, I was betraying him without knowing it.
Are there any other moments during your crawls when you've experienced something that surprised you?
I mean, in Japan, I did one, and I'd done the research. I'd gone to the sites. I go to all the sites that I have to crawl in and do, I check them out. And somehow I missed this one thing, is that they use a certain special stone for this walkway, and I had to do the whole walkway. And it was some kind of pumice with needles in it, and there was just no getting around it. And I checked it, but I did it with my hand. I didn't, the hand is pretty worn. I should have done it with the back of my hand. Anyway, that was fun. That was a day at work.
I'll bet.
Yes, indeed.
I'll bet.
Yes.
Well, I'm curious about where you go, when you are crawling however many miles you're crawling, which isn't the point, over pumice stones with needles, or you're crawling the entire length of Manhattan and you're in physical pain. Where do you go?
Spiritually?
Yeah, like how do you keep on going?
You focus on the action, and then you lose it. Like it's like a meditative practice. You really have to focus on your breathing. You have to focus on the action, and you can't be concerned with what could happen, like someone stepping on you or peeing on you or, just getting incredibly angry for no reason, whatever. You don't have the usual survival situation where you're vertical and you can turn quickly and run away. You don't have that. You give that up. And so you have to decide each time you decide to put one elbow and the other elbow and the knee. You have to decide that, I'm going to keep doing it and then keep doing it. You have to find the groove. You have to find the focus. And as soon as you lose it, you'll stop if you don't get it back. And sometimes I have struggled to get it back, and that's hell, And sometimes there's long stretches of that.
What makes Conquest different from previous crawls that you've done, and how does it fit into the larger set of crawls? Does it feel like you're pushing it forward in some way?
Oh, that's a good one, pushing it forward. I don't know. Progress? I'm not sure. I think in terms of, trying to work with a larger entity and learning about how that can be done, yes. But like I said, the next one should be illegal. In a way, this is an anomalous crawl, this group crawl, because most times I don't get permission. And we don't have money to dress it up. The sense of community is because you choose to do it with no safety net. The only safety net you have is each other. Now, that doesn't mean that we don't have people who are marshals who will have water, will have first aid, and will have who walk along with the crawlers to make sure they don't get hurt. We have all that. It's just not legal.
The second piece that you have up in New York right now is at the Whitney. What is it called?
It's called Choir.
Walk me through, when somebody enters the Whitney, what's the first thing that they hear?
Well, they might hear droplets of water, as if the Whitney has sprung a leak, a serious one.
This project deals heavily with water, as does another recent project of yours, the Flint Water Project. What is it about water that draws you as an artist?
It's just fascinating. I mean, it's a fundamental need for human beings, like communication in a way. And it's, we are of water, and of course, that's even more, it's been dramatized by our misuse of water in the last, 50 to 100 years. It just seems like it's always been something that's been a part of me. I just didn't realize it. A lot of people define my work as black art, and I go, I have other interests, I do. Well, what are they? And I was thinking, what else am I interested in? Why am I being coquettish about saying what I'm interested in? I'm not really, but I could see why people, because black artists tend to be interested in things that are black because they're black, that other folks may not see what else they're interested in. So I wanted of the other things I'm interested in besides black people, I love black people. I think we should all like black people every day. But the other one might be water. BRIC has good water.
Thank you.
Yeah.
New York has excellent tap water.
Yes, they do. Better than Chicago.
I mean, it's such a privilege to not have to think about water.
That was great about living here.
Right. And I feel like you made that explicit in the Flint Water Project. Will you tell me briefly about what that project was?
Yes, I mean, I was commissioned to do a project with an art gallery in Detroit, and they asked me, what do you want to do? And I thought, I want to do something that's not so much about art. I mean, maybe it is art, but not so directly. Thinking of Detroit, thinking of the Midwest, thinking of what has happened to the Midwest in terms of its losses, its industrial losses. And as you know, Ford was in Flint. And one of the first blows to Flint that put it in the position it is now is its loss of the jobs and the Ford plants. And then naturally Flint came up. Until I realized that people think that Flint's problem is its water. Well, what if it wasn't? Or what if it was, and at the same time it wasn't? What if we could make it into a value? I said, well, how do you do that? How do you do that? And then I thought, well, why don't we sell it? People sell water all the time. It's one of the biggest industries in the last, 30, 40 years, selling water. Why can't we sell this water? But of course you can't sell it to drink. Then you can only sell it as
a commemorative item.
Art.
So
a commemorative item. That's long. That's
a commemorative artistic item.
That's long. That's too long.
So over the course of the project, you filled thousands of water bottles with Flint water.
Yeah. But first we had to get someone to sell it to us, which actually was harder than you think.
Who did you find?
This young lady and her family, great people. They finally didn't think we were screwing around with their heads, because lots of people have actually gone to Flint and done things there, but they don't really stay, if you will. They don't. I can see why people are skeptical. There, people come in and they get the light in their faces, and then they leave or something.
So talk to me about this latest piece, Choir, and about how that builds on, converses with the Flint Water Project. It's not as strongly a social project in that way. It doesn't create wealth for some other in a monetary way. It's a very public work in the sense that, Whitney has this gallery that costs nothing to go to. It's the only one, as far as I know. Besides its lobby, this is the only gallery where you don't have to pay. That was a big attraction for me. So in that way, I think its publicness is more evident. But in the scale, it's really it's a really, it's really a pumping system, like a circulatory system. And it uses, it dumps 900 gallons of water, or 800 to 900 gallons of water in about 8 minutes, into this large cistern or plastic cistern. And this thing was expensive. That's the thing about this kind of stuff that I've avoided this kind of project for years, where it takes so much money to make it work. And I decided to allow myself to take a stab at it, to not be afraid to, get involved in maybe processes or institutional stuff that might be seen as indulgent because of the need for a certain amount of wealth to make it happen. There are artists who spend so much more on things, I know, but for me, I'm saying, I have avoided this kind of thing for years. Well, it's a departure from a crawl. Anyone can do that.
Right. It's a departure from my approach to all the stuff I do. I always try to say, well, what's the most cost-effective way, cheapest way to get this done?
Why do you feel that you're in a phase where you're allowing yourself the luxury of doing pieces that maybe cost a little bit more, have higher installation costs?
Well, these fountains that I'm using are from this design. It's usually from the 50s, I think. One fountain would say whites, and the other one would say coloreds. And that always stuck with me. And I wanted to find a way to sort of, again, my interest in water, but also my interest in the historiography of race in this country, and sort of combine them into some dynamic object. And I think to make a living thing, and I think maybe that's why this thing is so expensive, but to make something that's a living thing or that has a living thing character, you know, it's expensive to create life.
You mentioned soundtrack elements in choir. So in addition to the tanks being mic'd, the sound of the water circulating, there are other sounds, voices.
Right. Yeah.
What are those?
Well, it's called choir partly because water, I think, is very musical in and of itself. And it's very metaphorical to time and language. But I wanted to find a way to find the singing in it, or to at least to give more clues to the way I was thinking about water. So I thought, all right, I'm going to try to find choirs. I said, well, which choirs? And there's some choirs you can find that are very, they're just incredibly beautiful and smooth and calming, like the Vienna Boys Choir or something like that, or the Mormon Tabernacle, whatever, you know. And I realized that I came out of a tradition of choiring, if you want to call it, where a lot of singers were amateurs. That's where I really learned about choirs. Now, there's some great black choirs that are incredibly professional, but in the church that I came up in, you know, you're not sitting in the choir, you're sitting in the pew, and everybody's singing. The choir may be holding the beat or whatever, or they may be holding the theme, but everybody's singing, everyone, no matter how badly they sing. And so 9 times out of 10, you're like 2 or 3, 4 years old, and you have these tall people standing, and you can't see anything, and they're singing awfully. It's disgrace. I hated it. And then I loved it.
So you reached for these choral elements to layer under the sound of water.
Yeah.
Where did you...
Well, I finally decided, well, yeah, there's a bunch of choirs out there, and the ones that I'm interested in are this weird sense of blackness or amateurishness, but then great sound. And so I started looking around, and it's harder to find than you think. And I realized that I was looking for something kind of specifically. So I found, from memory first, in the 1930s or so, there were these Hollywood movies, and they would be about Africa. Their characters would go to Africa, and they would find these black tribesmen, and they would sing, and they always sounded white. And as a child, I knew there was something weird, because I go to the real church, black church, and everybody would be very noisy and off-key and raucous, and you go and see these movies, and they're like,
It's the Mormon Tabernacle Choir.
Yeah, you know, in the background, and these black bodies, you know, anyway. So I said, oh yeah, that was like this really uncanny thing. I want those guys. So I had to find those tracks. And so I found several of those, but then I realized it was still too smooth, and so I found some stuff in the Library of Congress, you know, like open source stuff of field or work songs from the 30s, black work songs.
Shall we talk about the MoMA?
Sure.
So the show is called Member, Popel, 1978 to 2001.
Right.
Why the name of that show, and why...
Why Member?
Why Member?
Yeah. There's a little joke in there, but there actually is a work that I made called Member. And it was actually, it's called Member, but the first working title was Schlong Journey. Schlong Journey, yeah. But for the show, you know, and then I changed it to Member, or Member, AKA Schlong Journey.
What was that piece?
I did this on 125th Street, where I made this like a contractible tube, like you could make it longer, and I mounted it near my waist, and I had a roller at one end, and so I went on 125th Street, and I wore a different suit, a white bluish suit, like I was a planter, and I was going out to visit my people. Only instead of riding a horse, I have this contraption, and I'm feeling really good about myself because I have a very long schlong instrument, and it has a wheel at the end, so I know it will always stay ready. And yeah, it's cardboard, but it's mine. It's my cardboard phallus. And it has like a hole in it. So every once in a while, I may feel randy, if I can use that word, on your program.
You may.
And I'll take an egg out of my pocket and drop it into the tube. And by scooting up slightly, the egg will tumble down. And I'm using this finger over motion, ladies and gentlemen. And then hesitate at the end because the tube has like this little imperfection, and then drop and splat on the sidewalk.
So you ejaculate a chicken egg.
I did not use the E word. I don't know if it's a chicken's egg. It's my egg, or was my egg.
And does it crack on the ground? Does it?
If I do it correctly. And I always did it correctly because I was in that mood.
What was people's response? You were just doing this on the street. What was the response?
Oh, I chose the right audience. People, looked. Some people followed me around for the duration. Some people, they thought it was kind of funny. No one got mad this time. Maybe once or two people got mad because I couldn't control the phallic instrument as well as I thought. So I'm admitting this. I've never admitted this publicly before. Sometimes we go off course and aim at people. And by the time I got it on course again, there might have been a calamity.
Your MoMA show comes at an auspicious time for the institution. It's reopening. It explicitly is saying that it wants to put more of a focus on diverse artists. They've had a period of internal reflection where they've thought about how they've represented Black artists, reached out to Black audiences. And then also you have a piece at the Whitney, which has also undergone some real navel-gazing with protests and the ouster of Warren B. Canders. We're at a nexus where arts institutions are having to think about their political and social messaging. What do you think that role should be? Or do you think that they should think about it?
And I've been trying to get my head around what is it we want from our institutions? And how are we complicit in what they are already? And are we really ready for them to be our dream? For example, it's like asking about your government in a way, right? Here's an institutional body that you've chosen to perform for you. Things maybe that you can't do on your own. So in a way, we are responsible for what they are. And if we have another idea about what they can be, what does it take to make that happen? And do we have the courage to do that? For example, Candor, the member on the board, decided to step down at the Whitney. I was wondering, what if he did and people still kept dropping out? That would be interesting to me. Or, what if half the number of folks decided to just drop out instead of 8? And I understand with some young Black artists or Black artists who haven't gotten certain attention that they feel, well, you're asking me to make myself invisible again because you think if I do this, I'm going to change something that I don't believe gets at the problem. I could see that argument. It's almost as if the question is, do you want to change art or do you want to change the institution?
Have you given any thought to if the Warren B. Canders issue had happened during your biennial, what your response would have been?
No, I don't know. I made a piece that I thought they would never take. That was my deal. I want to do an organic-based piece that's going to be difficult to program, it's going to be difficult to build, and they're going to have issues with their audience because of it, perhaps. And they did it. So I thought that was an interesting commitment to me as an artist. I never thought they would ever take it. And the scale of it, like if I was thinking, you should maybe make this 1/10 the size. Maybe then they would go with it. I said, fuck that. you say fuck on your program?
Sure can.
Okay.
Just did.
I only did 2. If I had known that at the beginning, I would have been like all over the Fs.
Please, continue.
Yeah, I didn't know.
Your work responds to problems in our society. I think we can say that pretty broadly. Do you see your work as inherently political? And are there times when our political situation has seemed pretty chill that you're like, well, maybe I'll make something that is just aesthetic and not engaged with social ills around me?
Let's see. I guess I come from that camp that believes that all art has a social connect, a political connect, if you will. I had a visitor once to my home. She was a scholar. She became incredibly obsessed with knowing or having me decide in front of her at that time whether my work was political or not. And I think what she was after was that she felt, even though she didn't want to say, that it wasn't, that I was masquerading as a person of the political. And I don't care about that, about that distinction. Finally, we both had to agree that maybe it was just social. And I realized, yeah, I'm interested in people. Whether you want to label it political or not it doesn't matter to me. That's your problem. So that's where I am with it, and, I never make anything without realizing that it lives in the world like I do. So therefore, inherently, it's part of a social fabric.
You ask people to meditate often on group identity and belonging to a community. And you had a project called the Black Factory that did that quite explicitly. Will you talk to me about what the Black Factory was?
Well, like I said, I'm really interested in this energy that wants to explain or wants to create a system of understanding by tagging things in a certain way in order to create meaning or truth. So the Black Factory, one of the interests that we had was if we drove around the country and we met people and we talked about, things like what is the relationship between gender and blackness? How does that work? And in doing that, we would try to get them to talk about these things, these gnarly things. At the same time, we would ask them, well, do you have an object on you or that you know about, you can bring it back tomorrow, whatever, that you think represents blackness for you? And it's amazing the kind of stuff that people brought us.
Like what, for example?
A Bill Clinton doll one time, and what else we got? We got like Ice Cube. This guy, it's like an ice cube. That didn't last too long. We took a photograph of everything, So people brought in like, some people brought in, like Kwanzaa scarves, some things you would more expect. But it's really interesting to see the whole, what would you call it, the whole archive of these things. Some of them see blackness as funny. Some of them see blackness as transformational. Some of them see blackness as a kind of worship. But they're all Americans, you see. That's what's interesting. These are mostly people who consider themselves Americans. So it's an interesting kind of evidence taking.
Did you donate an object?
Yes, I did. But you will never know.
I won't?
Which one. No, can't tell you.
You wouldn't just tell me right now?
Mm-mm.
Any hints?
Oh.
Is it larger than a bread box?
Isn't it always?
I'll dwell on that one. You mentioned in a T magazine profile, I believe there is something aesthetic about being socially engaged, being involved in your community. And it strikes me that plenty of artists would say, my art is political or my art is socially relevant, but you're sort of saying the opposite, that being political or being socially engaged is art. Is that?
Well, I'll say something a little less fancy pants. I'm saying that, I believe that that kind of curiosity and interest in your own community and in people, it's like, I guess it's a commonplace to say we live in a narcissistic time and we are very much interested in ourselves, and we are a me society. And so I think when people take the risk of caring for something other than themselves, other than their immediate surround, their family, for example, let's say, or they extend their idea of family to strangers, that's an interesting leap, and to do that with gusto and to do that with fearlessness, who take that, it may not work, I'm going to do it anyway. And to have that kind of faith, I think it's just fascinating to me. That's what I mean.
You have this background in experimental theater. And I'm curious about your early work, your work with Mabu Mines, your pieces where you're crawling through the gutter, you're wearing a jock strap on a toilet. You're now at a point in your career where
no more toilet jockstrap deal. No.
I'm curious. Well, I'm curious. You have a son. You have a job at the University of Chicago. You have a survey at MoMA. Do you feel like you are free to take the same types of risks that you did early in your career, or where do you find yourself today?
No, I don't think that. There are different kinds of risks you can take, I think. Like, doing this piece at the Whitney and allowing myself to spend time maybe using monies that I would feel guilty about, earlier, and let myself learn from something like that. That's a risk of a certain sort. Or allowing myself to work with a large, uncontrollable, in a way, entity like New York City, Now, I should not trust an entity that is so, in a way, conservative by its very nature. I should just try to do it on my, like I have been doing it. You do it on your own. You don't need permission. Why should I ask permission of these people? Who the fuck are they? But if I want to get not just this kind of people, but I want to get, the kind of people like my mom, who are more settled and maybe you could say more conservative. I want to get their attention and get them involved so that maybe if they're involved, they will see, oh, this is how it works. It's not what I thought it was. I might have to bend a little, and I might, get that accusation that you're not as adventurous as you used to be, or whatever. And having a kid and being responsible to someone besides my own ego and my own interest, that does ask you. It does. You have to pose the question different about what you can and can't do.
Is it important for you that your work reach people like your mom?
Yeah, it's always been that way. That's why I've always done public things, even if I didn't have public money.
How old is your son, by the way?
11.
What does he think of your work?
I really don't know. I mean, he's a very sweet kid. He's a little politician, I don't know. We'll see.
Do you know how he describes your work, like on, take your dad to school day or whatever? Like, what does he tell his friends that you do?
I have no idea. That's a good question. I should ask him. I don't know.
All right, let me know if you find out.
Okay.
What do you hope that people take away from your work?
You mean, like, what's the message?
I guess. That's such a trite question.
I don't know. I mean, that's what a young lady asked me that yesterday. I just said to her, I don't know if message is the right word. So to get to your question just about why is it important to show things to people they don't quite understand, perhaps, or things that might rile them up, or things they might even be indifferent to, is that you're giving them an opportunity to reject it. There's nothing. Rejection is a kind of it's a choice. it's also some energy in that, and I think that's interesting, you know. And I think, you know, maybe performance art needs to get back to some of that more so, you know, like not be as afraid to want to be fiercely public, but be aware that that's going to involve people responding to you in a way that you may not like. And that's part of it. That's your job. To get in the face and then let the face come back. You know, that's the deal.
Do you think that performance art has gotten away from being quite so confrontational or uncomfortable?
I think that because of institutions wanting to legitimize performance, I can imagine that, like, artists won't have to work as hard to stake out their own venues, to create their own possibilities. If they depend on the institutions to do so, it becomes too easy. We have to remember there is something good about it not working out. I know it's not pleasurable in an obvious way, but really interesting things come out of ignorance in art. Things you don't know, things you can't know. You can only look at them in hindsight and go, okay, there's that. And I think that's what these museums are celebrating. They're celebrating that wonderful ignorance. So what if everything's become transparent then? What then?
I look forward to your next illegal crawl.
That's very sweet of you. Thank you.
Popel, thank you so much for joining me.
You got it. Thank you, babe.
That's the show for today. Thank you so much for watching. If you are catching this on TV or on YouTube, the show is actually also a podcast, and there's some extra elements that are only there for our podcast listeners. So you can find it wherever you subscribe to your podcasts, and we'd appreciate if you would review the show if you happen to like it. Thank you so much, and see you next week.
Up to now I was living in a cloud. I've always tried to keep myself at bay, but now I'm the one who lights the way. From here and on I'm living my life loud. Yeah. So once you seize the day, the liberation and all the bliss. I bet you guys can't stop yourselves from saying wow. Oh! You used to think of myself as weak back in the day when my thoughts were easy. Not anymore, those days are older now. Yeah. Once you seize the day, you'll wonder why you ever saw mind. Oh yeah, once you seize the day. And so then just try to see the light. Once you seize the day.
Labs is a team of multidisciplinary, multicultural women of color working at the intersection of art, science, technology, and futurism. NSAF is a 4-part project we created in the summer of 2016. We took a hair salon and reimagined it. So you think you're going in to get your hair done, but you're really going to get your brain optimized. It debuted at Sundance in 2017 at New Frontier. And it's a project that is looking at the roles and contributions of Black women in art, science, technology, and futurism, while specifically looking at neuroscience and questioning, where are all the Black women in neuroscience? And you can take that same question and position it to a number of different things because visibility is often lacking. We have to create platforms to connect with people. Hello. Do you see me? Yeah, I can see you. Virtual reality right now in its current iteration is a space that is begging for content. And we wanted to create content that highlighted nuanced representations of Black women at its inception so that it's not like film we're playing catch up, to challenge these stereotypical notions of what it means to be living in a racialized body. Also just creating what we wanted to see.
Brooks organized a group of neurofeminists to create the synaptic lineage. This is an autonomous network gathering and distributing communal memories and knowledge. Collective experience is carried through human agents and hosted on local servers as communal data is weaved through their neural networks. Kind of how coded information and directional coordinates were transmitted through the lyrics of old Negro spirituals. Message songs.
We decided to tell the story through an installation, through objects, through virtual reality, and through cognitive impact research. And our main character, who you meet in the VR in the world, created this world where she's collecting memories from women in her community, elders, and creating this super technology. As you experience the VR piece, you start in the seated position and you're embodied inside of our avatar. Her name is Fatima. She's a young Black woman and she's ended up in the salon. She doesn't exactly know how she got there, but you look into a mirror and you see yourself as her. And our main character, Brooks, comes up behind you. Brooks does this session on you, and then you go through the mirror and you lose your body. And there's this fly-through scene where you're flying through all of these relics and old representations of Black women that are kind of falling into the lava. And at the end, you get to this podium where you meet 3 new representations of women, and they have a message for you. And then after that, you kind of come out of it and you're back into the salon. You leave feeling a little bit lighter. You leave hopefully feeling empowered. You know, that was our intention of helping you to understand that we're showing you something and you're in the experience to be mindful of it. And you're living life and you have a blank slate and you can be whatever you want to be and do whatever you want to do. Since doing this work, we've been able to connect with other filmmakers, other creators, other artists. Now that we're here, you know, me as a Black woman, Carmen as Mexican American, and Ece as a Turkish woman, now we can stand up and say, look at us, we're here, we've done this thing. We did it in a thoughtful way, and you can do the same.
You are free from the constraints that have been placed on you throughout reality. There is no pain or suffering in this world. The only limit is your imagination. This is a blank slate.
Survive.
Come on, y'all, clap your hands. Come with me, come on.
A flag is drenched with our blood. Because you see, so many of our ancestors was killed because we have never accepted slavery. We have to live on it. So we know that this flag is drenched with our blood. So what the young people are saying now, give us a chance to be respected as a man, as we know this country was built on the black backs of Black people. And if we don't have it, you ain't gonna have it either, cause we gonna tear it up. That's what they say.
Yo, I'm a biological hybrid, sun-kissed skin, I'm a bit strange in you. You sold my folk into slavery, so bump him and bump you too. More in my genes, my DNA respect. Stirring up the soup, we served y'all at breakfast. Columbus just a host that I was so reckless. Grab him by the throat and slice off his nexus. Made a seat at the table for the flybread, that white shit alright with no cable. Messed up our life, we're unstable, unlicensed from my chick, but my clique still able. Shower our hands up and we down on our knees. Built all your cities, our blood on the leaves. Soil still fertile, strange fruit still on trees. Prisons sure look like new slavery to me, but it's okay, it's okay, it's okay with rise. Hey, it's okay, it's okay with rise. It's okay, it's okay, it's okay with rise. It's okay, it's okay. It's okay, it's okay, it's okay with rock. It's okay, it's okay, it's okay with rock. It's okay, it's okay, it's okay with rock. Yo, hold up.
for a blink moment in time. People are aware of what they're feeling every day.
If you're going to restore and sustain a democracy, there must be an informed and engaged citizenry.
I spent 2 years in immigration detention. You know how much they spent to feed me for one whole day?
How much?
75 cents.
Immigrants as a whole, migration as a whole, is associated with lower rates of crime. Immigrants make our communities safer.
What causes climate change, the selling and burning of fossil fuels, benefits most the power elite. And so they have a disincentive to address it, and they have an incentive to deny it.
They're not gonna funnel more money into our schools. They're not gonna do it unless they have to, right? And the way they have to is by our participation, our organization, us taking accountability for our actions.
Dream of the things you'll never know. Oh, dream of the beauty within your soul. George Floyd! When you dream, dream slow. Take the time to let dreams grow. Just dream, just dream, just dream.
Welcome, Mr. and Mrs. Honore. So good to see you again.
Hey, Dr. P.
Hi,
nice to see you too.
Oh, Teacher Amy is ready for you. Okay. Of course. Who's not ready to talk about DeAndre? Oh, come on. Wait till you see our new greenhouse. Come on. Color for the day's yellow. Here you go, Teacher Amy.
Hey.
So nice to see you again.
Same
How
here.
are you? Hi, Teacher Amy. Really so nice to see you both. Let's take a seat. Absolutely. I just want to start by saying DeAndre is an absolute delight. He is a smart, thoughtful, rambunctious ball of energy. He's a great dancer.
Dancer?
Yo, during our Friday dance parties, he's a regular Justin Timberlake. He's like,
That's enough.
it's crazy.
That's enough. Okay, all right now.
It's so fun. It's crazy. It's pretty magical. He is also a natural leader, which is almost always a good thing. Oh, when is it not? Well, children are sponges, and they really absorb everything they see and hear, and they repeat things without fully comprehending what they're saying. Oh, okay. Yeah. So a couple weeks ago, DeAndre got really into the phrase WPS.
Really?
Yeah. Like, I don't want kale for lunch, that's WPS, or I don't want to play Duck Duck Goose, that's WPS.
Yeah.
Or
You know, we get it.
yeah. Yeah. And as we all know, WPS stands for white people shit. Are you sure? Yeah. I looked it up on Urban Dictionary.
News to me. Yeah, I'm not familiar with that term.
Yeah. Okay. So now every time we have a healthy lunch or we play a collective group game, suddenly I have 15 6-year-olds all saying WPS, WPS, WPS.
But you people do like to eat a lot of kale. Would it kill y'all to serve some mustard greens every now and then?
Well, as the school dietitian, really works
You know what?
Diet.
We'll talk to DeAndre. Won't happen again.
Thank you. So last week I had the students draw their neighborhoods. This one's DeAndre's. He got the brownstone, the street, and
What
the
are
car.
these yellow things?
Those are crackers.
Crackers.
Yeah. DeAndre told me his daddy says the neighborhood is being taken over by crackers.
My neighbor likes to feed the birds, and he's always littering the block with breadcrumbs and crackers and littering all on the street. You know what? It's an eyesore. That's all it is.
Sure. He also drew this. These are pigs in police uniform beating a brown person in the head with a nightstick.
Oh, goodness.
And then he wrote up top here.
Oh, we hate the popo, wanna kill us in the street faux show. I don't even know where that would have come from.
It's Kendrick. From a song by Kendrick Lamar.
You know Kendrick?
Everyone knows Kendrick. Good album.
You know, I've been playing a lot of To Pimp a Butterfly in the crib lately, so.
Teacher
Good
Amy,
album.
can I be frank?
Always, yeah.
It's very important to us that we raise DeAndre as a socially conscious, proud young black man.
Mr. and Mrs. Honore, I get it. Yeah. I do. I fully understand the systematic oppression of the black man based on a history of slavery and hatred. I know the system punishes you for being unapologetically black. I get it, sister.
Sister.
I mean that in the feminist sense, not in the African American woman sense. Anyway, we are fully focused on creating a world without bias and oppression everywhere, starting with the children.
You know what? Fair enough. We'll be more mindful of what DeAndre listens to and hears at home.
Hold on now, baby. Not so fast. Let's talk about this for a second. I'm gonna be real honest with you, Miss Teacher Amy. Teacher Amy. That all sounds great, but that's not exactly what I'm teaching my son at home.
Really? You don't want a world free from bias?
That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, I'm raising my son the way I was raised. Look, DeAndre needs to know that there's certain things you can't change about this country, and he needs to be prepared to work twice as hard to get what he really wants in life.
Oh, I see.
Teacher Amy, you should know that my husband has had real reservations about sending DeAndre to private school.
I didn't need any fancy private school to make it, and I'm real strong in my blackness.
Are you saying I'm not because I did go to a private school?
I didn't say that. It's different, Dawn. You're a woman.
Whoa, and what is that supposed to mean?
Excuse me.
It's just different for women in these type of environment, okay?
Sorry, you think that's made it easier?
You think that's just because
It's not about that. What I'm hearing is that you all want to see DeAndre dancing more and talking about race less. Now that's a problem.
Can I steal Mr. Honore for just a quick sec?
No, we were just...
Steal, borrow, pilfer, whatever. Please, take him.
I love DeAndre's blackness.
You know what? And it's one of his most prominent things. I mean, I just don't know what even else to say about it.
Look, Dr. P, I don't know where you from, but you know the challenges of raising a black boy in this city. I mean, you got to really know what's going on.
I was born and raised in Kingston, Jamaica. Huh? I came here when I was 13. I know Bed-Stuy. Old Bed-Stuy.
Okay. Okay, then so you understand. Look, you ain't got to go to none of these bougie schools to get an education. I went to an all-black public school. That turned out amazing. Now, the types of brothers I meet that go to these schools, let's just say that's a different type of brother.
You just seem like really cool people, and I champion you for championing your son's blackness. I want to protect that as well.
It's kind of comes with the territory, really.
When DeAndre leaves here every day, he has to go to his home in Bed-Stuy, where he got to be as comfortable on those streets as he is in here.
But the hood is changing, though.
Nah, not my hood. Now, we still got more Popeyes than Starbucks. For now. But look, I ain't no fool. And I ain't trying to raise no knucklehead. I mean, my brother upstate right now because he a knucklehead.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, man.
Where at?
Greenhaven.
You must know my brother Cam up there. He coming home soon, but if your man's in Greenhaven, he know Cam.
What's going on here, man?
Listen, real talk, okay? All right. Hey, Mr. Poindexter, love the work on the greenhouse. You worried about the school changing your son, right?
Yeah, you damn right.
Okay, I get it. But my job is to change your son.
Yeah, but not into a pussy.
I hear you. But remember, these 42-inch tyrants will be running the world one day, and you paying a shit ton of money for us to make sure that your son is one of the people running things. If you want him to understand the streets, that's cool. But that's your job. Got it?
Yeah. I'm good.
And for what it's worth, DeAndre's a good kid. He gonna be all right.
Thanks, man.
One love.
Really, right? And look, and remember Mr. Ross?
Do I remember Mr. Ross? Come on!
Hey, how's it going in here?
Oh, it's great. It's great. How about you two?
We good.
Good. It turns out that Amy, teacher Amy.
Please, Amy.
Amy also went to St. Barnabas, and we had all the same teachers.
And we were both on the debate team.
How funny is that?
Now, the types of brothers I meet that go to these schools, let's just say that's a different type of brother.
I understand you. You worried about your son being one of these Tiger Woods, Don Lemon, Brian Gumble type of brother, right?
Exactly.
Yeah, once you start talking to people, it's all the similarities, you know,
Yes.
they just start popping up.
Yes.
I have a lot in common with a lot of people.
Yeah.
So we're like a collective household, and we are, of course, all vegan. So are you cool with that?
Yes, of course. In fact, I haven't eaten.
Okay, great.
We forgot to ask you, what are your preferred gender pronouns?
Excuse me?
We're okay with they, or at least most of us are.
What? I just think that it's grammatically weird.
She. I am fine with she or her.
So, love, tell us about yourself. What makes you want to be a part of an anti-hierarchical, matriarchal, cruelty-free collective household?
Well, I am an actor and a singer, and I've lived in New York for over 40 years. Brooklyn since 1980, and in this neighborhood since 1995.
Old school, nice.
I've lived in the same apartment for all those years until the last owner passed, and his kids fought about it and decided to sell it with me in it.
That's cold.
And the new owner is a dumb, he's a Wall Street type. Yeah, and naturally he wanted me out so he could flip it or rent it in exchange for someone's firstborn.
Oh my God, for a child? That is way, way, way too much.
No, it's an expression.
No, a child is not an expression.
So I decided I was gonna try to stay in this neighborhood, and your ad was different than all that other BS I've been seeing.
Thank you. Okay, but what about our politics? Are you comfortable with the politics described in the ad?
Sure. Before it was cool, I was anti-imperialist, vegan, queer positive, gender liquid.
By gender liquid, do you mean gender fluid?
Yeah, that too.
So, be straight with us. Why do you really want to live here? Something feels off.
Yeah, isn't it a little weird that you want to live in a household that's just all, you know?
Yeah.
I know what.
Just that we're all...
Yeah.
White?
Oh.
Sorry, sister. Almost all white. I guess. I don't know. I don't care.
I was actually going to say all younger, because we're obviously not all white. I mean, Mia is, of course, black.
Oh, we're half
Well,
black.
and Amy is, of course, 1/3 Ojibwe.
No,
and
I'm not.
You're not?
No, my grandfather spent his summer on a reservation and he had a girlfriend there, so I was almost Ojibwe, but...
Okay, but you're definitely part, what are you? It's like,
excuse me,
I'm getting a big, like,
Sephardic.
I just have
like
big eyes.
Getting back to answering the question about why I want to live here, that's easy. It wasn't the political stuff that caught my eye. It was the $650 rent.
So were you lying about all of your politics so far?
If you must know, I debated the role of feminism in the Black Power movement with Angela Davis. Yeah. And drank 1 too many mojitos with Asata Shakur in Cuba.
Come on. Oh my God.
Young people, I can talk the talk and walk the walk. But can I be straight with y'all?
Yeah.
If you wish.
Please. All this political stuff is cool, but all I want is a room with no rats that doesn't cost 2 weeks' salaries.
Yes.
Well, okay. Our household is a consensus-based household. Therefore, all decisions must be consented upon by the group openly and transparently. So, we're gonna do that and we'll get back to you.
Mm-hmm.
Sounds great.
Guys, she's everything, right?
Yes, she's woke as fuck. I'm just gonna say it, I love her.
You love? Decker, you said that about your last hookup, and you said that about the hookup 2 times before that.
Yeah, but this is for real, though. I am stanning right now. I wonder if she's on Instagram.
Stanning?
A hybrid word combining stalker and fan, hailing back to Stan by Eminem.
But, just to be clear, she is a bit,
What?
Nice?
Old, right? I said it. She's old. Maybe she wants, like, quiet hours after 10?
What if she doesn't like us smoking weed?
What if she doesn't like us hooking up?
What if she's hooking up and we hear it?
Do we get to hear what old people sex sounds like?
Guys, I want to get us back on track. If we are committed to our goal of a diverse, inclusive household, reflective of our community, we cannot dismiss love because of her age. No.
Ageism. The last socially acceptable ism. You know, this is exactly what they did to Bernie.
Oh, God. Because all you want to do is talk about
that
Bernie.
we have to deal with.
You're in a ginger.
No, do not talk about Bernie right now.
I just think that it's still very,
Don't
very
talk about Bernie. I will light my head on fire.
All I'm saying is you guys would all love Shape of You a lot more if it was done by a person who didn't have red hair. That's all I'm saying.
It's a good point, though. I say we do it.
What do you think, love? You want to live with us?
You know, I could have stepped out of the room while you had your little powwow.
We're a transparent collective.
There is such a thing as too much transparency.
This is the bathroom. We only shower on odd days in honor of the water protectors.
Hope you don't have an electric toothbrush.
Oh.
Okay. This is your room.
The door doesn't close quite right, so we have a rotating schedule so you can let people know when you have company.
Like hooking up, just to be clear.
Yeah, like, you know, with other older people.
Okay, showering only on the odd days.
Yeah.
Yes.
And this door doesn't close.
Yeah, you got it.
Electric toothbrush.
Waste energy.
You all put me through all of this for this closet? Hell no. Y'all are crazy. Okay, you kids are trying to do the right thing, and that is a lot better than most folks. But you know what? You want to do the right thing? Just move the fuck out of this neighborhood. Just plain go. Park Slope, Sheepshead Bay, whatever.
Smooth sounds of Crick and Daddy's music.
Young Ace. Skyzoo.
I just really feel like being listened to right now is ultimately like its own form of validation, which at the same time is like making me listen. And that's so nice.
Wow.
I'm just pointing out there is such a phrase, redheaded stepchild, if you guys have ever heard of that. It's a derogatory term.
Everybody gets so mad when I talk about Bernie. All I want to do is talk about Bernie.
The side of me that's fighting for things that I never had. Never tired though my physical speaks differently. Optimistic though the opposition tries to get to me. I see a spirit that reminds me of innocence. My mind.
Miss Parker, we need to talk about this letter.
Mr. Dunn, you may own this building, but you cannot just walk into a lady's apartment unannounced.
Oh, sorry, love. Miss Parker, can we talk?
You know, I had a talk with an attorney, and it was a very enlightening conversation. It turns out, as a tenant, I have certain rights, and you can't force me out of my apartment until I have my day in court.
I hope you don't think I'm trying to force you out of your apartment. I'd be more than happy to have you stay. You know, as long as you can pay the amount that I have to rent the place out for.
Well, then, you should be prepared to explain that to a housing court judge. Now, in the meantime, I have to continue to unpack.
Miss Parker, I didn't come here to argue with you. Can I buy you out? I pay you to move.
You wrote it down because you were too embarrassed to say it out loud.
No,
Try again. Now we're getting somewhere.
Do you mind if we take a break? You're tough. You're tougher than my wife's divorce attorney. You know, I couldn't help but notice the smell of ganja in the apartment?
You just wait 1 second, Mr. Dunn. Buyout or no buyout, this is still my apartment. And what I do with my time is my business.
My guy won't come all the way out to Brooklyn. So I've just been hoping to, you know, meet like a local guy.
You ain't said nothing but a word. I mean, yes, I will introduce you to my weed guy.
So what's the dealio with you, Ms. Love Parker?
I used to be married. Yeah. Listen, the only thing harder than being an actor is being married to an actor. My mama always used to say, figure out what you don't like about someone, and if you still want to be with them, despite that, marry him.
I wish I would have talked to your mama before I got married.
Yeah, she said a lot of things.
One thing I definitely did not like about her was her fucking Donnie.
Indeed.
Of course, she wasn't fucking him before we got married. I mean, we were like doomed from the start. You know, everything was hers. The fancy apartment, the fancy friends, the air kisses,
Boo fucking who? You're a good-looking white guy in a city made for good-looking white guys. You will do just fine.
You are right there. You are right there. You're...
Oh, God.
I'm hungry. Is there anything good around here?
Okay, come on. Let me show you what made these Wall Street motherfuckers want to come over here. Mother would pack us up and we'd visit her sister in Queens and do all the sights. My mother hated Times Square. You know, all run down like it was. I loved it. Hookers, the hustlers, the junkies. Just imagine this little Virginia choir girl up in all that. And one day I told myself, I will be a big-time Broadway star, and I will live right there in Times Square.
You really wanted to live in Times Square? Back then?
I was 10 years old. But yeah, when I finally moved there, the rent and the work, it's a lot less glitz and glamour and a lot more grunting and groaning.
The city isn't easy.
But then, you know, I got my first job on stage. Oh, wow, 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 wow.
That's great.
That was me. That was me. And those were the steps. I remember. I mean, you never forget things like that, right?
I guess not.
Time to wake up, sleepyhead.
Wow. I can't believe last night. I finally get Brooklyn.
To be fair, fucking a senior citizen isn't a part of the standard Brooklyn welcome wagon.
Yeah, I know. I get it. My ex-wife always thought I had a thing for my former nanny.
Hey, I have a bunch of things to do, so I really got to get ready to go.
Oh, yeah, sure. Maybe you don't have to move out?
Yes, I do. I've seen the rents you're asking for.
Well, I'm sure we could come up with some kind of arrangement.
An arrangement? Like I get to stay in exchange for...
Oh, no, I don't know. I'm just spitballing, I'm just trying to figure out a win-win. What's so funny?
You really think you're different, don't you? Yeah, and maybe you were. But right now, you're just another white guy who thinks his money entitles him to whatever he wants.
Well, that's not what I meant.
I think it is what you meant. You just didn't think I'd know it.
I just thought that, we,
But let me tell you something, Mr. Colby Dunn, newly minted owner of a lovely brownstone in a formerly black neighborhood made safe. What you need to do is ease your smarmy ass out of my goddamn apartment.
Okay. But technically, it's still my apartment.
Not yet. Not until you pay me. So beat it, you whining piece of shit.
Do you think I could still get your dealer's number?
You can get it from my lawyer.
Had a bad day today, parking ticket, bank account overdrawn, said all my money's gone. I got bills to pay, one me I say, things never go right. I'm tired of feeling uptight when you're struggling.
Ooh, that's good shit. It ain't good. It ain't good. It's better in Brooklyn.
I believe.
There's a remedy. Yeah. And if the sun...
Jie. I came from Shenzhen, China.
As I'm recording this, my friends just sent me a text saying Cuomo just announced that New York City is going to be under lockdown. So it's kind of great that I got out.
The world is on pause right now. We've seen the canals in Venice clear up. LA doesn't have smog, so the climate crisis is solved.
No.
Originally, I was planning to end this job right now properly and giving them notice in like 2 weeks in advance. Then sublet this apartment, get rid of everything I have, and then just completely move back to China. With this coronavirus thing happening, it makes it really difficult. My plan was definitely ruined. I couldn't get like a proper priced flight ticket. That is the first problem. The ticket price went up crazily, and I think it's not reasonable to just buy overpriced tickets just for the reason of going back. And then the second thing is I heard I have to be quarantined in like a government designated place for 14 days. It's a huge risk. I don't know about going to be exposed on the airplane or like even with 2 layers of mask, goggles, protection suits and everything. I just don't think it's reasonable for me to go back right now anymore.
My name is Yu Jie. I came from Shenzhen, China. I moved to US 6 years ago for undergrad school, and now I'm graduated with a master's degree in arts administration from Columbia University.
And I'm working at a gallery. My employer is willing to sponsor a visa for me, which is great. We did apply for H-1B visa, but then the lottery happened in March, and the result came out on April 1st, and we found out that we didn't get the H-1B lottery, which means I have to leave US by the time that my F1 student visa ends. And now I have 3 to 4 months more to stay in US. With the risk of not winning the lottery in mind, I actually started to look for a job in Beijing as well. And then this opportunity came across to me. I applied and I got like an unofficial offer from them to basically to work as a director in this new opening museum. I really appreciate this opportunity that allowed me to work for a museum that was created and founded by Chinese and is going to focus on our country's contemporary art. But this plan got intervened with this coronavirus. This is maybe my a month at home now. In the beginning, it was definitely a lot of anxiety. So I was like thinking about what I can do. I don't have any job related things to work on right now, and it's impossible to find a new job right now. And this notion of not having anything to do at home really drives me crazy. This is how we get packaged and delivered now. I'm slowly adjusting myself to this kind of lifestyle, and I feel more at peace right now. I realize I have something I can do, like reading books, studying for this personal trainer certification. Basically, I started to look out for things I can do at home, and it really helped. I'm worrying about my financial situation too. I used to have an income which will provide me enough money for living and renting this apartment. Since this corona thing happens, they decided to put me on part-time and on a project basis and pay me by hours. If there's no project going on, which is the case right now, then I have no income for this month. I don't have any plan right now. I have no solution for this thing, and I don't think I can solve this. I think the best solution for me is just to stay at home while waiting for this to be over, and then start to plan for my future again. Whether to go back or go to school in US continually, I don't know yet.
Hi Mom, it's getting really crazy here. It's getting worse. One of my roommates, she already left. She's going back to her family in Texas. My other roommate, she's thinking of leaving tomorrow. I'm feeling scared, Ma. Wish I could come back home. Ma, I really don't want to be alone in this apartment, and I'm not feeling good about being all alone in this country. I'm so far away from all of you. I'm thinking about coming home to India. Call me back when you get this message. Okay, so I called the Indian embassy in DC. And they said it's a good idea for Indian citizens to return home. They also said I should leave in the next 48 hours. So I'm going to go look for a ticket right now and see what I find. Okay, I bought a direct flight from JFK to New Delhi. It's going to take off tomorrow at 1 p.m. I'm hearing all these crazy stories about Delhi airport, but I can't even think about that right now. I'm coming back home. As I'm recording this, my friends just sent me a text saying Cuomo just announced that New York City is going to be under lockdown. So it's kind of great that I got out, and I'm sitting here at Terminal 4 about to take a flight. Let me show you my paraphernalia. So I have this mask, I have gloves, So in my bag over here, I have disinfecting wipes, I have hand sanitizer, I have gloves, I have emergency medicines in case, so it has like Advil and Tylenol and such things. Oh, you can't see, but I have toilet paper, and I have my own blanket because I don't want to use the airline's blanket. What's happening is that in New Delhi, once you arrive, you're supposed to go through a medical screening, and that's when they decide if you should be quarantined or not. For people who are actually potentially sick, potentially carrying the virus, for those who are showing symptoms, the government of India has actually started to quarantine people for 14 days in government hospitals. We've heard horror stories. Apparently the facilities are really awful. I'm a little nervous about that, but I feel fine, and more than anything, I'm just trying to be positive. You know, very, very soon I'm going to be with my mom and dad and my little sister, so I'm just holding on to that. Just landed in Delhi airport, and it's crazy here. It's really chaotic.
But you are actually making us spread the disease in the country.
Yes, right.
And even if someone has a little bit intelligence.
They're supposed to be checking our temperature, but right now it just looks like all the planes are landing and everyone's just sort of stuck in one place. Everyone's really mad. From the little information I've gathered, this health screening process is like a real-life video game. There are 5 levels which we have to complete to get out of this airport. Some people, they're going to be sent to government quarantine centers. Things are quite stressful. Finally started with the temperature checkup. But then they realized that people have really high body temperature because it's just so crowded and it's so hot. So now we've been told to stand around and cool down. Currently, we're all waiting around.
All passengers have to go through health screening process before reporting to the immigration counters.
This is my friend Aditi. She has to go back to Bangalore. Hopefully. But at this point, we're just sitting here on the floor. Almost 11 p.m. We're still stuck between level 2 and 3. This is the line for immigration. There's thousands of people here, you know, pushing and shoving each other. It's like the Hunger Games. We haven't been given any food. There's barely enough water. There's a lot of old people. There's a lot of children. This is a really horrible situation. It's getting to me now. It's getting to all of us now. It's just getting really intense now. We haven't really eaten. We haven't slept. We haven't been able to feel clean. Everyone's been on top of each other. I honestly think that everyone here is feeling sick. So by the time we go to the screening, because of these like 16 hours at the airport, you know, no one is feeling healthy or fit. So it just kind of defeats the purpose. So it's a crazy situation, and I think it could have been handled much, much better. exactly 6 a.m. and I got the stamp to self-quarantine for 2 weeks. We're done. We're done. Guys, freedom!
It's
freedom!
awesome.
Self-quarantine.
Self-quarantine.
Oh yeah, don't need the mask. And we did it.
अपने आप से बात फिर से.
Yeah. These guys are going to Bangalore. These two are going to Calcutta. The rest of our friends have hopefully reached, so we made
they
it.
have. So we have gone through all the emotions together. Like, and we have seen each other in the worst, like, physical state.
And
this
a lot
is
of
the worst,
other
guys.
different states.
So, like, you've seen me when I look the worst. So now, like, whatever you see, it'll be a little better.
Good to know. It's on video also, so. It's 4 p.m. March 22nd today. Like I said, it's been quite a journey, and I'm just very ready to go home. You know, I think the government is really taking measures to do what they can to stop the spread of this virus, and I'm not going to complain about the very difficult 18 hours we spent going through our medical checkup. If it helps, I have doubts about how much people are following the rules. I have doubts about how truthful people are being about their situation, but you know, really one can hope for the best. A few of my friends think I'm crazy for leaving New York City, for leaving the United States to go back to India. But those who have roots elsewhere will understand. When you find yourself in the midst of something as traumatic as a global pandemic, you also find yourself seeking the familiar, looking for the safest place to be in. I'm an immigrant in the United States, and the place I feel the safest in is the motherland. It's home. They just put us on these buses with all of our stuff, and they've brought us to, I think it's called Chittaranjan National Cancer Institute, which is a facility that's not yet built. There's sawdust and dirt and dust everywhere. There's mosquitoes everywhere. It's not possible to be sitting on a chair. It's not possible to be waiting. You know, we'll get malaria or dengue before we actually get tested for corona. Obviously, we have no answers. We're not being told what they're testing for, what's happening. They just keep telling us to sit. Here's just an idea. As you can see, there's construction over there. Today is Wednesday, March 25th. It's the day that India goes into a strict lockdown. Today is also day 4 of being room quarantined. After my crazy transit experience, who knows what I've been exposed to. I don't want to put my family at risk. And so I find myself quarantined in my childhood bedroom. No one can enter, I can't leave. I can't hug my family. But it's okay. It's just 2 weeks. I know now that I made the right decision because it feels really, really good to be home.
world is on pause right now. We've seen the canals in Venice clear up. LA doesn't have smog, so the climate crisis is solved.
No.
Shia Bastida of We the Planet and Fridays for the Future, Jesse Bluedorn of the Sunrise Movement, and Fiona Jarvis and Adam Neville of XR Youth US. 4 activists detailing why the climate crisis is more pressing than ever.
If nothing is getting contaminated right now, it's because the mass consumption of fossil fuels is stopped. But we can achieve the same amount of emissions reductions by just switching to renewable energy. It doesn't have to translate into massive economic loss and massive unemployment.
I wonder if you have a message for anyone who's out there saying we should be getting production started again, get this economic engine moving, and then we'll settle climate.
So we just don't feel like they're two separate issues that, oh, we can't deal with the climate crisis now because something else is happening. There are always going to be things happening. It's so important to understand that climate isn't something separate from public health. They are deeply intertwined. As humans encroach upon the natural environment more and more, we're getting closer and closer to wild animals. So then diseases like COVID-19 can jump from an animal to a human, and we'll see increased pandemics in both of our lifetimes.
I've seen a lot of posts, we are the virus, humanity is the virus, which is such a loaded statement.
The worst impacts of climate change and the impacts of COVID-19 have a intersection where they're disproportionately impacting the same groups: poor people, people of color.
There was a graphic that showed where in New York COVID-19 cases were occurring. They're really concentrated in deep Brooklyn, Queens, Upper Manhattan, these communities that are already facing sky-high asthma rates, air pollution, and then we get a respiratory virus.
It kind of breaks my heart a little bit. People are losing jobs or don't have jobs or are dying or can't afford healthcare. It doesn't need to be like that.
Just a couple of weeks ago, the government actually announced that they would be rolling back a lot of EPA regulations. The reasoning provided, the economic situation surrounding COVID-19. That's not an acceptable reason.
Quarantine will eventually end, and we will go back to perpetuating the same pollution that caused all the damage in the first place.
And that's why youth organizers like me are still organizing. Now we have seen that the world can come together. We have seen that all sectors can address a crisis like what's happening right now, and we have to do the same thing for the climate crisis.
50 years ago, about 20 million Americans participated in some kind of protest or action in commemoration of Earth Day. Fast forward to now, what are we going to be doing all from our living rooms?
We cannot hold our next global climate strike, which was scheduled for April 24th. We have been encouraging fellow climate strikers to strike online.
People have been digitally striking for a long time.
Most kids can't actually physically leave school every Friday, and they just post pictures of themselves holding a sign.
To commemorate Earth Day, one of the things that I am organizing is called We the Planet. We are putting a massive day of action together in which we're asking people to pledge to do an individual and systemic action. One of the main things is Earth Day Live, which is going to be a 3-day live stream. On Wednesday, we're going to focus on striking. On Thursday, we're going to focus on divestment. And on Friday, we're going to focus on voting.
Unite behind science! Unite behind science! Unite behind science! Save the Earth!
After the strike that happened a few months ago, you couldn't look at any screen without knowing what was happening. What is the loss of that going to mean for Earth Day and your activism moving forward?
We felt that loss profoundly, but I think we're feeling really optimistic.
And I think maybe even the more at-home environment will make it easier, because you can't just go to a strike and say, I went to a strike. And that's the thing that you did for climate today. It's you gotta do something else.
I'm pledging to bring my own metal water bottle and to push for climate legislation in my hometown.
I am pledging to create less plastic waste and create workshops to educate my community about climate justice.
We have so much more power than we think. Here in Manhattan, in front of the headquarters of BlackRock.
What we need is a global fight.
Make your voice heard.
Is there something that the people involved in climate justice work have known for a long time that folks in broader society may just be waking up to?
We're seeing so many other elements of the environmental crisis in this moment. People are gearing up for a very intense storm season. Heat waves are coming. People can't afford their air conditioner bill during this difficult time. This is a system that works very well for the people at the top, but just really is not delivering for most of us.
The way that people feel because of the coronavirus pandemic, that like sense of worry and what's going to happen tomorrow, is the same thing that we feel for the climate crisis. We were better emotionally equipped to start acting rather than spend all of our time worrying.
I heard an activist say this COVID-19 pandemic is like a dress rehearsal for the impending apocalyptic climate crisis that's coming. Do you think that's hyperbole, or do you see truth in that?
I think, unfortunately, there is some truth in that. The majority of downtown New York will be completely underwater by 2050 if we maintain our current trajectory. So if you're feeling stuck in your apartment in New York now, at least you still have an apartment.
One of the main things that makes people care about the climate crisis is when you tell them that the issue is immediate, it's personal, it's happening to people around them.
Helping people to understand what a crisis feels like makes it a lot easier to help people to understand what is coming. When we're able to, we will be back in person, building community in that way, but there is so much to learn from being forced to get really creative during this time.
Hope to see you on the streets after the pandemic is over.
$15 million. That's the additional funding earmarked by the de Blasio administration for education and awareness of ranked choice voting. The New York City primary elections will be a working experiment on the efficacy of this system's ability to scale. That's because ranked choice voting has existed for well over a century. So why New York City and why now? Here to help us wade our way through that is New York City's Deputy Mayor of Strategic Initiatives and Policy, J. Philip Thompson. Thanks for joining us today.
Happy to be here.
So ranked choice voting is something that's new to a lot of people, but way back in 2019, that seems so far away, about 73% of voters said, yeah, let's give this a go. So what do they know that we should know right now as we're getting ready to choose our choice?
I think some voters felt that very often they had to choose between 2 or 3 candidates they liked, but they could only pick one. And then people who thought like them saw their vote divided and they would lose. And this was especially true of more progressive candidates, where that vote often was split. And then historically, it's been true when black voters or Latino voters want to support a black candidate, but there are 2 or 3 in the race. And sometimes deliberately, folks put 2 or 3 in the race in order to divide up their vote. And so ranked choice voting is a way around that. It's a way of giving people more than one bite at the apple.
more than one bite at the apple. Now, that is so antithetical to all that folks have been taught in the context of voting, particularly in this city, where it's like one person, one vote. You go in, you pull the curtain, and you do your thing, and you go out. So why is it better than that? And is there something afoot? Like, it feels for some people like, oh, this is, I get to vote for one person, but then pick some more. Why can't I just choose my choice?
Well, around the world, proportional voting, proportional representation is a familiar, common thing, and ranked choice voting is too in a lot of parts of the world. And it's in the U.S. where we have winner-take-all elections, which historically benefited the majority, and the majority in most cases tended to be white, tended to be more conservative. So ranked choice voting is a way of actually enabling folks who haven't been in the majority historically. It's a route for them to build a majority. And it encourages people to not just think of the candidate I like because I'm from Brooklyn and they're from Brooklyn. You have to think about, well, if my candidate doesn't win, are there any other candidates who are saying similar things to the candidate I like? And let me look across the whole city. And let me see who else in the city is thinking like I'm thinking. And the whole idea behind ranked choice voting really is to encourage that kind of coalition building that goes beyond your own neighborhood, beyond your own borough, to really dig in and say, well, who do I have a shared interest with? And who can I unite with?
Just from your casual observations, or I don't know if you've been looking at it pointedly, do you think it's changed the way that people are relating or interacting among candidates?
I think it does. I mean, every mayoral debate they ask now, if people support you, who would you want them to pick as their number two?
Right.
And
they've all managed in some way to artfully dodge that question until they actually have to answer that question.
That's right. That's right. But the whole point of ranked choice voting is to force that question. It's to force the candidates to say, well, who else has a similar policy platform to me? And what really does differentiate me from another candidate, other than my ego and me wanting to be mayor? What about the policy positions that I stand for? And that's the idea, to get it more about policy, less about personality. Although it's always personality.
Hey, we like a little personality, but we'd rather have someone who knows how to do the job and represent us, right?
Right.
So right at the outset, I said, why New York City and why now? We've seen this work to the degree that it has in other places that are smaller, frankly, than we are. So it's the will of the voters that a clear majority of folks said, yeah, let's give it a go. But why now in this context, especially when we are looking at the most consequential wave of elections with our city council turning over, the mayor's office, Manhattan DA, Brooklyn's borough president? There's so many choices to make this time.
I think now is really challenging because of the last year, almost year and a half, we've been dealing with a pandemic. Folks have not been outdoors socializing at the barbershop, at the beauty parlor, talking about what's going on. There hasn't been a lot of attention, education and awareness, as you mentioned, about ranked choice voting. And there's a danger that people just won't understand it or won't know how to use it. So that is something that we have to be worried about during this election, which is why the mayor invested $15 million. But when the voters approved this, they didn't know the pandemic was coming. And so here we are.
How is ranked choice voting gonna work the day when I go to vote this primary?
Well, instead of just being able to pick one candidate, your top choice, you'll be asked to pick 5. And you can't put the same person 5 times. You can't even put the same person 2 times.
Okay.
You have to pick different candidates for all 5 slots. And so the way it will work is the candidate that gets the fewest amounts of votes in the first round, when they count all the votes, that person gets knocked out. And then all the people that voted for that candidate as their first choice, the Elections Bureau will go to their second choice, and those votes will count.
What happens if I do, like, I'm going hard for my candidate and I want to put them as 1 and 2? Am I physically not allowed in the way that the ballot is set up to do that?
You could just mark one candidate.
So that's the silver bullet approach.
You could mark one
for
candidate.
that one and everybody else go
Right.
home.
But if your candidate loses in one of the rounds, then your vote disappears. But if you had a second choice and a third choice, your second choice would then count as a full vote. And so that way, imagine you wanted to support one of 3 or 4 black candidates because you like their positions on education.
Right.
Well, in ranked choice voting, you could rank them 1, 2, 3, 4. And even if your number 1 got knocked out, your
You're in
number
the
2
mix.
might get it, or your number 3 might get it.
Just to be clear, if you do somehow make that one candidate your 1 through 5, is your ballot going to be invalid?
It won't be invalid until your candidate gets knocked out.
Okay. All right. So it is putting all those eggs into one proverbial basket.
But it encourages voters to look at all the candidates, look at what they're saying, and if you agree 60% with another candidate who might not be your first choice, who you agree with 80%, make sure and put that 60% person down as your number 2.
Yeah.
Because then you don't lose everything.
So for the people who are upset about this or feeling a way and they're not quite sure of how to wrap their heads around it, a lot of them feel like this is the answer to an unasked question. It's like, we were fine with voting. Like, I want to walk in, have my dinner, and watch the 11 o'clock news knowing who the mayor is going to be when I wake up in the morning. So this may take longer than that.
That's true. It may take a while, although computers count all the votes. It may not take very long at all. But usually what drags it out, you have to count absentee ballots, you have to count ballots sent from the military, et cetera. And those things take time. But the actual process of running through the selections, computerized, happens very quickly. But prior to ranked choice voting, if no candidate got 50% of the vote, then there were runoffs.
Right.
Runoffs are expensive. And so what tended to happen was the better financed candidate had an edge in a runoff. And what people have found around the country is that ranked choice voting actually helps women and candidates of color disproportionately.
Why is that?
Because it avoids runoffs. You don't have to have as much money. And it also avoids that divide and conquer. I mean, I've watched several elections where some folks who do not support the black community will pretend like they support some black candidate just to get them in the race in order to take away votes from the black candidate who they thought was more of a threat. Yes.
And then
that happens a lot.
Yeah.
And so this was, around the country, people have used this as a way around that.
But for people who've been traditionally marginalized and don't see their votes translating a lot of times into the person that they would like holding an office. And we know there's some tribalism in New York.
Right.
Like, I vote with my church, I vote with my sect, I vote with my whatever it is. And we see those blocks. And in the past, we've seen candidates with their Black Stump speech, with their Williamsburg speech, with their Crown Heights speech, with their Staten Island speech. And, you get a little bit of different flavor depending on what zip code they're in. So how is ranked choice voting going to deliver more power or weight to the traditionally just unrepresented and people who just haven't had the privilege of making their numbers flex?
Well, going back in time a little bit, the Brooklyn used to be the Brooklyn black community, Central Brooklyn, used to be at odds with Harlem quite a bit. And so Brooklyn black candidates would face off against Harlem black candidates and the vote would be divided.
Yeah.
And then there was a time when black candidates would face off against Puerto Rican candidates from the Bronx and their votes would be divided. And now you see often like Dominican candidates facing off against black African-American candidates and their votes get divided.
Yeah.
And the opportunity in ranked choice voting is to actually get beyond that and say, actually, I'm from Brooklyn, you're from Harlem, but 90% of what you want is what I want. You're Puerto Rican, I'm black. You're Dominican, I'm black, but 90% of what you want is what I want, et cetera. So let's all support each other. Even if my number 1 is different from yours, you're definitely my number 2.
So what's the metric of success? How will we know if this ranked choice voting experiment, the world is watching, they want to see how New York does it. How will we know that it's been successful? Does everybody have to go home a little disappointed or what?
Well, that's a great question. I think we'll know it's successful if we see a candidate win with a diverse array of supporters. If we see people from different boroughs and different communities coming together, maybe not in the first round, but their second votes and their third round votes all add up to like someone who has support in a lot of different pockets of the city, then that's a good election.
How much transparency is there going to be in the count and the process? Are we going to get to like, oh, we're watching my person is number one. Oh, they just fell off. Now my number two or my number three. Like, is it going to be like the NCAA? Our brackets are going to be shown?
Interesting you said NCAA because the NBA draft and the NCAA Sweet 16, the Final Four, that's actually a little clearer. The draft stuff is crazy.
Yeah.
So if you can follow the NCAA, basketball tournament, and if you can play like fantasy football, you'll have an easy time with ranked choice voting. But I think for many folks, this is going to be a confusing election because it's the first time. And so folks are going to be a little perplexed in trying to understand how it works right after the election. And so it will be an educational moment.
So let's head some of that off at the pass. Looking at ranked choice voting and the way it's going to come into the city, I wonder if there are any criticisms that you may have heard of the system that you find valid. Have you ever experienced a valid criticism of ranked choice voting that gave you pause to say, how can we address that?
Yes, I think first, someone told me that a lot of seniors are struggling with this, and often they're heavy voters.
We know they vote.
In primaries, and I think outreach and education to seniors, a lot of them aren't on the internet, and so they don't get the information as easily as folks who are active on the internet, et cetera. So that's a valid criticism, that there needs to be a lot of outreach on the ground to people, and especially because of the pandemic, there just hasn't been. No door knocking, not a lot of face-to-face conversations. That's a valid critique, I think.
Well, $14, $15 million, that's enough money for a few door knockers. How are we, besides our lovely viewers at BRIC TV, who we love and appreciate, how are we reaching them?
So that $15 million is going to community organizations to do canvassing and door-to-door outreach and explanation of how the process works in communities across the city. Another portion of the money is going for advertising and education on ethnic media in order to reach, communities directly. We're having multilingual, over a dozen different languages. We have like websites and outreach and communities and papers in their own language. And we're also doing a digital media campaign as well, and we have posters up. So we're using every tool we can to get the word out, and 15 million we're seeing an impact. We're seeing folks getting more and more aware of like what's going to happen.
Did we learn anything as a city? I know there was a huge push, so much energy put behind the census, and we saw some not as great results as we would have liked to have had New Yorkers and particularly people in Brooklyn stand up and be counted. But, like you said, we're in uncharted waters with this pandemic and the way that we're able to interact and communicate with each other. But were there any lessons learned there that we're moving forward to make sure the seniors and anyone who has questions knows how to vote this time?
Yes, we learned a lot from the census. So the city funded 157 community groups across the city to do outreach, and it was tremendously effective. So at the beginning of the conversation about the census, people were worried New York would lose 2 congressional seats. We came within 80 people of not losing any congressional seats, and that's because our response rate in New York was better than any other city. And so, yes, we lost a seat. That was expected. But we came very close to not losing anything. And it's because this community-based outreach approach worked. And so that's why we're putting money in for community-based outreach around ranked choice voting. We think There's nothing like someone knocking on grandma's door and having a conversation.
Right. Or telling her what you learned watching the deputy mayor talk on BRIC about exactly what this is.
That's
so
right.
I wonder how much potential you imagine there might be for an anticlimactic ranked choice voting. Like if just the number one becomes mayor number one.
Well, polls don't suggest this will happen, but if a candidate won more than 50% of the vote, that's it. But there are a bunch of council races that are happening. There's a comptroller's race. And so even if one of the mayoral candidates wins outright with 50% of the vote, some of those other races, many of those other races, will go to a ranked choice process.
So I happen to have had the fortune of a very early morning on the presidential election. I stood in for some of my friends and neighbors who couldn't make it to the polls. I answered the call and volunteered as an information officer. And some people were young and had never voted, and they would come up and say, how do I do this? Like the lack of a civic education and what to do when you're actually at the poll was something that was so prevalent. So I wonder about just the safeguards and the ability for people who are information officers or other poll workers to give this 30-second pitch about how to get in there and make sure your voice is heard. How much of that has been built into the apparatus for the elections that are starting in scant moments now?
Well, the Campaign Finance Board has been doing work on educating the public. Poll watchers are being trained. I thought they actually did a really good job during the presidential election. I was in Washington Heights, and the poll workers were pretty amazing.
Yeah.
And it was not a nice. I did an early vote, and the weather was not great, and they were out there early and all day and very helpful. So I think they'll do a great job. But we are living at a time when democracy itself is under threat. We saw what happened on January 6th. We see more than 360 bills introduced across the country to roll back voting, and that's because Black folks, Latino folks, Asian folks, progressive white folks took over the Senate and kept Democratic control of the House. And the former President Trump is going all out to whip up racism and to beat folks back to Jim Crow. And so it's very important that all of us get out there, encourage people to vote, figure out whatever the process is, and make sure our voices get heard.
So I was telling my neighbor recently about ranked choice voting, saying, you know, my mom would send me to the corner store to get some, or bodega, New York context, corner store, Chicago mouth. My mom sent me to the corner store bodega and said, get some ice cream. Like, I want chocolate. But, you know, I know that if they don't have chocolate, I'm not going back empty-handed. She likes butter pecan. She likes vanilla, maybe a Neapolitan thing. So that was my, down and dirty. Do you have a way that you've been simplifying the equation for folks who bump into you in the street and say, what is this ranked choice voting thing? Do you have a go-to?
Well, yeah. Do you just have one friend?
I've got one friend.
Or do you have a bunch of friends? So just don't put down your very best one and only friend. Put down your favorites, just like you do on a phone, you know, put down your favorites, like all your friends, put them down there and list them, you know, on that ballot. So I know you can find at least a few friends who you can put on that ballot. And at least a few of these candidates, I know you can find some love for somewhere.
So it's like that old cell phone commercial where they're like, this is your circle. These are the people that you call the most.
These are your
so
homies.
it's really like ranking my homies that I want to employ to sit in the office over at City Hall, Borough Hall, the DA's office.
That's really what it boils down to.
All right. So, you know, friends are all first among equals, but you're going to get in there and do a 1 through 5 thing. So what haven't I asked about ranked choice voting that you think New Yorkers should know, and by extension, the world should know because they're watching us? The way that this goes is going to have an impact for the rest of the country.
I think the most interesting thing about it, and the thing I'm going to be looking for, are who shakes hands and puts their arms around other people that before ordinarily they wouldn't have.
Yeah.
Because I think ranked choice voting The whole thing is not just being stuck on your one person, but actually figuring out who your friends are across this city. And I think people will discover, there are people who care about homelessness. There are people who care about, public schools. There are people who care about affordable housing. There are people who care about mass incarceration and over-policing. There are people who care about issues I care about. Right. And I'm going to find those people and then work something out with them. So we support one another. I think that is the most interesting opportunity that presents itself in ranked choice voting. And the more people get good at that, right, the more successful they'll be able to use that system.
So do some management of expectation for it. It's like we're all going to vote. That's not a question. But I just don't want us to feel bad if we're a little confused or don't know or have to wait and get turned off of the process, because some people it's going to be their first time voting. And God bless you, this is the new way. And others have to learn to do a new way. So yeah, manage expectation a little for us who are going to vote and bring our neighbor as well.
Well, I'm old enough to remember when the Voting Rights Act passed, and my wife was a voting rights attorney for the NAACP Legal Defense Fund. Yeah. I worked myself doing voter registration, voter mobilization in the South when it was a new thing, and people didn't know how to register. Folks didn't know how to run campaigns because they hadn't been able to before effectively, and it took a while for folks even to get familiar with how to run a black candidate for an election. And then folks didn't know about districting and how you have to draw lines and how people were drawing lines to mess them up. They didn't know that. We had to learn all that stuff, and it took a while. Ranked choice voting, first time around, there are going to be rough spots, and folks are just going to be learning, but we'll master this just the way we've mastered districting, just the way we've mastered getting out the vote. That's why Trump and them are going nuts in the first place, because we've actually gotten good at pulling out our vote, and voters know, what's at stake. That's what's scaring folks so much. So we'll figure this out. It might take a cycle or two, but we'll figure it out.
So I'm not going to speak life into any of those negative, divisive elements that have reared their heads because they know that they're losing. And, the last gasp is always where you swing the hardest. Right. But I'm just wondering if there are folks who have a vested interest in making sure that the voting stays how the voting has been. And has that been a factor at all, like disinformation spreading or anything, myths that you'd like to dispel or address?
I think that a lot of the traditional players in city politics are thoroughly confused and don't know what's going to happen with ranked choice voting.
It's a good thing.
Just like everybody else, they don't know what to do. And just putting all your money behind one candidate and pushing that candidate and trying to stomp out the others doesn't seem as effective as it used to be. So I think this is a democratic moment in New York City where no one knows the outcome and the people's voice really matters and no one knows how to predict it or how to manipulate it. That's not a bad thing, in my opinion.
So there is no crystal ball. I'm not going to ask you to prognosticate right now, certainly not on who's going to win all these elections. There's so many of them. But fundamentally, you just hinted at it. What potential does this have to be transformative for New York's democracy, representation, and the way that our city is governed to make it more equitable, more livable, and just a better place to serve everyone who's here and not the certain few who know the levers of power?
Well, I remember there was a guy named Barack Obama who no one really counted as a presidential contender. But this person was able to pull together a coalition that folks didn't expect to see. And then, to everyone's shock, he won. So I think that potential exists in this election as well, that one of these candidates might be able to pull together a coalition, and folks may not see them coming. They may not be the candidate who got the biggest endorsements from the traditional, big papers or big, interest groups. It may not be that person. It may be someone else. And so no one right now can predict. And I think that's how democracy should be.
Okay, si se puede. But this is unfair, and this might not make it in because we've hit our time. But I just wanted to know, from your perspective and your resources there, ranked choice voting has been happening across. We saw it out in the West and in the Bay.
Right.
But I wonder about the satisfaction people have with their elected once it's done. Does it feel like a want when they do all those goofy polls and you're finding, and politics is like Moneyball now? It's all about that gaming. So are people generally satisfied?
Well, I think so. I think people get excited about democracy when they're actually able to knock down giants. And so ranked choice voting initially was conceived of as a way of fighting machine politics. And you're from Chicago, you know what machines are.
Heard of it once or twice.
And machines used to pick a candidate and then kind of, stomp out all the opposition, knock their petitions out and do all these other maneuvers. So their candidate won. Ranked choice voting was aimed at destroying that, since machines couldn't control everything, right? 2, 3, 4, they couldn't control it all. People in the West Coast who've been using ranked choice voting and other places, they like that. They like the fact that there's not a handful of machine bosses that actually determine who wins elections.
Just so you know, this is the time where New Yorkers get to experiment and really have their voices count from 1 through 5. Early voting is going to begin June 12th and run right through June 20th. Then you get a break if you didn't make it and show up for the actual New York City primary on June 22nd. Go out, make your voice heard, bring a friend, and educate yourself. There are test ballots that you can go and look at so you won't be caught unawares when you see it for the first time. But happy voting. We'll see you at the polls.
Over the years, I've worked with many communities around the world that have been traumatized in some way or marginalized, displaced, dispossessed. What we sometimes forget is that we have refugees and asylees living in our midst, among us.
My name is Sergey, and I'm originally from Kazakhstan.
My name is Niurka Melendez. I'm here because I fled my country, Venezuela, facing a really bad and worse humanitarian crisis.
I arrived from Russia. I was beaten in my country and I left here, grabbed my son and left.
Night Watch is a floating media installation that features silent video portraits of 12 individuals who live in the New York City area, whose lives have been saved by our country by having been granted political asylum in very recent years. The large majority of them are from the LGBTQI community.
More Art is a non-profit organization, and we commission and produce public art projects across New York City that address social and political issues. We have started working with Shimona Atti on Night Watch about a year and a half ago. This project was incredibly challenging. The whole technology of having a very large LED screen on the barge, it was really very complex, but we work with a lot of incredible people and learn and becoming experts of the New York City waterways.
The artwork is going to be in the waterways around New York City for 8 consecutive nights. It will be a 20-foot wide LED screen mounted on a barge, which is towed by a tugboat, and it will move very slowly, like 5 miles an hour, very close to the shoreline. Why a water installation? I've done water projects before, dealing with issues related to refugees and asylum seekers, immigrants. Water is the medium, typically, for escape, rescue, safe passage, fleeing for one's life.
Having independent thoughts is a risk. Being target for your own people was the worst thing that I ever faced in my life. Being afraid of my people, being afraid of my own friends because of my thoughts.
When I was in Almaty, Kazakhstan, I decided to cover the situation with LGBTQ people. Then I got like threats and emails and several really traumatic experiences that I'm not comfortable to talk still.
I was a witness of a crime into Russian Immigration Social Service. I said, okay, guys, I will do whatever you want. And I took my son, jumped to the car and left.
With all of these projects, including Night Watch, it takes several months to locate the potential participants, establish relationships, establish trust. When people come up to a camera lens, they either want to look, they want to smile, they want to reveal a certain emotion. And what I suggested to the participants was, let's do it a little different. Because the public thinks they know how you feel. Oh, you're an asylum seeker, you must have had a very hard life, or oh, I feel sympathy for you. And I said to the participants, when you approach the camera, I don't want you to think about anything particularly positive or happy, or anything particularly negative or sad. Be kind of in the middle, be neutral, like you're playing a game of poker. You have the right to have your own interiority. I chose deliberately to film the subjects in a lighting that's a bit like old master painting lighting or Caravaggio-esque. They would come over to where the monitor was afterwards and look at some rushes. And no, they loved it because they looked like they were in old master paintings. And I mean, we got them to look really beautiful.
I'm motivated to be a part of this was putting faces where usually numbers are.
My hope is for the piece to allow for the public to experience a subject matter that we're already familiar with, but entirely new ways. That's the potential of art. It's not about transmitting information. It's about creating the possibility for new experiences.
One of those rare moments when political art and just its stunning aesthetics have come together in a way that is so powerful. And I'm thrilled for Shimon, and I'm thrilled for the audience that'll get to see this work.
Being reminded of these people's journeys and what they represent and what they've gone through, I think is so hopefully empathy. Hopefully an understanding of what somebody else is going through.
This is a time, I think, where we need to all come together. We're all human beings at the end of the day.
My name is Aisha Sharif. I'm 17 years old and I'm the outreach director and a mover for the Love Vote. I'm from Guinea, West Africa. I moved to America at a very young age to live with my grandmother and my grandfather in the Lower East Side. I felt like I was just always sort of angry or sad, and me just wanting to do something more. With the Love Vote, it was combining my passion for film and activism together.
The Love Vote is a platform for the 50 million Americans who can't vote, who are too young to vote, who are not U.S. citizens, or who are returning citizens, meaning people with felony convictions who've been disenfranchised. On this platform, people who can't vote share their stories and they move other people to vote on their behalf. It works like crowdfunding, but instead of raising funds, we're raising votes. I was born in Paris and we immigrated to New York when I was 3 years old. When I got to college, I made my own major in immigration studies. And from there, I went on to get my master's in teaching and became a public school teacher. But I'd always been very interested in filmmaking. I really came to believe that storytelling is one of the most powerful ways to create change, particularly through film, because I think that fundamental change happens in the human heart, and stories can access that.
Our oceans are becoming filled with plastic, and we're treating it like it's our garbage dump. The most frustrating thing is that you'll often get people say that you're too young to know what you're talking about. You're too young to be involved in politics.
We're a part of this community together. Like, we're all sharing our stories. We all cannot vote. We've all felt those feelings of just disappointment when there's election and you can't be a part of it.
There's a lot of fear and a lot of hatred right now, and those things are spreading very quickly and they're very dominant. And that causes a lot of people to completely turn away from what is happening in our government, in our society. And the Love Vote instead, by focusing on love, by focusing on stories and personal connection, is inviting people to reconnect with this process on a human-to-human level.
I like this one.
Our movers don't say vote for this candidate or even vote for this party or vote this way. They say, if you love me, vote. Hear my story, keep me in mind, and just go vote. And in that way, they inspire people in their community to use their vote.
Why would it matter?
I want you to think about all the ancestors that was talked to like they was nobody.
I think voting is not about feeling as if nothing's gonna change, nothing's gonna happen. It's sort of like exercising the right to do so.
Whether we know it or not, we all have choices, big or small. Whether it's what you want to be in life or what you want to wear in the morning. I stand here today because of a choice.
We also think that the change that will result from love-based action will be extremely beneficial and long-lasting, because people won't be just acting in their own best interest or out of hate or fear. They'll be acting out of others' best interest, and others encompasses their family, friends, community, and this whole society. And if people are showing up to vote out of love for people who may have interests that are somewhat different from theirs, then we will end up with a humane government and a stronger overall society.
My name's Johanna Herr. I'm a multidisciplinary artist, and all of my work conceptually deals with state-sanctioned violence, but aesthetically uses sparkly, bright colors, kind of maximalist aesthetic as a strategy for seduction. So you have something that comes in a really beautiful package, but is actually really dark and violent.
I like looking at this kind of stuff because I feel like this is like the consumer grade dazzle bullshit. And I want to be like, oh, like how do I print on, like what is that material? How do I print on that? Can I get it fabricated? Like, I don't know. There's something like really interesting about these sort of things for me. This was my thesis piece in grad school. You have predator drones, you have drone operators, victims of US airstrikes,
from drones, first-person shooter video games set in the Middle East, cat memes, and candy. And thinking about how we view images of trauma on the internet and the kind of lack of hierarchy that you have in platforms like YouTube, where if you're looking at cat videos and then you end up seeing drone footage, you have them sort of placed in the same screen landscape. I wanted to put the cats on as a kind of decoy to think about how we're distracting ourselves from all these sort of wars abroad, but yet actually the cats are what people gravitate towards, so it actually like worked too well because people would be like, oh, cats, I love cats, and like completely ignore like all of the rest of the violence that's in it. There you go. So now we have the signature is obliterated. So this is the very end of the document. It says the authority granted by law to an executive department or agency or the head thereof relating to budgetary, administrative, or legislative proposals. This order is not intended to and does not create any right or benefit, substantive or procedural, enforcement at law or in equity by any part against the United States, its departments, agencies, or entities, its officers, employees, agents, or any other person. I felt like of all of these sort of words, proposals, and then thinking about the word, where is it, equity, I was like, okay, can we do like proposals to create equity? So now you basically obliterate the 90% of the text and you just have proposals to create equity. I think it is a sort of hopeful congealing of that text. What I did here is I just wanted to make sure that all of the kind of colors and different textures were balanced on all of these and thinking about them as a sort of collective whole of these 5 pages of the document. I knew what types of vinyls I had to work with and I just kind of took screenshots. So like this one, even though it's gray, it's going to be iridescent silver. This is this sort of plaid holographic black, and like this plain black is actually a rainbow oil slick black. So just like approximations for the colors to balance it out. The government is so far removed from our everyday experiences that it just seems like this hopeless void that you're screaming into. And I think the redaction poems have a moment of agency in this massive machine that feels hopeless so much of the time. I had been seeing all of these executive orders, especially for the past 2 years. So you have the Muslim ban, you have trying to build a wall, all of these kind of things. And I thought, wouldn't it be a cathartic experience to obliterate this text and have it be this sort of colorful, joyful, sort of scribbling out of all of this violent language that's coded in bureaucracy.
Yo soy de la Timbalaye, que guaguancó. Yo soy de la Timbalaye, que guaguancó.
Los Hacheros, you could describe it as old Cuban sound with elements of New York City's jazz. It's basically the music we love and the music that we write.
New York salsa has always been made by a plethora of different identities and cultures coming together to play a certain style of music, and everyone's past and culture and experiences changes that traditional sound into something new in New York.
My name is Itai Chris. I'm from Tel Aviv, Israel. I've always played the flute since I was a kid. When I came to New York, I was really like a jazz guy, and that's what I wanted to do. But I really loved Cuban music and salsa as well.
My name is Eddie Venegas. I went to school for violin and picked up the trombone while in college. I met a violin teacher that was visiting Venezuela. She liked me and I liked the way she taught, and then I decided that I wanted to come to New York and study with her.
My name is Papote Jimenez. I'm born in New York City from a Puerto Rican family. I'm a singer. I was born and raised in the projects in the Lower East Side and downtown Manhattan. So when I was growing up, you could hear everybody playing different types of music, or traditional Puerto Rican music, traditional Cuban music, R&B, hip hop.
My name is William Ash. I was born in Brooklyn. I play the bass. When I first started, I think I liked country music for like a year, and then rock for like a year, then I got into jazz at about 12.
My name's Jacob Plassey. I was born in New York City, in Lower Manhattan, and I play the trace, which is a Cuban guitar. What I think is interesting about Los Hacheros is that everyone comes from such different worlds, musically, geographically, emotionally, but what draws us all together is this common love, a human quality to the recordings and the playings that's missing from a lot of modern music.
The passion of it, the feeling of it, of country Latin music, that really touches me. The golden era of salsa was the 70s, the Fania All-Stars, so we could never bring that back. We could just respect it and do our own thing with it.
I love that it's danceable. I love the happiness, the energy, and it really gets people moving. That's one of the most rewarding things of playing this type of music, is that no matter where you play, what size the audience, what kind of venue, people always light up when the band starts playing. They start moving, and that's what makes it fun.
What's really wonderful about the salsa community now is there's definitely the older dancers from the Puerto Rican community and the Dominican community that have lived in New York forever and unfortunately slowly been gentrified out. But there's also now a younger generation of people discovering it who either love the music or love to dance. And through that love discover our band, and it's amazing. They come every week and they dance.
Anybody from all over the world could feel it. You don't gotta be Latino to feel it. I think music is very important because without music, what life will be.
If you do not define who you are, you will allow other people to